Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, Sharoon, Bracy, and the Wildest. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lurk. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing on this beautiful Monday? It's beautiful. Over here on the East Coast, it's 15 degrees. Lord. 15 degrees. Mother Nature done lost her goddamn mind. She done lost it. Where is it? Where's her mind at? Where's America's mind at right now? That's a better question. What is going on out here? Did y'all watch the Kid Rock halftime show? Did you watch the Tapussa? Right, that's how you pronounce it, right? Did you watch the Tapussa halftime show? You know how we like to start the show. Good day, everyone. When I say good day to you, make sure you say it back because I can feel that great productive energy. We don't waste no time here. We get right into the content. Last night was interesting. It was almost a goddamn shutout. Did you enjoy the Super Bowl? Good day to you, Samar. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Did you enjoy the Super Bowl? What up, September? You heard it was pathetic? Dang. What up, Uda? Good day to you. I'm not sure if I know if I would say it was pathetic. Shout out to Shadow, the Titan Watts with their early productivity. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
About to be a situation.
Shout out to Time Watts with the 5 ball say 65 here in Dallas, Fort Worth, I believe. Good morning, SBG. We do not mourn each other over here, but salute to you. I appreciate you, my SBG brother. Man. We got some people that say Bad Bunny was great. Okay. All right. Jordan, good day to you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for taking a quick time out in your work day to say you listen. I really appreciate it. It helps and it means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Damn, Uda said the bowl was whack. I'm glad I finally got some rest. Shout out to O'Shea, Duke Jackson assistant. Did you see the Turning Point halftime show? I did see the Tapussa halftime show with Kid Rock. I did, O'Shea, Duke Jackson. Good day to you, sir. Assistant. I did see the Tapussa halftime show, yes. It was interesting to say the least. I think Kid Rock is a legacy type of artist in America. He do have a couple of records. I'm not familiar with a lot of his records, to be honest with you. Even when he did the 1999 Woodstock and he was the headliner there, I really wasn't concerned about it then. I think if we go with rock and roll music, it's plenty of artists that I will look before I will go to Kid Rock. Tapussa could have did somebody better than Kid Rock. My bad, Jordan. My bad, Jordan. That's how it's spelled. It's spelled Tapussa. Maybe I don't understand the acronym. I don't know. That's what I thought it was pronounced. I think they could have easy, Green Day did a good job of opening the Super Bowl. I think the Foo Fighters would do a good job at killing a halftime show. I think it's plenty of different artists that could do it. But what I want to talk about, Ladies and gentlemen, today we got to talk about misplaced anger. Shout out to the Titan Wise. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me. Thank you, Shadow. Really, it really means a lot. And so we got to talk about misplaced anger because America has a special talent, a superpower, really for getting mad at the wrong thing. You ever see somebody trip over their own foot and then they get mad at the floor? That's America. We don't fix the problem. We blame the nearest object. And nothing proves that more than the Bad Bunny halftime show. People were mad, not confused, not curious, mad. You would have thought Bad Bunny walked out of there and unplugged the stadium, right? Folks online, they were typing like their keyboards owe the money. Why is he performing? Who let this happen? This is America. Get Jay-Z the hell up out of here. NFL needs to break that contract with Jay-Z. All types of crazy. But bruh, Puerto Rico is America. This man is literally a U.S. citizen. He paid taxes. He can vote. He could get drafted. He could buy a house in Ohio if he wants to. But somehow performing at the Super Bowl is where people draw the line. And the funniest part, nobody had this energy for the other halftime shows. Let's go down the list. Rihanna, not a citizen. U2, not a citizen. Coldplay, not a citizen. The Rolling Stones, not a citizen. Paul McCartney, not a citizen. The Who, not a citizen. Shakira, not a citizen. Right? And America was vibing, dancing, singing, throwing chicken wings at the TV. Enjoy. Enjoy. But Bad Bunny, a man who is literally part of the United States, performs and suddenly people are like, this is un-American. How you mad at a citizen but not the visitors? That's like inviting guests to your house for years. But when your cousin walks in, you call the cops. That's what you call the cops. That's what you want to call ICE when your cousin is there. Shout out to Taiwan's member for 1 month says all in English. Nah. I want to hear it. So now that your cousin is there, and yes, Puerto Rico is our cousin. This is what I mean by misplaced anger. People weren't mad at the performance. They weren't mad at the music. They weren't mad at the dancing. They were mad at the idea of something they didn't understand. And instead of learning, and that's why he said they was all in English, instead of learning, they lashed out. Because it's easier to be angry than informed. It's easier to complain than to Google. It's easier to yell, this ain't right, than to say, wait, let me check if I'm wrong. But nobody wants to do that part. America has a habit of missing the plot. Bad Bunny wasn't up there representing a foreign country. He was up there as an outsider. He wasn't up there as an outsider. Excuse me. He wasn't up there as a guest. He was up there representing a part of the United States that America conveniently forgets until it's time to vacation. People love Puerto Rico when they on a beach with a pina colada. Do you love pina coladas in the pouring rain? It goes something like that. But the moment Puerto Rico shows up on a national stage, suddenly everybody's confused. Wait, they're part of us? Yes. Since 1898. Longer than some states have been states. Puerto Rico been a part of us since 1898. Longer than some states have been states. But here's the deeper part. People get mad at symbols instead of systems. God damn. Did you hear me? People get mad at symbols instead of systems. Instead of asking, why don't I know this? Why wasn't I taught this? Why is Puerto Rico treated like a side quest in the U.S. storyline? People say, I don't like the halftime show. That's like being mad at the smoke instead of the fire. And I'm sorry, our black and brown folks know that we know this pattern very well. Every time we show up in a space we're supposed to be in, somebody gets uncomfortable. Every time we shine, somebody gets confused. Every time we take up space, somebody says, why are they here? Because we belong here. Because we are here. Because we've been here. But misplaced anger makes people forget that the truth is the halftime show wasn't the problem. The problem was exposure. The problem was visibility. The problem was America being reminded that its own citizens don't all look, sound, or perform the same. And instead of embracing that, some folks panic because change feels threatening. When you've been comfortable in ignorance, right? But here's the twist. Bad Bunny didn't do anything new. He didn't want he did what every artist did. He did. He performed, he entertained, he represented his culture. The only difference is his culture is when America pretends it's foreign, even though it's not. At the end of the day, this whole situation is a mirror, a big, shiny, uncomfortable mirror. And when America looked into it, it didn't see Bad Bunny. No, it didn't see his Bad Bunny. It saw its own confusion, its own ignorance, its own lack of awareness. And instead of saying, I didn't know Puerto Rico was a part of the U.S., people said, I'm mad. That's misplaced anger. That's misdirected frustration. That's the emotional equivalent of yelling at the microwave because you burnt your food. You drink some water. make sure you hit that like and the share button. If you haven't done it already, please do so now. Please hit that like and the share button. So today's message is simple. Before you get mad, get informed. Before you complain, understand. Before you point fingers, check your facts, because sometimes the thing you are angry at isn't the problem. Sometimes the problem is what you don't know. And the halftime show wasn't a controversy. It was a geography lesson, a reminder, a wake-up call, and if that made people uncomfortable, good. Growth usually does this. We need to grow. So don't worry, I will open up the panel very shortly so we could discuss this. I want to know, what did I get right? What did I get wrong? Shout out to my God, man. Shout out to Shaq.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out the Titan Walls with the father. Tapusa had Spanish subtitles. Bad Bunny said he would, but do it in English at all out of protest. Not the same. Football Americano, sir. Yeah. Drink some more water. Good day, Myrie. So that was my thoughts on that. Jesse, you are hilarious. Also, I want to also do some review of the Darlene Ortiz, because she done recently dropped the video talking or communicating about this whole situation with her and Corey Holcomb. Because this whole situation with her and Corey Holcomb is man, his crash out is looking insane, to be honest with you. It's looking ridiculous. And she's communicating about it. As soon as I find it. All right. So I found it. Let me also tag her in it as well. Let me tag the young lady in it. It's important that we give proper respect to the people that are doing content creation, because this stuff ain't easy. God damn it. And shout out to Ms. Darlene Ortiz for holding a standard, right? For what she believes that, should be done. So recently, y'all let me know if y'all want me to find it. I don't know exactly what part. What's up, Silent? I don't know what part of the video. It was towards the end of the video. We could find it if you want, and we could play that as well. But it seems as if Darlene Ortiz, she got fired from the 5150 show. That's what it seems like. We'll find out, I guess, tomorrow night when he does his live stream, if he does it. I guess it'll be addressed. If we see her there, we know that, they were able to work through it. If we don't see her, we understand. God damn. Shout out to Time Watch. He says cancel Jay-Z and hashtag Pusha Teens. God damn. God damn. So Aries, she makes a very good point. Maya Reed makes a very good point. It's going to be hard to say that, hey, you've been there around this man for 16 years. Do you actually have a standard? You sat there for many years while he did a lot of nonsense. But maybe she drew the line when it came to depicting women as monkeys. Maybe that was her line. Maybe everything else she feel like she could stand on her own, but this one, her actually participating, maybe she felt as long as she didn't physically participate in his shenanigans, it separates herself from it. I don't know. But what it is showing is that how people can crash out when people are not understanding their own emotions. That's what it's showing. When men is particularly, right? When our black brothers out there do not understand how to channel their anger properly, they start lashing out the things that are closer to them. Right? This happened to me on Saturday night. I was on a stream. We're having a great productive build. And a bunch of brothers, they just started lashing out towards me. Like I did something to them. This misplaced anger. I ain't do nothing to those brothers. They don't even know me for real. What you talking about, Jabba? What Jabba over there talking about? So and we see it time and time again. Is a lot of our black brothers they are afraid to just deal in solutions. Like we was having a conversation, and one of the brothers came up and said, "Hey, it is no safe place for black men to go and communicate." And we said, "No, it's plenty of things you do." I gave plenty of solutions for them to attempt to see if it works for them. I said, hey, you need to start a journal. A journal is so you can focus your thoughts, so you can have some self-reflection on the day that you went through. So this way you can work on the different things, emotions that you went through out the day, the accomplishments that you did throughout the day. So journal it so you can focus your thoughts, what you want to accomplish. It's not a diary. I tell them you need to walk 15 minutes this way, and you need to walk 15 minutes that way. Do start with some 2 push-ups a day. Get that estrogen up out of you. So they need to read. Focus on the food that you're consuming. And then after I said all that, they said, F all that. I don't want to do all that. Exertion. What about therapy? Hey, if you tried all those things and it don't work, then yes, maybe you should go to therapy. And then they said therapy is for females only. That's all. Train harder. You got to get that walk in. That's all. 15 minutes in one direction, 15 minutes in the other, Robin M. And for some reason, they will fight you tooth and nail about every solution. We need our brothers to start getting their mind right. Their minds are corrupted. And Corey Holcomb is just recent findings of the corruption in their mind. The panel that was on Saturday, it was shown that a bunch of brothers have some corruption in their mind. They have a misplaced anger. Yes, you got to let it out, Robin M. God damn it. If you need to cry, go ahead and cry. Myrie said, hey, you give a black man a solution, like go to the doctor, they start cursing your ass out. Hey, Chris, you got to get over of the feeling of gay. If you feel gay, maybe you need to go and figure out if you are. I don't know. I don't understand why writing about what you're going through and what your thoughts is. So I think the issue is, Chris, right? Some people just don't know how to write and focus their thoughts, and that's probably why it feels a little feminine to you, which is it was just understood. Most people think about writing like a diary, and a diary is considered feminine. So I get what you're saying, Chris. That was just a little joke. But if you are, what you need to do is when you are writing about something for yourself, you are writing it so you can focus your thoughts. Focus on the goals that you want to set out for yourself. Goals for the month, for the day, for the year, half a year, 3 months, whatever it is. And focus those thoughts on how you can achieve those goddamn thoughts. And turn those thoughts and implement those things into real life, and how you could turn those thoughts into reality. So that's the power of the journal. So you could focus on what you need to focus on. You got to learn how to focus on the focus. Because if we don't have no blueprints, we're just outside willy-nilly. So if you're feeling gay about it, maybe you need to just learn how to focus more on accomplishments instead of on feelings. So this way you don't have to feel gay about writing in a journal, Chris. Hopefully that can help you. You know what I mean? So majority of successful men, they are writing down their thoughts. They are writing down what they need to focus on. So don't look at it as being gay. Look at it as that you are working your way to being successful. You need a plan. You cannot be out here just willy-nilly. That's crazy. Robin M, stop. This is why I be getting in trouble. This is why I get in trouble. Robin M, stop. Let me share my screen, god damn it. Y'all are insane. Yo, it is crazy. And so, and you know, it's misplaced anger when they are not attacking my words, they want to attack the sweater that I'm wearing. Right? So that's what you know is a problem for them. Robin M, stop it. This is why you get me in trouble. Yo, Robin M, that's why when I go outside of this YouTube streams, Robin M, they be ready to kick my ass. They be they really be mad at you, Robin M, but they use me as a crutch. They be Robin M. I went on to Candy Cane's podcast the other day on Saturday. Oh my God. I'm talking about a topic. And, you know, just like some of these men right now, they want to talk about my sweater. They want to talk about something else. What up, Jalen? Good day to you, sir. I'll play you. Shicey Bun, you want me to play that too? It's Shatira. She said, I seen it, Sharon. I seen it. These men are unhinged. Men like Gabe A. I don't know what's wrong with that brother. Men like Big J Triple X. I don't know what's wrong with that brother. I don't know what's wrong with that brother. I don't know what's wrong with him. Oh shit. Nah, that's crazy, Shiesty. That is crazy. Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button, please. God damn. Nobody knows Robin. It only be Shiesty Bum there, so I don't know why he banned the only person that's going to be on this channel. She the only one there that be talking to him. Robin M, she the only one that be there talking to him. So I don't know why he banned his only. It's crazy. It's crazy. But at the same time, right, with this whole Darlene situation, right? Well, we starting to recognize that a lot of women, they do this as well. Yes, Big J absolutely had misplaced anger. Gabe A absolutely has misplaced anger. A lot of these men that hit these panels have misplaced anger. This is why they cannot maintain the topic at hand, because they got so much anger and they don't know who to lash it out. And that's why they come to me, because they know I'm stronger. They look at me as a father figure. They like, God damn it, Daddy Sharon, can you help me with my anger? Yeah. They be like, Sharon, Daddy, can you help me with my anger? It'd be misplaced anger. That's right, old school. It'd be misplaced anger that these brothers have. They're not even really mad. They don't actually disagree with me. You know what? We probably would go to a not soul provider got banned too. Shout out to the victorious one. She says, "Good day. Thank you so much." Hashtag SNL. Sharon never lies. God damn it. Yeah. But let's break this down. Let's see what she says. I did not get a chance to watch it. So we will watch it together. We'll see. Let's see what she says, because I didn't get a chance to watch it yet.
Something called misplaced or displaced anger. This is when someone is genuinely angry or hurt about something or someone, but instead of directing that anger at the real source, they unconsciously aim it somewhere safer, easier, or less risky.
So let's break that down already, right? So that is very interesting. This is why I keep telling them, when we are parenting our children, this is why it seems as if your children are being rude towards you, is because they trust you. They trust you with their anger. So they will come at you as the trusting parent, and they will be a little bit more aggressive with their parent. They'll be a little bit more try things with their parents, because they have a lot of anger that they don't trust to take it outside, because outside they know what could possibly happen to them. So they'll go to their parent like they daddy, because dad is strong. Dad can understand that I'm going through something. Dad can understand my anger. Dad is strong enough to deal with my anger. So these bitches is my sons. At Tony Wally, thank you for that, Tony. At Tony Wally. So this is again that when I was on Angry Man's channel, it was a brother on there that absolutely had some misplaced anger. I was attempting to have a conversation with him, but instead of it being the topic, they were trying to move it to different goalposts because they have misplaced anger. This is why they can't stay to the topic. This is why they can't hold certain people accountable. This is all about misplaced anger. They are mad that something else is happening. And then so when I come up there and I bring out and I try to focus the conversation, they get upset. Shout out to Tony Wiley. I appreciate that, Tony. Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button. It really helps the channel a lot. Let's get back to it.
For example, right? Someone might feel powerless, rejected, or disrespected by a boss or a coworker, a partner, children, or even life itself. But they don't feel safe expressing that anger there. So it leaks out all over the place toward loved ones, strangers, or even themselves. The anger is real, the pain is real, but the direction is off.
Wow. This happens so often. This is why I do not understand it. This is why I do not understand when I was on the Angry Man channel, why the gentleman that was there, I forgot his name right now, Ease Chill or something like that. He has so much anger towards me because I disagree with him about, the topic at hand. And he couldn't substantiate his own argument. He got mad at me. Like the other brothers on there, I'm not sure if they got mad, but they were just 100% wrong. They couldn't understand that Donald Trump is his impact to society is way bigger than a Corey Holcomb, and that he has more. He got more responsibility than a Corey Holcomb, and the fact that they were attempting to compare Corey Holcomb to a Donald Trump is just ridiculous. The fact that they tried to make it seem like Corey Holcomb is a pro-black, that was ridiculous. There's a lot of fallacies that they was trying to equate to prove their confirmation bias. Yes, whoever, shout out to Tony. I agree. He said, whoever the brother was with the hoodie and glasses on have a real hate issue with himself. God damn. Y'all let me know. We could review that video as well. It's crazy out here, Tony. And it's just something that we have to address these things so people can start having a real understanding of what is going on with them. It's a lot of things happening eternally. Keep going, young lady. Good job so far.
Understanding this helps us stop taking everything personally, and it also helps us ask better questions. Like, what is this really about? Or what might be underneath this reaction? It doesn't excuse harmful behavior, but it does explain it. And that awareness gives us more emotional clarity, healthier boundaries, and a lot more compassion for ourselves and others. Here's
great point. And so this is what, but you know, at times I get beat up a lot for this situation, right? And the reason why people don't understand why I have so much patience for these brothers that come up here and try to damage the channel or damage my reputation is because I raised a lot of children, and I understand when they are pushing out all this anger towards me and I didn't do anything to them, I know is something else going on. Like, for example, when Unlike Lee lashed out and he was so upset that Sharon does something, and he cannot explain or express what I personally did to him. That is the misplaced anger. He was mad at Robert Edmund Shiesty bum. It don't have nothing to do with me. He was mad at the chat. It has nothing to do with me. And a lot of these brothers that try to interact with me, they have this other misplaced anger and they try to go at me, but really it don't have nothing to do with me at all. They just see me as somebody strong enough to help them unpack all that anger. And I get it. And that's why I do not get upset. And that's why it seems as they are being disrespectful towards me, because they have no other place to release all that anger and disrespect. Who was... You know, and that's how come sometimes they will pop in my chat with different names because they don't understand that they really want me to help them out. That's why they try to pop up in places when I go on different panels. They want some help. They don't know where to go to. So they run to these panels. Who can I run to? Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. She is doing a great job. Let's keep it rolling. Go ahead, Miss Darlene Ortiz. My bad.
Here's what it often looks like. Snapping at a loved one after a bad day with the boss or work. Being irritated at strangers when you're actually grieving, you're hurt or scared. Getting angry about small things when something big is unresolved elsewhere.
Whew, that one is powerful. And this is why they hold on to something so small and irrelevant, something that happened to them 2 and 3 years ago that they never got around it. They never got They never got through. They never got no closure of this thing that happened. It was something so small, but it festered in them for so long that it turns into a big problem later. Yes, Tony, the delusion is real. 100. Man.
Or criticizing others for traits that actually mirror our own pain and insecurity. We're all
say that again, darling.
Traits that actually mirror our own pain.
Say it one more time, darling.
Or criticizing others for traits that actually mirror our own pain or insecurity.
Or insecurities, right? And so this is why a lot of them, Royce M is one of them as well. Right, a lot of men, when they start criticizing, really they talking about themselves. Like when you hear the argument, like when I was on the panel and Gabe A was trying to criticize me of something that I did, and then we allow him to articulate the exact thing that he has a problem with me. It comes to find out that I did not do that thing that he was criticizing. So who were you really talking about? Because he said, today, Sharon, on the panel, you did X, Y, and Z. And then when he said it, everybody on the panel said, no, Sharon didn't actually do that today. He said, oh, well, that's what I heard. No, maybe that was you talking about yourself in that mirror. A lot of times when people are angered at you and it doesn't make sense, is because that is them criticizing themselves. They have no other way because they don't want to journal. They scared to journal and have a focus on the focus. It's wild to see it happen in real time. If you criticize somebody and it's not actually what is happening, then most likely you're talking about yourself. Sheesh.
Security. We're all carrying more than people realize. And most of us are doing the best we can with what we were taught or not taught, right? A little awareness goes a long way. So be gentle with yourself and mindful with others.
Okay.
When someone is consistently dissatisfied about things like cleanliness, routines, or not getting their way, the issue usually isn't the surface complaint. What's often underneath is a need for control when they feel powerless somewhere else.
Woo! A need for control when they feel powerless somewhere else. Woo! That's powerful. That's powerful, right? And I'm gonna relate it to my situation. Did I support Trump? No, I did not. So that's for Roland Anger. No, I did not support Trump. And I have a record of not supporting Trump. You could go through my videos and you could see that I don't support the man. Plenty of videos going against the man and his ideologies and his policies and his economics. It's So, and again, so that's where the misplaced anger at, right? So when they ask you questions like, did you support Trump? That is clearly that person that is asking me this question, that person probably agrees with a lot of things that Trump say. But for some reason, he personally cannot come out in the open and say how he agrees with Donald Trump. Right, Robin M. Thank you, Robin M. Thank you. And that's one thing. Robin M. She cooks me up a lot of time, but she is at least honest with me, right? I could be wrong or right about this ICE situation, how I'm seeing the ICE situation. But for sure, we know that I'm not a Donald Trump supporter. But I just don't like the idea of our people going out there and physically fighting law enforcement. I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea. So, right. And so Robin M, she's being honest. I don't agree with Sharon's ICE stance. That's it. That's all. And when we know the person cannot deal with the argument at hand, and they try to make this this lie about you. That is something deeper inside of them, because they feel powerless. They feel like they cannot go ahead and express themselves fully. So people like rolling anger. If you was to just walk 15 minutes this way and 15 minutes that way, start with 2 push-ups a day to get that estrogen away. Maybe he can articulate himself about what I actually do instead of him screaming and criticizing the mirror. I am not your mirror, sir, but I am a safe space for you to be angered. And I do get it. This is why a lot of them, they are afraid to come in because they feel like they do not have power. They want to control my show. This is why they always constantly, they never talk about what I actually done to them. They keep talking about what the chat does or what somebody else do or what bounties does. They never actually talk about what I've done to them because I don't do anything to them, but bring out the hypocrisy and they fallacy in thinking. And that hurts them. It's like a slap in the face. Great question. So why do they want power over a website they don't own, Sharon? I don't know. I don't get it. She is cooking up, though.
Chronic frustration, resentment, or entitlement, anxiety that shows up as rigidity, emotional immaturity or poor coping skills, a belief that their discomfort is other people's responsibility. So instead of managing their own feelings, they offload them onto people around them.
Man, she hitting on something right there. Yeah. She hitting on something right there. She hitting on something right there. That was good. That was powerful. I like it.
Now, here's why understanding it matters. Because when you recognize displaced anger, you stop taking things personally that aren't actually about you. You can pause and ask, what is this really about?
And that's the main situation. So when people come up on a platform and try to disrespect me and be upset with me and all these things, I understand it is not personally towards me. This is why it doesn't really bother me for real. Because I know they trying to discredit me because they're upset at something else that happened in life. I don't take it personally. Even though some things I can't allow to happen. I give people chances. Because I rather them express their anger to somebody that has the strength to deal with it than them to take it outside and hurt somebody. Because I understand that they have a whole lot of anger and they don't know how to place it in the proper place. And I don't want some goddamn strange person just to get hurt just because they feel like writing in a journal is a little feminine. Them going to therapy is feminine. Them learning it about their emotions is feminine. All like we as men, it is okay to understand that you can get angry. You can get sad. You can get happy, joy, all these different emotions. Shout out to her. She explaining this very well.
About. You gain more compassion for yourself and for others without excusing harmful behavior. So if this message helped you understand someone else better, great. If it helped you understand yourself better, even greater. Just remember, empathy doesn't require self-sacrifice, and understanding doesn't mean tolerating behavior that harms you. You're allowed to be compassionate and protected.
Yeah, I like that. You are allowed to be compassionate and protective. And that's why certain behaviors, I can't allow those characters to come back to my show. Because I got to allow myself to be protective of who I am too. At some point, I got to put we got to part ways. At some point, you just like, okay, I'm not the person that's able to help because I'm not no professional. I cannot help you with your goddamn anger. That's hilarious. Oh, shoot, that is hilarious. Oh, man. And see, in college football, right, we understand he's somebody that has a lot of anger inside him as well. Like he said that she said a whole bunch of nothing, but he's not addressing anything that she's saying. This is another form of it. When people cannot disagree with what you're saying, it's hitting them personally, or they just don't have comprehension skills. It's one of the two. When they accuse you of something, but they cannot, they don't have the proper words, they don't have the proper crayon to color the page. This is a problem that a lot of gentlemen are having because they're afraid to use all the colors in the crayon book, on the crayon box, I should say. And this is why they keep having this goddamn anger problem. It's a scary thing. Okay, so I'm guessing that's the end of that video. It's a scary thing when you think about it. It's kind of crazy. Okay. Good day, Miss J. How you doing? So another thing. So y'all let me know. Do y'all want to do we want to break down the candy cane video with these gentlemen acting all wild and crazy and having this misplaced anger towards Sharon for no reason? They tried their best to turn the show about how Sharon is a bad person. They did their best. Hey, Jay, not Hot Wheels in the building. Or should we review the Angry Bears channel about how these brothers was just ridiculous? Which one? And then again, see, this is how you know college football. Again, he would never hit the link and have a conversation about what we're talking about. But he would say Sharon is always playing the victim. I do not play a victim to anything. Me talking about what's happened is not me playing a victim. And again, this is somebody that probably needs. And he is probably somebody that went through something that he cannot get past. That's the scary part about it. All you got to do is go ahead and deal with whatever anger issues you got, because it don't have nothing to do with me. Because if I drop the link, you ain't going to hit it and have a conversation and say what you have a problem with me. I'll ask Jerome, would you hit the link and so you could explain and express the issue that you have with me? I'm going to ask one more time, Jerome, if I drop the link, would you hit the link so you can have a conversation? Because you're a grown man, from what I understand. Don't just sit there and cry and complain. If you have an issue, you can address the issue. How much you want for you to pull up, Jerome? So now he want to get paid because he feel like he's that important. No problem, Jerome. How much would you like to get paid to come up on the channel to have a conversation? I will engage. How much you want, Jerome? You want $1, $2? How much you want to come up on my platform that you hear every day cursing me out on? I'll wait. You need $5? I will send you $5. You want $5, Jerome? Would you like $5? I would send you $5, Jerome. Would you want $5? Let me know if that's how much you're looking for. Put your Cash App in the chat, and I will send you $5 so you can hit the link. Shout out to the GOAT. Shout out to the GOAT. Let me see, Jerome. Jerome, drop your Cash App. I will send you $5 so you can hit the link. Jerome ain't send it. Interesting. How about Rolling Anger? Rolling Anger said, why hit the link when the human mute button or bomb cherry might appear or get in the way? Okay, Rolling Anger. If I drop the link for you, it would just be me and you on the panel. Would you hit the link, Rolling Anger? Right on time. What up, FBA Combo? What's up, Bob? Oh, man. All right, so then go ahead. You could go ahead and do that, Jerome. You know what I'm saying? Like, go ahead. Bye. Go ahead and do it. So, Rolling Anger, if I drop the link for you, are you going to hit the link? And it could just be me and you. You could tell me what's the problem. I'm waiting. I can't hear you, Rolling Anger. Because we're going to start again. We're going to stop allowing this goddamn misplaced hate. Quiet. Crickets all of a sudden. I just said it'll be just me and you. We can have a conversation. Crickets. All of a sudden, he can't talk. Rolling Anger. It's not misplaced. Okay, so therefore that means Rolling Anger. This link is only for Rolling Anger at the time. Rolling Anger, please hit the link, and so we can see we're gonna see if the anger is in a proper place or not. We are going to see Rolling Anger. The link is for you and only you. So we're going to see you hit the link, and we're going to see if your anger is actually towards me or is it misplaced. Shout out to FBA Convo.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
FBA Convo defined us. When Bad Bunny came out, we couldn't understand the language and turned on the Xbox. God damn, that's messed up. KT the Ghost said you could pay KT the Libertarian said you could pay him $25 and he'll hate me for the next hour. So KT said, hey, listen, you could pay me for it. So y'all go ahead, y'all could pay KT the Libertarian, he got y'all. What's up, Bob? So I wanted to go into jump into this this whole nonsense with Angry Man that happened on his channel the other day. I thought that was very interesting as well. I thought it was interesting. These men, they claim that they disagree with me, but in reality, they actually agree. They just don't like the fact that it's me that they agree with. And they want people to agree with them. So they don't understand why do people gravitate to Sharon natural authenticity? And why not mine? Because you fake. This is why I don't point fingers, because when you point fingers, you have 3 pointing back at you. So when I talk to you, Rim Brothers, all the fingers point at y'all. This is why somebody like Rolling Anger would not hit the link even though he have a problem. Like I put the link specifically for Rolling Anger, and he still didn't hit the link so he can express what problems he have. It's a shame. It's a shame. When you really think about it, it's horrible that these men cannot really communicate properly. Let me see. Let me find the video of me and the Angry Rim when I was on the show with the Angry Rim. And maybe we could discuss that.
For the image of black folk.
So maybe we could discuss that because that was kind of crazy as well. And before that, me and this dude, his name is Ease Chill, we was having an issue as well. But I didn't actually catch that part on my channel. So this was this happened recently. This happened on Saturday night. And BMU said was the worst halftime show ever. Just because you didn't understand it doesn't mean that it was the worst. I mean, pretty much this was a Puerto Rico's version of They're Not Like Us. This was the Bad Bunny's interpretation of Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl. Kendrick Lamar, he was performing on top of an old school car. Bad Bunny performed on top of an old school car. Kendrick Lamar had somebody dancing on top of a street light. Bad Bunny had people dancing on top of power lines. Maybe the problem is majority of people do not understand Puerto Rico. Maybe that's the issue. Let me see where we at with these goddamn likes and all these damn things. Oh, hell no. We don't even got 50 likes? Nah. You know what we're going to do? Since y'all are crazy. All right. Y'all are insane. Rolling Anger didn't want to hit the link because he's afraid, whatever the case is. Y'all need to figure it out and hit the like button. Let's get to 100 likes.
Wireless wake up show. We get it cracking, no acting. Say what you say, but bring facts with it. I'm Sharon Bracey, come face me. All love. But we saw the case be. Boom. Boom. Hey, this the Wireless wake up show. Lights on, case closed. With sips on deck, no capping. Just proof exposed. Facts. Challenge me, let's see what's happening. We don't pretend. Nah. Sharon Bracey, come face me. Truth gon' win. Night turns to evidence. Mics, receipts in the file. We talk that street gospel. Broadcast live. Wireless wake up show. The truth unfold. Ain't no games we chase.
Okay, we doing better. We doing better. Let's get the likes up. God damn it.
The tension thick. Chat scrolling, comments heavy, they expecting this. Look, I drop a jewel, it explodes, scatter in the crowd. Boom, 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 boom. You talk tough in the ends, but vanish when it's loud. I've been smelling smoke, fakeries and fraud. Boss fronting in the streets, but the paperwork flawed. Receipts stacked tall, timelines crossing the line. This is ghetto court with a beat and a rhyme. Bring your courage, bring your proof, or get exposed tonight. I ain't
BATL, good day to you, beautiful.
I'm sure I call your name, come stand right here. It's all
right, let's go.
The case gotta end this year. It's the Wild and Wake Up Show. Wake up. on, case closed. Case closed. Receipts on deck, no capping. Just proof exposed. Challenge me, let's see what's happening. We don't pretend. I'm sure I'm bracing. Come famous. Truth gon' win. Witnesses calling, testimony heavy. Fact. City on my back. Foundation steady. This ain't petty beef. This a purge of the lies. We strip masks off. Truth televised. Every edit erased. No escape from the lens. Your moves documented, beginning to end. I'm the host with the hustle. The streets on my chest. No capping, no capping. The truth manifest.
Let's get it, y'all.
Scared when the light hit.
Let's see where we at.
Scared, hide in the shadow. Ducking the proof.
All right, we almost at 70 likes. Let's get it together. Let's get to 100.
Where the righteous get heard and the fakes disavowed. Stream overflow, donation, captive vibes. We dissect illusion, stitch timelines tight. March through the smoke, no fear at night.
Let's go. No fear. Let's get it. Good day, Corinne Mackey. Song is all right. All right. Thank you, Mike Davis. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, yeah, I think that's the real problem. Most people do not. And if y'all want, I could break down my thoughts on that again, on what I actually felt about that whole situation. I know the GOAT want to challenge me on it. And that would be great because I know he has a lot of history information. But majority of people are just afraid of the things that they don't understand. That's the real problem that they have with the whole situation. I don't see nothing wrong with the Bad Bunny situation. It was just I didn't understand the lyrics. I didn't understand the song placements of why each scene was appropriate for the songs that he had. You know, so it's okay. Not everything is, not maybe I need to learn some goddamn Spanish and learn some goddamn history about Puerto Rico. Maybe that's what it is, because it is a part of our country. It is what it is. I don't know. But just because I don't understand it doesn't mean that I should call it trash. I just don't understand it. Maybe if I understood it, I would have a better understanding to call it trash or not. He also showed in the beginning of it the sugar canes. Right? So he showed that Puerto Rico, they use sugar canes. They show that Puerto Rico, I guess maybe because I'm from New York and it got a heavy Puerto Rican situation in New York with the bodegas, the music, the cats on the goddamn bread. But at the end of the day, he is a citizen. At the end of you know what? So, it's just kind of crazy to me, to be honest. And this is why it's misplaced anger again, right? It's because America has a special talent or a superpower really for getting mad at the wrong thing, right? Like people be getting mad, they trip over their own foot and then they get mad at the floor. That's America. We don't fix the problem. We blame the nearest object, and nothing proves that more than the Bad Bunny halftime show. Right? People were mad, not confused, not curious, mad. You would have thought Bad Bunny walked out there, unplugged the damn stadium. Folks online were typing in their keyboards like it owed the money. Why is he performing? Who let this happen? This is America. Puerto Rico is America. Somewhat. This man is literally a U.S. citizen. He paid taxes. He could vote. He could get drafted. He could buy a house in San Francisco if he wants to. But somehow performing at the Super Bowl is where people draw the line. And the funny part about it, nobody had this energy for other halftime shows, right? We could go down the list of non-citizens like Rihanna, U2, Coldplay, Rolling Stones. They all are not citizens. Paul McCartney, not a citizen. The Who, not a citizen. Who else performed there? Moxie? Shakira. She is not a citizen. Y'all was all vibing and dancing and singing. Like I said earlier, I throw chicken wings at the goddamn TV and enjoy. And Bad Bunny is a man who literally is a part of the United States, and suddenly people are like, this is un-American, which is wild to me. How you mad at a citizen but not the visitors? And again, this is like you inviting visitors over to your house, and then when your cousin come in, then all of a sudden you call the cops on your cousin. This is the misplaced anger. People weren't mad at the performance for real, for real. They weren't mad at the music for real, for real. They weren't mad at the dancing for real, for real. They were mad at the idea of something they didn't understand. And instead of learning, they lashed out because it's easier to be angry than informed. It's easier to complain than Google. It's easier to yell, this ain't right, than say, wait, let me check if I'm wrong. But nobody wants to do the part. America has a habit of missing the damn plot. And Bad Bunny wasn't up there representing a foreign country. He wasn't up there as an outsider. He was up there as a guest. He was up there representing a part of the United States that America conveniently forgets until it's time to go on vacation. People love Puerto Rico when they're on the goddamn beach with a goddamn pina colada. The moment Puerto Rico shows up on a national stage, suddenly everybody's confused. Wait, they're a part of us? Yes, since 1898, longer than some states have been states. Here's the deeper part. People get mad at symbols. People get mad at symbols instead of systems. People get mad at symbols instead of systems. Instead of asking, why don't I know this? Why wasn't I taught this? Why is Puerto Rico treated like a side guest in the United States storyline? People say, I don't like the halftime shows. That's like being mad at the smoke instead of the fire. And we know this pattern very well. Every time we show up in a space we're supposed to be in, somebody gets uncomfortable. Every time we shine, somebody gets confused. Every time we take up space, somebody says, why are they there? Because we belong here. Because we are here, because we've been here, but misplaced anger makes people forget that the truth is the halftime show wasn't the problem. The problem was exposure. The problem was visibility. The problem was America being reminded that its own citizens don't all look, sound, or perform the same. And instead of embracing that, some folks panicked because change feels threatening. When you've been comfortable in ignorance, man, y'all gotta hit the like, hit the share, send some goddamn super chats, cash apps, whatever you need. Nah, y'all tripping. Maybe y'all forgot that you're supposed to support things that you rock with. Maybe y'all forgot that y'all supposed to support the thing that y'all rock with. But here's the twist. Bad Bunny didn't do anything new. He did what every other artist did. He performed, he entertained, he represented his culture. The only difference is his culture is one America pretends is foreign, even though it's not. At the end of the day, this whole situation is a mirror, a big, shiny, uncomfortable mirror. And when America looked into it, it didn't see Bad Bunny. It saw its own confusion, its own ignorance, its own lack of awareness. And instead of saying, I didn't know Puerto Rico was part of the US, people said, I'm mad. That's misplaced anger. That's misdirected frustration. That's the emotional equivalent of yelling at the microwave because you burnt your food. So again, today's message is simple. Before you get mad, get informed. Before you complain, understand. Before you point fingers, check your facts. Because sometimes the thing you're angry at isn't the problem. Sometimes the problem is what you don't know. And the halftime show wasn't a controversy. It was geography lesson, a reminder, a wake-up call. And if that made people uncomfortable, good. Growth usually does this. Let me drop this link. Let me see who disagrees. Let me see who disagrees. God damn it. Man, I don't even know we're going to get into the goddamn. All right, while I get the link, we're going to play some of this. While I get the link so I could drop it for anybody that disagrees. Yes, Dallas, I agree. I agree 100%. Let me get the link. Let me drop the link. Let me let this video play while I get the link together for anybody that disagrees with what I'm saying. If you enjoyed what I said, please send a 99-cent super sticker. You know, something simple. Just say, hey, you know what? Keep on cooking. You know what, Moxie? If you rocking with me, Moxie, send a 99-cent super sticker. I appreciate you, Moxie.
My God. Like, bro, I went to the internet and I couldn't believe it. I saw people up there. It was like, oh my God, did you see what Donald Trump just did? And I'm like, bro, y'all are more concerned about this and more outraged about this than what we saw in the Epstein files.
Because if it was actually about, you know what I'm saying, standing up for the image of black folks, then you wouldn't tolerate anybody depicting
Exactly.
black people as
Absolutely.
primates.
There you go.
Absolutely. And if you wanted to reprimand Anton for the statements that he made, the imagery that Corey Holcomb displayed would also be, you know what I'm saying, unacceptable.
But notice this, though. None of these Negroes, and I'm saying Negroes for a reason, none of these Negroes have yet to make a thumbnail with Trump. They got 3 weeks, a month worth of thumbnails and content about Anton. Let that just rest with you for a second. They have been feasting off of this Anton and Corey situation. And yet y'all are outraged that Black Jesus' cousin has been.
Just insanity. That's just insanity right there. Let me welcome to I'm gonna have a quick back and forth with Black Man Unfiltered, and then I'm gonna read the super chats. Go ahead, Black Man Unfiltered. Good day to you. What did I get right today?
Nothing. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So listen, it's not about the cultural thing because if you've never been to Puerto Rico, it's a beautiful place to go. You should go. However, it's not about the culture. It's not about the people. It's not about any of that. It's about who you have representing in those moments. And we all know, and this is why I wish that your cousin would start the show with you every morning so he can educate you on these things. Browns will need to be on the show every day because he would agree that when you take a man who is on a show who has music videos of kids sitting on the floor pressing a TV, and he shows up on the TV in high heel thigh boots and a red dress, singing like a woman, twerking like a woman, dancing like a woman, cross dressing, wearing dresses, and on. I mean, he's on magazine covers and dresses, doing videos in skin tight dresses and leather dresses and all this other stuff. This is not something that we should be promoting to our children. It's not about the culture. It's not about the people. I love people. There's nothing about culture. It's about the person you have as the representation of these things. Bad Bunny is very confused. He don't know if he want to be a goddamn woman or man. He don't know. And so my thing is, why would you put that representation there when he has a video of a child sitting on a floor watching him on TV in a red skin tight skirt dancing in high heel thigh boots? A child watching him on the TV. We have to educate ourselves about these things before we start promoting people, right? We get on Trump. We say Trump shouldn't do the monkey thing, which is correct. He was wrong. He shouldn't have done that, right? We got Anton, the situation with Anton. We got the situation with Corey Holcomb. We got all these different things happening. But who's gonna say, hey, listen, I don't think this is the kind of man I want sitting on the Super Bowl halftime show with my son watching this man, and this man's a crossdresser, and he don't know who he is sexuality wise. He don't know.
So the problem is he didn't do any of those things at the Super Bowl. That's number one.
It doesn't matter. What you represent. What you represent is what you represent. Listen, if you represent that, okay. So Donald Trump, so let's say Donald Trump said something
let's talk about before we go about those other things. Let's talk about the things that he did represent on the halftime show. Before we also have the GOAT up here as well. He represented sugarcane. That is a true thing that happened in one of their main exports, right?
I know that. I've been there.
He also showed the jury situation that they had there, right? He also had a real couple get married on the stage, or something that I know a lot of those conservatives love. He actually had two people get married on the stage. He also was talking about. He's also was showing the situation with their electricity power grid over there and how they don't have power. That was the whole purpose of them being on that goddamn up there on the power lines. All right. He also showed what's the lady name? Lady Gaga wearing that sky blue dress with red shoes and the Puerto Rican flower, the flower on her, right? She was the representation of the Puerto Rican flag with her outfit. So we are talking about what we've seen at the Super Bowl halftime show. He was just representing something that is been looked at as something foreign to America. And I don't know why we cannot just educate ourselves and say, oh, these are the things that I didn't understand about Puerto Rico versus, oh, it was just all in Spanish and so therefore I don't like it. Those same things that you are saying, it's plenty of rock and roll stars that did these shows that did way worse than Bad Bunny ever did.
That's the thing that you're missing. This is the thing that this is the thing I need you to understand. I've been talking about this for years. Even when we go to baseball games and they sing Sweet Caroline at baseball games, I say that song should not be sung at baseball games because that song is a part of the pedo community. And the reason for that is the artist who did the song, they asked him, who did you write this song for? He said, I wrote it for Caroline Kennedy, John F. Kennedy's 12-year-old daughter. The song says, touching me, touching you, sweet Caroline. I love touching you and all this other stuff. People still sing the song. So this is the thing. It's not about that, but it's about representation. People still sing this song, not knowing the history of this song. It's talking about a 12-year-old girl that he was touching in the summertime.
Now translate that to the halftime show.
The halftime show, Sharon, I think you're missing it, sir. It does not matter what happened at the halftime show. It matters the representation. It matters on the representation. If I'm a murderer and I kill 3 people and I come to church and preach a sermon on Sunday, am I a representation of murder or am I a representation of Jesus?
So let me ask a question.
It's all about the representation.
Because now I'm on the other side of what you're saying. Because on some real shit, what about last year's representation? 2 black men beefing. calling somebody a pedo, and it's, you know what I'm saying, the back and forth between black people. What our representation was poor last year. Embarrassing.
Go. Let me hear the goat conversation.
Well, just in terms of what he's referring to, because in reference to his conversation, I would say that's what our Super Bowl performance should look like. The Beyonce with the Black Panthers, some type of symbolism, some type of messaging. You ain't get that last year. So just because Bad Bunny brought that back this year for his community, I ain't really got no issues with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't like Bad Bunny. I don't like what he represents. I actually could echo BMU's sentiments on all of that. But the bottom line is I would be lying if I didn't say, well, just last year we had worse representation. We didn't need that for a Super Bowl halftime show last year. But what I wanted to come up and say for you, Sharon, so it wasn't about Puerto Ricans just not being one of us or this or that. I'm saying because they continue to vote against statehood. I think that's what creates that ignorance. They're not a state. They decide not to be a state. And so I don't think people even understand that just because you are a citizen in Puerto Rico don't mean you're one of us. They don't vote for the president. They don't vote for Congress. They ain't eligible for all the federal programs. They're not eligible for every constitutional amendment. So they're not technically one of us, although they are. So, you know what I'm saying? I agree with you when you say go get educated on it, though. But that's my only issue with kind of what you were saying was the ignorance is created by them not becoming a state. It ain't our fault.
So, and let me say this, and let me say this. I gotta get back to work. But I'll also say this: it's all about representation. Last year, 2 black men beefing. That's not right either. That's what I'm saying. Like the things that the symbolism, like you said, Beyonce and all this here. All these people who they're putting in these halftime shows don't represent what they're putting out. Right? Beyonce was on the halftime show. Sharon just said last week, hey, listen, damn, they just had the Epstein files. Jay-Z on it. Beyonce done lost 4 million followers. Jay-Z done lost 10, right? 10 million followers, right? So then that put a stain on her. Like, damn, you with this dude all these years, you don't know he was with Epstein? Right? That puts a stain on her. Or you look at Kendrick Lamar, same situation. Then you look at the Bad Bunny situation. What are we really promoting to these children when you have these people who represent these things? People like him because they saw the video of him in the dress. They like him because they see him wearing dresses on these things and cross-dressing and shit. So they like him because of that. That's why they're watching.
Okay, before you go, who give me 3 names that you would like to see at the Super Bowl halftime show?
I don't know. They're all dead. I think music today is okay, but it's not the music that stand the test of time. I think that everybody that I would like to see at the Super Bowl is dead.
Insane. Okay. Let me also, before you go, Kulu, I also got the Chicago Rilla. I know he probably want to comment.
Yeah, I'll wait on Chicago.
Nah, it's a lot.
We need an OTF Super Bowl. Shout out to Rilla.
Man, shut up.
What you got for me? Chicago.
My gasket is flabbered, man. I'm so serious. Taz said, and now I got to go back and look at this again and unpack that, right? And not that I'm questioning my stance. I just want to look at last year's Super Bowl from Taz's perspective. This year, I had no problem with Bad Bunny. I didn't understand a single word that he said, right? But we also don't understand the opera, right? For those of us that go and listen to the opera, we don't catch everything in the theater performance when we go and watch theater. And if it ever came out about who your favorite is that play with man butt or whatever, was it Rembrandt or Sharon will say whatever. I think people's entire structure would crash. And so I think as believers, right, BMU, we're called to call things out like we should, but we're also called to be the antithesis to what they represent. So I have to separate the two. With Bad Bunny is like I can call out the behavior that I disagree with, But to see somebody stand on business for their people, man, I gotta respect that, regardless of which way his dough swing. Like I gotta respect that, G. And I won't belabor the point because I'm still on stage listening with y'all, but I am going to go back, Taz, and watch Kendrick's performance because I just watched it yesterday, and then be hearing your perspective, and I respect your perspective. I just want to see what you seeing that made you say that. But Bad Bunny, hey, Sharon, you know the cherry on top for me was when he said, "God bless America," and called out all the countries in America. Cherry on top, fam. You can't come on, fam.
Bro, everybody on that show was a representation. And let's just be real, bro. Everybody in that show, if you go back and watch it, that's why we got to strip this stuff down. Everybody in that show yesterday all represented the LGBTQI community. He represented it. Lady Gaga, you know, she said she non-binary. I mean, let's stop this shit, bro. Everybody in that show that was popular in that damn halftime show was a representation of the LGBTQI. And we gotta be men and stand up and call this shit out when we see it, bro. It is what it is. Let's stop
BMU.
this shit, bro.
Hey, Sharon
We gotta
asked
stop
you. No, listen, BMU, respectfully. Sharon asked you to name 3 people you would want to see perform, and the fact that you couldn't name one Christian artist that represents your view that you would want to see perform at a Super Bowl halftime show, right? See, this is the thing. We can't have it both ways. We can't sit up there and say Holly Weird is Holly Weird and then get mad at when Holly Weird do Holly Weird things. I'm with you in principle, bro, but I'm saying we got to have viable solutions. So it's cool. I'm with you. I could easily critique too. If I got in that Christian bag, that evangelical bag, that down south Baptist bag, that Pentecostal Kojic bag, I can sit up there too and say, yeah, that's the LGBTs, that's the alphabets, that's the whoop-de-woo, blase, skip woo-woo. But where the rubber meets the road, right, is when that man asks you, well, who would you want to see? And I agree with you. Some of the artists I would want to see has transitioned too. But I could give you, you know what I'm saying? Well, actually I couldn't because I don't know who they're going to get next year, actually.
Right. Hold on, Chicago. So I'm glad
yes,
you
sir.
said that. So when you said something about gospel artists, you know why I don't say gospel artists? Because Jesus is not popular. Everybody run from the Bible. Hold on. Everybody's running from the word. Everybody running from the Bible. Everybody try to change the word. Everybody tries to say the word is different. Everybody try to rewrite the Bible. And when you say Jesus now, and I know you know the Chicago because you watch a lot of sports. And even now, when somebody after they win and they say thank you, Jesus, they're cutting them off. When you're on the award shows and people are talking about Jesus, they cut them off and go to commercial. Jesus is not popular, so there's no reason for me to bring up a gospel artist when they would never ever put Kirk Franklin in a damn just using him as an example. They would never put him in a Super Bowl halftime show. They would never put Ty Tribbett or somebody saying Jesus, Jesus, Jesus for 35 minutes. Are you crazy?
BMU,
They would never promote that.
But you didn't hear what I said. I didn't say gospel. I said Christian. Right. And if you understand that industry, you know, CCM is different from gospel.
Well, you're right. Absolutely.
Right. So that's what I was saying. Something that would appeal to that palette for those of us that side with MAGA and, you know, that I mean, you know, that side of it. There are Christian artists that they could put in there that are still living that would appeal to because they have some big hits. But nonetheless, I wasn't taking a dig. I'm just looking for the balance in it because even for me, where I stand in the faith, I have to be able to separate because I know we're in the world, but not of it. Right. So how does that translate? Right. I could call it out. And I'm with you on that part too, BMU. Yeah, we could call it out, but we also have to be the example and the light. So when that man said, hey, well, who would you want to see? Man, we should have been at the ready. You know, we should have been at the ready. Like, okay,
I got 3. Right, so I would say Lauryn Hill. Let's say Lauryn Hill, KRS, and Missy.
She ain't gonna be on time, Taz.
So yeah, because my point to you, like, because you said you're gonna go back and check it out. My point to you is last year's Super Bowl didn't have that. The messaging from last year's was more of a street hood black community. This us, we here type of vibe versus that history, respectable. This is for my people.
Lenny Williams.
Man, you shouldn't have gave me that. I wanted to go back and see. I figured that's maybe where you was coming from, but yeah, I would concede that easily. And that part, I definitely don't find fault with. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just, and that's what I'm saying. It's just
understood.
It's more of people who I think would be able to give a cultural, respectable message that are not performing at the Super Bowl. That's black. That's it.
Sharon, I think the conversation is kind of ridiculous because, first of all, BMU brought up the fact, and he's not doing it in good faith because he brought up the fact that Bad Bunny wasn't addressed. Okay, yeah. So was JD Vance, and he's the vice president of the United States.
Say what? Right? JD Vance was in a what?
Addressed. Yes, y'all can look it up on Twitter, on Google, and you'll see him in college wearing a wig, a dress, mascara, all types of shit. Right? So people voted for that. So I don't want to hear Bad Bunny's in a dress, the children, because they literally elected a president that cross-dressed like a woman. Second of all, the NFL, and if y'all watch the NFL, y'all know they're about money. They're about their dollars, and that's the only thing that matters to them. So they're not going to pick a Kid Rock. They're not going to pick a Lauryn Hill. They're not going to pick nobody that's not popping at the time in which the Super Bowl's at. For example, Kendrick Lamar. The main reason why they picked him was because he had the #1 song that was playing worldwide across the entire planet. And they used that to get more eyes to watch the Super Bowl. More eyes means more dollars, more revenue, more jersey sales, more merch, more dollars for those owners, right? Bad Bunny is the #1 artist in the world. And I had this debate with my stepdad last night because he was on BMU side. But what I was trying to tell him, it's about the money. The NFL has been steering in the direction of going international for the last, 10 years now? Games in London, games in Mexico City, right? They're trying to expand their base internationally rather more than American. And almost 40% of their revenue is now international. The main reason why they went to streaming services was international audience. And they've seen an increase in international audience and streaming services because more people can access Amazon in other countries, Peacock and other things like that. So they're going more international. So it makes money sense on why they actually went for Bad Bunny rather than a Kid Rock or any American artist, because they're just not, and when I say American, I mean like Christian, conservative MAGA, because they just don't put their money where their mouth is. And this is with any type of industry when it comes to Christian content. They just don't support it the way that others support their content. For example, that movie David that came out, like you would think with with millions and millions of Christians in this country, that they would blow that movie up, support that movie like crazy, but they didn't. You know what I mean? And it's because they don't support that type of stuff. MAGA or Christians don't put their money where their mouth is when it comes to industry. If you've seen these Christians actually go to the movie theaters, pay for the movie David, buy the stuff, then you will see more directors start going that route of Christian movies and content because it makes money. And that's my point there.
Is that cool, Lou?
Great point. And before Chicago Riddle, it also it did top Kendrick last year. Kendrick was the most watched Super Bowl halftime show, and Bad Bunny topped Kendrick by like a couple of million.
135 million viewers.
I think that's dope, man. It actually, when I get off, I'm actually gonna get off work. I'm actually gonna go back and review some of the stuff, because you're right, and I put in the chat, Sharon, I'm actually gonna be celebrating with my little boo thing in 2 weeks in Old San Juan. I didn't want to go to, hey, that's why I said when I travel now, bro, I don't want to go to where the touristy places are. I want to go and absorb the culture. So I'm interested to see what our experience is gonna be like after this performance, because I know they're gonna be on charge. But shout out to Kulu, man. Yeah, I don't want to add too much more. Yeah, shout out to you. Was that Kulu? That's why I was asking.
Yeah, that was Kulu. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to you, man, for that balanced perspective. I'm taking.
Yeah, that was some very good points. And
wait, Sharon. Last thing. I'm sorry. That's what I was going to ask you. Did you know Bad Bunny has a 90-10 split?
I didn't want to. Hey, man.
Wait. So we brag about what Master P had. We brag about Cash Money because Cash Money came in. Master P had what, 80? One of them had like 85-15. 85-15? 90-10 split?
10 is crazy. On everything, too.
Right.
That's concert sales, everything.
And he's co-owner of the label that he signed to? I'm on mute, fam.
He making hella money in his own pocket. It's going to his pocket. 90% of the revenue that he generates of his likeness and his music goes in his pocket. Insane. That is not normal. It's not normal. And I don't think the issue that I'm having, why BMU knows that this man was in a dress and I don't. That's interesting to me. I never seen that man in no damn dress. I looked at it as an opportunity for the NFL to expand to these other nations that speak Spanish. That's it. Because also the NFL also showed Germany was having a watch party. They showed Brazil was having a watch party.
Wow.
They were showing all these different countries having a watch party about the Super Bowl. So it goes with what Kulu is saying. And again, this was the most watched Super Bowl halftime show to date. Versus they had like 140 million watching it live. Versus Tapusa and Kid Rock, they had 5 million people watching it live.
Yo, hey man, don't do that, fam.
That's the name of it. It's Tapusa, and it's just okay. I'm sorry, a lot of the stuff is like it do have some rock and roll greats that I think would probably do a great show. I think Foo Fighters would be good at the halftime show. They got enough music, but it's not that many legend American artists that actually did the Super Bowl. Like I went through the list of people that performed at the Super Bowl. A lot of them were not U.S. citizens.
Yeah, Coldplay performed at the Super Bowl.
Coldplay did the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Rolling Stones did the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I remember that one.
Paul McCartney did it. U2 did it. Rihanna, Shakira.
Yeah, I don't know who. I think it's slim pickings for what they're challenged to do, and then understanding that the halftime show brings in more views than the actual game itself. Which this is the 9th day of Black History Month. Fun fact: the halftime show that y'all enjoy, critique, criticize, or whatever else was started by a black man, and I'm not talking Michael Jackson. Due to knowledge. Shout out to Living Color, Keenan Ivory Wayans.
Also, I have Smitty in the building. Good day, Smitty. What's your thoughts?
Damn thing right now. I'm folding clothes.
Okay. And I think people just need to recognize what he actually like. Let's just dissect what he actually performed versus all these other things that we don't like or dislike about this man. What's another thing that I found very interesting that at his show he had a lot of Puerto Rican stars there that we didn't even recognize. Like Cardi B was there in the camera.
Yeah, I saw her. Who
Carol G. Carol G. I don't know if you know her. Big
Ricky Martin, Rick
I saw
Pascal.
Ricky Martin.
Well, he actually performed.
was there.
Jessica Alba, she was there in the show.
She was what?
Jessica Alba was there dancing.
I've never seen. I might be twisted because I was trying to figure out her ethnic makeup, and I didn't.
Yeah, she Puerto Rican.
I never saw her embrace that side though. But yeah,
and she can't dance like one neither. So that's probably why.
that might be why.
Also, Pedro Pascal, the new Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four, he was there dancing as well. And all these big, major Puerto Rican stars were there. And I thought it was interesting that that we didn't even recognize them. Like nobody's been talking about how many of these major Puerto Rican stars that were there. They blended in so well with, I guess, the culture, how they look, and maybe they all look alike and not us.
No, because I saw different hues. Like even from the clips that I seen, I didn't watch. I watched the performance. I didn't watch the game per se. I'm still with Cap, but I did watch the. Yeah, I'm still with Cap. Even in Chicago and what the season the Bears had, I'm still with Cap. But I watched and yeah, he had different hues in there from what I could see.
Yeah, I mean, and he really, to me, I guess maybe growing up in Brooklyn with all the bodegas and everything, for me,
This is normal for you.
it's kind of right. It was kind of
Yeah.
normal to see these different things and the way how they wear jewelry and stuff like that. I thought it was dope that somebody actually got married there. I thought that was pretty dope.
That was dope. Yes, that was dope.
You
And the
know,
story
so-
behind that, right? They invited him. He couldn't come out, so he invited them to his
Right.
Super Bowl performance. And let me tell you this, Sharon. I think our Puerto Rican Day Parade is in June, and it's
Yeah.
normally on the west side. That
Mhm.
joint finna be turned. They
It's
finna
gonna
act a
be
fool.
turned
Oh,
up.
they finna act a fool.
And anybody
this
that
year.
visit New York to go to the Puerto Rican Day Parade, make sure you leave before the nonsense happens because it's going to happen. But you got to get there early, enjoy the festivities. When that float past you, go home, God damn it. Because when they open up the gates, it gets wild out there. It'd be a whole bunch of fighter complexes out there, man, because the Dominican Day Parade is not as good as the Puerto Rican Day Parade. It is what it is. Welcome to the show, Shadow, the Titan Wilds. Let me read some of these super chats before Shadow jump in there. We got the CKJ 3731 with the 499. Drake is from Canada. And if you listen to Kendrick's song, he explains how Drake is cosplaying Black American culture. That is a great point. Also, we got Justice 5897. What does he say? He says, most of opera praises pagan gods, devils, and war. Bill James, 499. Why do we need a concert for the halftime show? Let some marching bands do the show. God damn it. Because it's money. Corinne Mackey with the 199. Keep on cooking. I got $1. Hey, hey, hey. I got $1. I got $1. It's Shatira with the 499. Super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Shout out to Moxie Wist with the 499. Keep cooking, my NYC brother. Thank you so much, Moxie. I really appreciate you. Shout out to Robin M with the 999 super sticker. Thank you so much, Robin M. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Dallas 2221 with the $2. Thank you so much, Dallas. The Chicago cook. Also, we got DC. Woo! 2095. Sharon, you being disingenuous. This is about how a political party blacks have given their blood, sweat, and tears to with no return on investments is now trying to replace us in our history. Interesting. I do not see that happening with the Super Bowl halftime show. FBA Convo with the $5. When Bad Bunny came out, we couldn't understand the language and turned on the Xbox. Lord.
Anyway, Sharon, that last super chat for 10 from my bad. Go.
Yeah, the last one. Shiesty about the 199. Bad Bunny sucked. He needs to be deported for that. You can't deport a citizen, god damn it.
Is that Shiesty? Shiesty ain't nothing if that was Shiesty that sent that. That $10 one though that you had up. I'm trying to figure out which Puerto Rican is trying to replace us.
Right.
And then if Taz's still up here, because I did want to hear, because again, I'm similar to most people, right? I'm not that well versed, and I'm actually deep diving into what I need to know before I go visit. Again, I'm not the one to sit up by the pool or on the beach and sip pina colada. Like I want to go experience the culture and the people. I want to know the food. You know, obviously the language is the language, but you know, I just find it interesting which Puerto Rican is trying to replace us, and then how do we find fault with the people that were colonized, right? And because I understand what Taz is saying, that they it's almost so. Sharon, would you equate them to like the Virgin Islands, right? Like they're not a state per se, but they've been colonized.
Yeah, and also they can vote if they have a U.S. residency. So if they live in New York City, they can vote.
Yeah, I just
so you know it's a difficult conversation. I get it that they don't want to be state. It's a difficult conversation. However, they was a part of the U.S. in 1898.
But what's the reason why they don't want to be a part of the state? And I'm pretty sure it's rooted in something. Right?
Yeah, right. And that's a whole different deep dive.
But we extracted the resources, though. We extracted the resources for sure, though, right?
Yeah, that's a great question. Maybe
I
that's
get what y'all saying.
down. And also, let me say, with the 10 out of Shadow, the time wild with 10 out, my pending F-bombs and N-words. With that being said, go ahead, Shadow. Then we got Uda, and then I'm gonna bring somebody up. Go ahead, Shadow.
Yeah, dog.
So I'm gonna go ahead and keep it a buck. The issue with Bad Bunny has shit to do with his performance at all. It's the fact that before the Super Bowl, he was on a rant about how Spanish is his native tongue and how he's not gonna use, because he has some songs that are partially in English, but he said he would not do any of them because of his feelings about ICE, which is whatever. Feel how you feel. But even football in other Spanish languages, it's football Americano. So get the fuck out of here. That's number one. So like I said, the issue isn't the fact that he just didn't want to. He's not trying to be still black culture, even though he does Latino rap. The dude has some good songs. I was expecting the nigga to come out in a dress. That's number two. Like, we're gonna keep it a buck because that's what he does. He does a lot of shock value. But as I said, even people who speak, my little brother Andres, he actually speaks Spanish. He's Puerto Rican when we adopted him. So Bill's like, I don't even understand what the fuck this nigga's talking about. That's number three. So like, I understand you're saying what's the Puerto Rican history. No, it's even the Tapusa, as you call it, had Spanish subtitles. Like, come on, bro. At a certain point, you're kind of waving your dick at people for no reason. Like, it should have been a good last year, and he had to follow Kendrick Lamar last year. Yeah, he had a big stage to stand on anyway that he wasn't gonna reach. The game was trash. His performance was trash. There we go. I land.
Yeah, Uda, go. Then I'm gonna bring somebody up.
Yeah, I woke up and seen the performance. It was it was whatever it want to be with that. But I think it's a lot of misplaced anger sometimes, though. Whatever he did for his own people. He did to make his own stand. And sometimes we have chances to make our own stance, and we don't want to make no stance. So based on even what Josh just said, he said, you know what? If it's based on the ice and all that, then I'm gonna sing my thing in Spanish. Well, then he's making a stance, so that I can't knock him for that. So whatever, we need to be taking our own stances for shit right now, locally around us right now. So I can salute that. But for me, it's like a lot of misplaced thing because Kendrick was before that, but who was before Kendrick? So this is where even Kula was talking about, right? How they pick the most popular person. No, they don't. Because the person that was before Kendrick was who? And he was like number 15, 16, 17, 18. Usher Raymond, after he was allegedly burning down the place or whatever the case allegedly was happening with him. And we already know he allegedly is whatever you want to say. Other people allegedly. Right? But
no, he had that residency in Vegas. He had that residency.
Don't matter. Where the smoke for him for that. The man running around, burning down the place, allegedly, like he said, and a bunch of things was going on with him, right? And we could all testify that we probably think he, whatever we want to, and we ain't knocking nobody. But we could get to that if we want to get real, right? But when we look at it, it's not just about that. That shit is some ritualistic stuff, man. It's either we going to allow our people to watch these types of stuff or not. Because I could bring up one of them for a fact, which made me for a fact, this is years ago, maybe like 8-9 years ago, of one of them, and Justin Timberlake was performing at it. And it just showed you something, some symbol that shit just popped up and you see for your own selves. That's some ritualistic shit. It is what it is. We don't plan for it to change. All these award shows, these ceremonies, all of them are the same thing. So what are we mad at? All we can do is not watch that no more because I got a screen share in the back right to the part, and I want everybody to tell me and show me. And this is 8-9 years ago, Super Bowl, and tell me what y'all see in this image, and tell me that these people ain't been playing in our face the whole damn time. Right? Woo. Okay, I'm a screen share when y'all ready. Gad, y'all talk though. Salute to y'all.
All right, let me also welcome into the
Shout
show.
out to Uda.
Welcome into the show, Brownsville, New York. Good day, sir. How you doing today?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room. Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Shiesty Bum, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, it's me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, the Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Victorious One, Zero Tolerance, the Voice of Venus, the Verbal Assassin, Maya Reed, Keisha G, Renee, Dawn, Fantasy Island Girl, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Listen, cuzzo, this is
People be
a dope
mad when you
show.
do that, Brownsville. They be mad that you do that. They be like, "Yo, that's crazy, bro." I think that's so crazy, bro.
Yeah, and they
people
can
be
stay
mad at
mad.
that.
And Uda.
That's crazy.
It-
Saluting our
it's
people. Why we can't salute our people? Like it's crazy. It's weird to me.
right. And what we talking about today? We talking about fake outrage, right? We talking about misplaced anger, right? So, cuz if you ask me what I thought of the Super Bowl halftime performance, I'm gonna say this. This is gonna be controversial. It's probably the best Super Bowl halftime performance ever.
Cat dog.
And I'm
Exactly, Brownsville. Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why.
Mm.
Even though I did not understand a word that was being said, I was proud, right? Because this brother, Bad Bunny, he had the courage, the confidence to represent his culture in all of the solid aspects of his culture unapologetically. And he did it brilliantly, right? So you talked about how he had two different couples getting married. You talked about how he celebrated, their contributions to this country in a multitude of ways, right? From, the sugar cane to the vendors selling food and drinks. And then he even saluted the boxers, right? Because we all know that Puerto Ricans love boxing, Mexicans love boxing. So it was dope that he had Xander Zayas, who was a Puerto Rican young boxer, and then he also had Emilio Vargas there, who is Fernando Vargas' son.
That's who
right?
they were? Oh, I was wondering who they were. All right, cool. That's a good thing.
Right. So he had a Puerto Rican boxer and a Mexican boxer who is probably going to be squaring off soon. So imagine what that does for them, right? This guy showed everybody the importance of celebrating your culture in an unapologetic way, right? So I gotta salute him 100% because the GOAT Taz is 100% right. See, the reason why you had a lot of MAGA people and even some black conservatives say and that the performance was un-American, right? And then you had President Donald Trump get on the platform and say it was a disgrace to the nation, right? And the reason why they were so loud and wrong is because they have a problem whenever people are willing to celebrate their own culture and do so in an unapologetic way and rebuke against assimilating to white culture, right? Which is what GOAT was he alluding to when he was on that back and forth with Chicago Rilla, right? We talked about how Kendrick Lamar, right? This brother was allowed to do the Super Bowl. Why? Because he's beefing with another black man, right? And they will never call that un-American or disgraceful. The reason why is that's what they want our culture, Black American culture. They want us to represent that. So they don't mind putting us and highlighting us, putting us on the number one stage if we are the personification and representation of degenerate Black culture. Which is why in the 90s, you would have never seen Public Enemy grace the Super Bowl stage because he was encouraging us to fight the power. You would never see De La Soul getting that type of publicity because those brothers was talking about me, myself, and I, and looking at the mirror and being proud of what you see when you look at the mirror. You would have never seen an artist like Arrested Development grace that stage because they're talking about how we need to get together and recognize we are everyday people, right? Stop criticizing us because we don't have the same ideology. We're not a monolith. We come in different shades, different thoughts, right? They want to put us in a box. And a box that they don't mind highlighting is the degenerate box. This is why I'm so impressed with Bad Bunny, and I'm so happy for the Puerto Rican people, because he is an example of you don't have to let that be the narrative, and you can create your own narrative, and you can celebrate your culture and do it in a correct way, right? So all that stuff BMU talked about is null and void when it came to this performance. Because yes, I don't like the LGBT references and cross-dressing and all that stuff, but he didn't do none of that stuff during the performance, right? Because he probably looked at it as, that's not what I want to highlight. I want to celebrate my people, and I want to do it in a decent and decent. I want to do it decent and in order, right? And to my last point is, I love the ending of the message, right? Because when I went back and got the translation of what he was saying, he was talking about a unified America. He was saying, hey, we need to all come together. You can't cast out Puerto Ricans. You can't cast out Mexicans. You can't cast out anybody who's American just because they of a different culture, right? So he was bringing all the cultures together. And then guess what? The USA flag was leading the way. So he wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but he was letting the world know that we're here as Puerto Ricans and we're not going anywhere. And I think our artists need to use that example and take it to that level in which he took it. Stop assimilating to placate white culture and start being a true celebratory figure of the positive and productive wings of your own culture. Peace and love, man.
Shouts to Brownsville on that one, man. Yeah, I'm the back and forth with me and Taz on the Kendrick Lamar. I have to go back and look at that performance now, but I knew that's the angle that Taz was coming from. And again, I still don't have an issue with Kendrick's performance nor highlighting. I know, listen, we often degrade, not degrade. We assess 2024 and we say, oh, that was the battle. And I'm only saying this, and Sharon may understand this too, from a music business perspective. If I'm Jay-Z and I'm at the helm of picking the acts for the halftime performance, then yeah, you going with what the hot conversation is. You're going with who had. Sharon, you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, that was awesome. And and so this is it's on mute, y'all, so we won't get hit with no copyright.
Yeah, I muted it. I muted it, right? But it just shows your performance, right? Now, this is of Justin Timberlake, and he's performing at the awards, and this is supposed to be a celebration to Prince. But remember, before Prince ever passed away, Prince also said, you see how like they did the Tupac with the hologram and all the Coachella type stuff? Prince said, I don't want to be a part of that type of stuff. Okay, don't do that with me. Prince is known to say this, right? Boom. So look, so they flip it though. They don't do that, no figure type stuff, but they do this sheet thing. So this is the Prince. This ain't really Prince. This is the other Prince, right? Because remember, Shaitan is also the Prince of the world, right? So it's the same thing. So it's an ode to what they ain't. So look, you see it before. Look, Prince ain't got no guitar, nothing, right? He just dancing around spinning. Look. So who's the figure that's gonna pop up? Look. And this is what they all are about. So it's not like, you know what I mean? I ain't even trying to make y'all believe nothing. Just look for yourself. Straight. Watch. The whole city turned this color. You go Google that color and see what that color is about too. Real stuff. Look, that's not Prince no more. Look, it's not Prince. But watch it spin, and then it's Prince again. Watch this thing.
It do look like a tail.
Look, you can see.
No, that's
Look,
what I
but
was
watch
saying
it. Look,
earlier, though.
watch.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Look. It's gonna spin and be Prince now. Look, that's not it. Shut up, bruh. Get out of here, bruh. He didn't have no guitar either. So now he got a guitar. Stop. Look, bruh.
No, but that's what I was saying. Okay. With BMU, I was saying, why are we surprised when Holly Weird does Holly Weird? Like that part we know. Now, I understand from your perspective, you are imparting knowledge to the deaf, dumb, and blind maybe on this. But as you know, for the believers, like why we surprised when Holly Weird does what Holly Weird does? You know what I mean?
That shit is deep, bro. That shit is deep. You know what I'm saying? Word, bro. And even in that shit, even in the sheet, it's like you can see like a face. This shit is crazy. But I'm just trying to show you that's what these things is about. That's what those things is about, bro.
Absolutely. Welcome to the show, the beautiful Bomb Cherry Juice. What's your thoughts on it, beloved?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Sharon. Good morning to the chat and the panel.
Peace, Bomb.
Yeah, see, hey, yeah, I can't see everybody. Who that was? Rilla?
Yes.
Oh, hey, good morning, Rilla. So I just want to say that I enjoyed the show, the halftime show. It was meaningful, even though I didn't understand what he was saying. I can visually see what he was talking about, and he had already mentioned unity already. Now, I want to talk about what Brownsville said about Kendrick, because y'all seem to have short memories, right? Kendrick was also about Black people being Americans, and it was also about unity. Now, just because that one song was the one everybody wanted to hear at the end, there was many songs in between them. Remember, he was uniting the Black with the Latinos or whatever they are in California. Remember, so he had an album that dropped where it was a mixture of all kinds of things, and it was about Black positivity. Kendrick is Black positivity, so that is him. Would you rush me? Would you tell me to go ahead? Was I going too long? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure what you pointing at. So yeah, I know everybody have their opinion and everybody have a right to their opinion, but I agree that, like in America, right? In America, there's different cultures, and like I was grateful when they allow us to put on a show, but they hate everything we do, because last year they was tearing Kendrick to shreds. When Beyonce went, they was tearing her to shreds. Even when Prince, they was tearing him to shreds, because anything other than white on that major stage is a bad thing in America.
I agree 100%. I picked that up as well, and that's why I thought it was good. I'm in the same boat as majority of people that didn't understand the words but understood the imagery where he was attempting to push out there. Just show this forgotten culture that people in America act as if Puerto Rico is foreign, where it's not actually a foreign situation. Shout out to the cash app. It says, for Puerto Ricans or Americans, Bad Bunny co-op PRs. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the truth of the matter.
And I think, Bomb Cherry, you're correct, Queen, when you say that he had a message, right? Kendrick did. But I think sometimes your message can get overshadowed by how popular culture views what you're there to do, right? So I think Kendrick Lamar wasn't perceived as a threat, and his message wasn't perceived as threatening to the status quo, because what most people know Kendrick Lamar know what he's most known for now is getting into that beef with Drake and calling him a PDF file.
No, that's
right?
not true.
That's what most people know Kendrick Lamar for. And I'm not talking about your people, Bomb, people who understand and appreciate rap music. I'm talking about the casual fan, right? The casual supporter. That's what he's most known for, right? That's why those videos where you see white people rapping that song and dancing to that song, they always go viral, because that's when you mention Kendrick Lamar, that's the first thing they think about. So that's how sometimes your message can get convoluted because of that. And I think you know, what I appreciate about Bad Bunny, we didn't hear no profanity, right? And I don't know if he was speaking profanity, because he probably was in Spanish, but we couldn't understand it, which I appreciated, right? And then I appreciated how he was celebrating women and children, right? He gave one of the kids a Grammy, and reportedly the kid he gave the Grammy to was a kid who was wrongfully detained by ICE, right? So he did a lot to uplift his culture, and his message is not going to be convoluted by anything else, which is why I think it was intelligent and very smart of him not to do anything LGBT, because if he did, then that's how his message would have got missed, right? Because everybody would have been talking about him in a dress as opposed to him celebrating the culture of Puerto Ricans.
They are talking about him in a dress, and also Kendrick didn't use no foul language neither, right?
Yeah.
Like you missed the you.
Yeah,
I'm
he
not sure
censored
if you
himself,
saw it,
Bomb.
Get La Bomb Land. Get Lime Land, Bomb.
but he came out that car. They looked like American citizens. It ended up being American flag. It was nothing but positive. He had another black woman on there with him. Nothing but black people on that stage, and Puerto Rican, Mexican people on that stage. It was about unity. So I'm not. You must have missed that show.
So Bomb. I
No,
just
I
want to
didn't.
I just want to just tap just a little bit on what Bomb is saying, right? Because I would say what Kendrick was doing is threatening as well, because you said it's less threatening. Actually, it's very threatening right here on our own soil, because what Kendrick did was bring and unite a lot of different gang members, different people from different gangs there that usually would be beefing with each other.
Well, that
Some
was
of these
the pop
people
out,
started to create music together. I'm just saying, we had a time
Yeah.
that these people weren't even linking with each other. And we
Yes.
understand that one of the most things that got us unalived and will get us unalived is us coming together, point blank, period.
Yes.
Whatever else you want to say or do, we know us
Yeah.
doing that is unalived probabilities is raising for whoever. We just get that, right? That's just a fact. So I think that is also threatening when you bring in people together that's supposed to be the people that's pushing the negative, the gangs and all of that. And you're trying to push that to unify that in any way. I think that's a threat. You know what I mean?
Well,
And also,
here's what
I
else
think
I
we
was.
can't
Go ahead.
get Rilla.
No, you go ahead, Sharon. No, please.
And I think that we also can't forget the fact that he was using Uncle Sam as a double entendre.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And Uncle Sam was narrating the whole situation between the difference between black folks are, doing it the right way versus being just American versus being the ghetto versus being all these all different aspects of what black is, and how he was navigating it through his songs as well, of the rawness of being in the street life versus being in the industry versus being on the actual world of America as well. So no, I think Kendrick painted a beautiful picture of a history of black folks imagery in America. That's why he said, is he really going to do it? And like all of that was encompassing the black situation in America, especially.
And
at
I'm not
that
disagreeing with that, cuzzo. But the
No,
problem
but
is,
hold on,
when
hold
he
on, but I
asked,
wasn't
is he
finished.
really going to do it? He
Let me
did
just
it,
finish. And
right?
so let me just finish it, cuz. And so the issue is when you could see it in Bad Bunny as unity and Kendrick that it is not, is that also Bad Bunny had men dancing with men. And so people can interpret
he did
that as something else, even though in his culture, men do that. Straight men do that in his culture. That's a part of they dancing, that the way how they dance. So it can be confused as that. So we also got to make sure we pay attention to that part as well. And because of the ICE situation, all those things that we are pointing out is getting missed by majority of America, because they are just so mad that he has this ICE situation going on with Donald Trump. Go ahead, cuz.
Nobody's talking about the double entendre of Uncle Sam today. Nobody's talking about him unifying the Bloods and Crips and all that stuff today. They still out there gang banging, killing each other right now. Nobody is talking about all of this stuff y'all are celebrating about what he did and the images he put up there, right? What people are still talking about right now is beefing and him beefing with Drake and how J. Cole didn't get into the beef and he needs to be ignored and all this buffoonery. That's
Man,
my
nobody
issue.
talking about that.
That's my issue.
Wait,
Hold on, Queen. I'm gonna land it. I'm gonna land it.
Talking about.
I'm gonna land
Just
it by
let
saying
land
this.
it.
I'm gonna land it by saying this, right? I think it's important for us to totally disconnect from the degenerate side of our culture being highlighted in a worldwide public view or worldwide public consumption, right? Which is why I mentioned that I would like to see artists that was only interested in promoting us in a positive way being highlighted, because I
Like
believe
Kendrick.
that's what Bad Bunny did. And Kendrick, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Because he did it, and he called that man a PDF file, and he rapped those lyrics that
Didn't you
were
call that man a
that
PD
were
file?
very.
Okay, that's okay.
No, he did, Bomb. Go ahead, Brownsville, because I really do want to hear his point so I can
Hell,
respond
you
to it.
talking about he did? Don't tell me he
He
did.
did.
I
He
heard
did.
the performance
In the song, he said.
Bomb, I literally
in
just
the
watched
song,
it.
but I thought we talking
No,
about
I'm talking about the
performance.
Super Bowl performance. He
Yes, y'all
literally
got
did
it.
the
Y'all
hey,
got it.
say Drake, I heard you like I'm young. He did the whole certified lover boy, certified. Yeah, he did it.
He said certified PDF file. He literally said it, in the song. He say it, and it's okay.
I was wondering if everybody else saying that.
No. That's the A minor part.
Oh,
Bomb.
the A minor. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
so he
I
literally
promise you, I just watched it the other day. I looked under the comments and they was doing a whole who's here a month later, who's here, prior to Bad Bunny performance. Like they did all that. Go ahead, Brownsville. My bad, brother.
Yeah, he literally said it.
Nah, y'all got it, because I don't I don't want for the panel to become so emotional. Because I feel like when we have these types of discussions,
There you go.
we want to
Not we
bring emotion
emotional.
into it instead of just attacking the point, right? My point is, I would like for our people to highlight nothing but the positive aspects of our culture for once. That's all I'm saying. And if that's a problem, then it just goes to show we have a long way to go. Peace and love, though.
No. I think you're right in that respect. And I think when you brought up Beyonce, and maybe it was Taz that brought up Beyonce and the Black Panther, like I'm with that, right? But I also find value in people that will bring up the overlooked and underrepresented portions of our culture. Right. So when Kendrick was showcasing the Bay Area, which is really kind of what GNX is based off of, the hyphy sound, that whole Bay Area sound, I found value in that. And I also respected the fact that Jay-Z was a conduit to bring this type of messaging, right? So I know people get stuck on the battle. The battle was a marketing ploy, right? And it is what it is. Like we didn't have this type of outrage with LL Cool J and Kool Moe Dee. We didn't have this outrage with LL Cool J and Ice-T, or Busy Bee and Kool Moe Dee, right? Or Cannabis and LL, like Jay-Z, and we still, Brownsville, to this day, we still talk about Jay-Z and Nas. Right? We still talk big and
on Nas against the whole Queensbridge.
Right. Like it is part of the culture. And that's what I was trying to reconcile with BMU as believers. Cause I mean, and again, I'm a hip hop head. I went out and bought what's the name the other day? De La Soul, Cabin in the Sky vinyl, and Jay Dilla Welcome to Detroit on 12-inch. I got the 45 set. I needed that 12-inch, right? Pause. And so my point being is, how do I reconcile this stuff though? Right. And so what I thought that Kendrick did was open a door to make it a little bit more palatable for a Bad Bunny. Because guess what? Because people were used to doing deep dives on the performance from last year and all the symbolism, guess what we're talking about today? What did those sugar canes mean? what did that mean when he walked out and said, God bless America, and then named all the countries in the America continents, right? So I think it's I don't necessarily think it's good to compare the two against the other. Like, I think there's a continuation. Now I am more curious to see how they're gonna follow up next year, and they can't keep going the route of all the symbolism and political stances. But I think overall, Kendrick did his thing. I found a lot of value in that, and Bad Bunny definitely did his thing. I found tremendous amount of value in that. There's a ton of stuff I don't know about PR. I'm on mute.
Before you go, Bomb, let me let Otis get a chance, because you know he might not have long. Go ahead, Otis. Who?
Your phone acting up.
These men were live.
Go ahead, Otis. Who? We can hear you.
Hey, Otis.
You just muted yourself. You muted yourself.
Look like you messed that up.
Yeah.
Can I go now?
Well, yes, impatient Bomb. Go ahead.
Really quick, because when I said that he didn't say that, and then somebody said, "Yes, you did, Bomb," and I just saw it. What he said was certified boogeyman. So, we all know that. First of all, he didn't.
When he said, "I'm a certified boogeyman," he was talking about himself, and then he said, "You are certified pedophile."
There's no certified boogeyman in Not Like Us, Bomb.
There's
know.
No
certified
he
boogeyman.
replaced the word pedophile with boogeyman. That's what he did.
Okay, Bomb.
I just watched it. He wasn't. He didn't say one cuss word in that whole performance.
That's a fact. He did not. He censored himself.
Right.
In fact, he said certified woo. He didn't even say the word, but he definitely still implied certified P.
He said what?
He changed it to
because Bomb said certified boogeyman. So what are you saying? Shadow the wasp. What did he say?
He said, "I'm a certified boogeyman, certified." Ooh, he literally he censored the word.
So where's
the word, and then he go wop 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 wop. Yeah, so he didn't use the word at all.
And that's but we know what the word is.
Oh yeah, we know that, but I thought
so you saying that you just saying that he physically didn't say is what you're saying. He personally censored the word, even though everybody else knew the word and everybody saw the word.
Yeah, he censored himself throughout the entire performance.
That's what you're saying, Bomb? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, I thought that's what we was talking about, because we don't even know. So now we up here, we couldn't even understand what one man was saying at all. So we don't know even if he used cuss words or if he censored himself, which I'm quite sure he did. And we putting that up against and saying that,
that's a good point,
Kendrick. And so that's what I'm talking about. And
hey, Bomb, no, he did curse. I mean, he didn't curse, but if you look at that, the screen behind him, Bomb, where it said, the screen behind him, the last messaging on that screen in Levi Stadium, where it said the only something for hate is love. When they had the lyrics from his songs transcribed in Spanish, and when there was a curse, it was all of the symbols. Does that make sense? Like all of the symbols where the curse would be. So you're right, Bomb.
Thank you for interrupting me and tell me I'm right. I forgot what I was about to say, because wow.
Bomb, you was literally making the point that you didn't know if he cursed or not. I was actually affirming.
I didn't make a point that I didn't know if he cursed or not.
You said that, Bomb.
Okay, it's okay. Let's just move it forward. Let's move it. Go ahead.
Who are you are you talking about Kendrick, or are you talking about the guy?
Bad Bunny. You were saying Bad Bunny.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what I said is we don't know what he was saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you say I don't know if he cursed or not, I don't know if he cursed or not, and I don't care if he did. I'm quite sure he didn't, though.
No, but he did. So what word he cursed?
I don't know. It's all the songs.
Says that in the transcribe of the situation, it blanked out the words to show that he represented a curse in his language, but in English they muted it. They explanated.
Oh, they booted. They got
explanation.
it
Right.
out.
He muted himself, but they had the words, right? Because the whole performance was in Spanish, right? On the big screen, the Jumbotron, they had the translation, not in English, it was in Spanish. So when there was a curse where we would replace curses for symbols, that what was represented on the screen. So I was actually agreeing with you, saying you're right. That's all.
Okay, I thought you said. So did he mute himself or did he cuss?
No, he said the curse word, and
Oh, okay.
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 And but
go ahead.
So, but the whole thing of that Bad Bunny was also. I just don't see the fact that Kendrick wasn't represented in a positive way, and Bad Bunny was represented in a positive way when they had the damn near the same Super Bowl performance. It damn near mirrored everything Kendrick did to the T. They both danced on top of a old classic American car. They both, one was on a street light, one was on an electricity pole. They had dances. Kendrick had dances. Kendrick had a female singer. Bad Bunny had a female singer. Like it's literally damn near mirrored everything. Kendrick had a famous black star dancing in the show. Bad Bunny had famous Puerto Ricans dancing at the club too in the goddamn screen. Like it's damn near the same exact Super Bowl performance. It's just one is Puerto Rican and one was black, in my opinion. Let me also welcome into the show the Voice of Venus, and then maybe we can have Voice of Venus. What's your thoughts?
Am I in? I can't see myself on the screen.
Yes, you there. Yes, you here.
Okay, yeah, you kind of made the point I was gonna make. When I heard Brownsville say this is the best performance to date, I find that extremely disrespectful to black people. Like extremely, first of all. And yeah, the point you just made is what I was going to say. His reason was he said because he stood on his culture unapologetically, which he did, but Kendrick did the same. Literally, that's what I thought. Like, wait, Kendrick had people crip walking, the outfits, the khakis, the Chuck Taylors, the hanging out on the light poles, the like literally all of the symbolism was about his home culture, and then the broader point with the Uncle Sam was about Black American culture. And it's just interesting to see a black man be like, "This is the best thing you've seen." Like out of Michael Jackson, like I cannot understand that. And the other thing is like we have to be very careful because prior to Kendrick doing that, unless somebody can correct me, there's no other artist who implemented symbolism, storytelling, in that way prior to Kendrick. So Kendrick was the first like innovative one to actually do it. But then we're giving someone credit for something we didn't even understand as the best. That makes literally no sense to me. I don't understand it.
So yeah,
Well, let me respond to that because
Beyonce was the first, I think.
yeah, Beyonce did it. She also did a lot of
What
black
did she
imagery
do?
as well. She showed, but let Browser respond, and we'll let you know exactly what she did. She did a lot of black imagery, actually. But we'll let Browser get a chance to respond to you, Venus, and then we got Otis, who he finally got a good connection.
the one thing that we're not talking about with Bad Bunny, we're not saying that he's beefing with Mira Loco. We're not saying that he was highlighting Puerto Ricans involved in a violent dispute with one another, right? He's not highlighting any form of division within his culture. The only thing he promoted was unity within his culture, right? And it disappoints me that Black people, we have this mindset that we have to bring the culture to totality. We got to talk about the good and we got to talk about the bad. We got to talk about the productive, but we can't leave the degenerate behavior alone. To me, that shows that we got far to go when it comes to what we think is the best representation of our worldwide image, right? And I don't think
this is crazy.
Beefing or fighting against one another is the best representation of our worldwide image going forward. Yes, Kendrick Lamar did all of those things y'all said he did, but the overarching message that is going to stay with everyone in the world that's not a diehard hip hop fan is the beef between Kendrick Lamar and Drake. Peace and love.
So if I told you that,
Hold on, Bob.
Okay.
Gabby.
That's not true. So that might be the overarching message for you, but me as a Black American, everything I just told you about was his overarching message to me. All of the symbolism, the incorporation of all of the culture from LA, the Uncle Sam, the Samuel L. Jackson, like all of it. So there's a certain group of people like you who maybe want to hyper focus on that part because you didn't like it. But the performance, as I said, if someone correct me if I'm wrong, he was the first to do any of that. Set up their stadium.
It's okay, y'all. It's like, let them have the quick back and forth, and everybody's going to get a chance to get involved in the conversation. But the conversation was between them first, so let them just have it real quick, and then we open it right back up.
So I'm saying on that level, I'm saying we have an actor, we have a narrator, we have different setups where it looks like a block on LA over here, and then we see the crump dancers over here, and then we see them crip walking over here, and then I have not seen anybody else do this prior to Kendrick, which is fine. Bad Bunny had a great performance. We're not taking that away, but I'm just saying when I hear a Black man say this is the best thing, and I've never seen anybody represent their culture on a pop, that's just crazy because somebody just did it who looks like you, but you celebrating somebody who you don't even understand for doing it. And then we're disregarding the Black man who did it first and who he literally stole his playbook from, which again is an issue Black people have always had in this country. Anything we innovate in, especially when it comes to music, everybody wants to come colonize. So I can't understand how you knowing the history in this country, you're celebrating it now and then pedestalizing this one over your own, talking about this the best you've seen. I can't understand that.
And the reason why you can't understand it, Queen, is because in your mind, right, I'm hyper focusing on the negative. And what you're not understanding is that negative is the overarching point that the world is going to hyper focus on, right? So it's not just about what I think. I believe Kendrick Lamar is a dope artist. I believe that performance he did was a great performance. I'm not knocking it as being a great performance, but when I look at what Bad Bunny did to uplift his culture, to uplift his people, it wasn't one thing that he highlighted that could be misconstrued as a form of division amongst his culture. I can't say that about Kendrick Lamar.
Yes, you can, because Canada is not your culture. Yes, you can. Canada is not your culture. So if you're saying he was doing something divisive amongst his culture, no, he wasn't. We're not Canadian.
Okay. So I agree with Venus completely. And I also have to say that you don't even know what those songs was about. So I just looked it up. And if I told you that one of the songs that he did, you play in the Super, Bowl, whatever that shit called, there was some beef against a Colombian. So and so like we're not the only ones who beef in our music. They beef in their music. A lot of people beef in their music. So you're just assuming something.
Go ahead, Otis.
Get in there.
Thank you. Real quick, peace to the panel. I just personally want to say, I looking at it as in the macro sense, but Bad Bunny performance was just as enlightening as Kendrick Lamar. To me, there was no difference. I didn't have to understand a word of Spanish to understand what he was trying to portray. The imagery was just as beautiful as Kendrick Lamar. Everything. I understood the different classes, the different sections. I knew what he was portraying. And at the end, the little part that I did understand when he was naming the different countries and things like that, he was unifying the whole situation, the whole culture. I get it. The same thing Kendrick Lamar was doing. To me, there is no difference. And that's coming from a Gen Xer who's a conservative. I didn't have to understand all that. Let him do his thing. I get it. I'm a realist. Yes, they are part of this country. They helped build it. You can't deny it. You can't. He did a great job. I didn't have to understand it. So that's my stance. Real quick, what Brownsfield just said, I disagree in the effect for as that's not what I remember. That's not what I get out of the Kendrick Lamar, the overarching situation of him and Drake. I personally don't get that. I understand the double entendre with the Uncle Sam. I understand everything that he was trying to do and everything that he did do. But that one song does not negate none of that stuff that what you're trying to. It's like you're trying to, even though you always say yourself, all black men are not monolith, but your statement, you're making it out to be, because I just totally don't agree with that. But I'll land my plane.
Go ahead. We also got Aunt T up for the first time. Let me welcome Aunt T in there as well. Go ahead, Aunt T. What's your thought?
Nah, all right. So as far as culturally, like, look, in my opinion, to this day, best Super Bowl halftime performance I seen was like Michael Jackson. What was that, 92, 93, something like that. It still hasn't been topped, yet. Also, I mean, I know a lot of people are putting this, some kind of cultural appropriation on it. I don't expect that from artists, and I definitely don't expect that from artists at the Super Bowl or anything like that. Like that's not their job to unify cultures. Their job is to entertain people. That's really it. So I mean, as far as a performance, your stream got suspended.
Huh?
Your stream got suspended. Policy violation.
Did you get a message?
You probably got an email. If you look at it on YouTube, it's it's down. They might have terminated you. If they terminated you, they're gonna send you an email. So check it out.
Well, it's suspended, but they may come back up. You took it down? Did you get an email?
He stopped. Oh yeah, you had it in the
I
background.
still see you moving. I still see the chat moving. Okay,
Now the chat's still moving. Yeah, it might have just got suspended. I don't think it was terminated because it was because of what you had in the background a moment ago. Probably.
What? Music? He wasn't playing no volume though.
Nah, it didn't have to be volume if you got copyrighted stuff, bro. YouTube is.
Let me see. It might come back. Wait,
yeah, they didn't came up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna come back.
They'll probably bring you back up.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at it. It says stream unavailable, stream suspended for policy violations, and it has a circle with the negative sign.
Yeah, but the chat's still going, so
it'll probably come back up. It'll probably come back up.
Yeah, go to the back and see what they're saying. It's probably from this Kendrick.
What is that?
Yeah, it's NFL property. That's why.
Heavily
Shit,
copyrighted.
that is a copyrighted.
They'll give you a couple warnings, just like Tom said. They'll give you a couple warnings before they suspend you. Yeah.
Trim it out or something, right?
It'll probably come back up.
Let me see. The chat's still moving. So
Yeah, the chat is definitely still going for sure. But yeah. Wow.
So it wasn't the music, it was the actual imagery, which is now by the NFL. Yeah.
Did the email say it was gonna come back up? Did it give you a warning?
I'm trying to go for it.
Okay.
Okay, I think we back now.
Oh, it's back up. Okay. It's back up.
Yeah, you back up.
Yeah,
you just gotta trim out that sound, right?
I just gotta, I guess, trim out that the image or whatever. Even though we
both of them or just the one? Just this how long we probably played this Kendrick? Because we need to know what the hell is going on with that type stuff.
Well, if you would listen to those of us who knew that it was gonna come back up, right? Because I knew it was gonna come back up because the chat kept going, and it probably sent him an email saying, warning him, "Hey, we're gonna take it down." Yeah, and then they, and when you paused it, then they let it come back up.
Hey, look. That's why we gotta stop trying to. Hey, look, it's not easy, goddamn. They be trying to get you for any goddamn thing.
Yeah,
be careful, sir.
Even when I'm not even using the sound, we talking about the situation and. Hey.
So I'm just trying to understand with Brownsville.
You were showing the Kendrick performance.
Brownsville, y'all can't let Brownsville get off. So are you advocating? I want to know if he advocating for bad.
Let you get off with what you said neither.
I know. Keep me right, Bomb. Don't
Yeah, because
hold me accountable.
you claim that Bad Bunny did something negative, and all
Yeah.
the mega people are just upset because it's in a different language than what they just wanted to be white people, just speaking English, right? And
What about the two
anything
men
other.
kissing while my kids
You know,
watching?
two men kissing, but did that
Because
happen?
you didn't even look for it
Hold on.
then.
Hold on. We got to be able to have conversations, not just interrupt what people are talking, so we can get the full thought. Hold on. Let me also welcome into the show. Good day. Welcome to the show, Supreme Vaginal Vessel.
Hello, hello.
Hey,
Otis,
PhD.
what we doing, Otis? All right, Sharon, watch your
Like,
cash out, baby.
no, hold on, no. Kendra said, "Put the guns down. Put the guns." Never
Boy,
mind.
fuck you.
Put them guns back up. Okay, okay. I see we on that type of time at the 3 hour mark. Since we at the 3 hour mark, might
And
as well donate. You see
so
that they try to take the channel.
I
Hold
would
on
like to
one
finish
second.
what I
I'm gonna
was
let you
saying.
finish in 2 seconds, but
Oh,
at the 3 hour mark, they want to suspend the channel, and we ain't gonna let them keep the black man down over here. So I
what?
need 3 people to send $10. I know, bum. I know. We need 3 people to send a $10 super chat, super sticker, cash app to let them know that they can't keep him down. Cause Sharon, he's gonna fight his oppressor of the YouTube.
So I did want to say the Brownsville, right? That Kendrick is pro-black and he's against violence, and he has been actually pushing for these gangs to drop their flags, and they have done that, right? And work together. And he pushed them working together, making money together, and that's why even in his song, his new album, he has even some Mexican music in his album. So he is real about it, and he also have a whole. He don't talk about violence in his music anymore. You know, that was a beef. That was something that was provoked, the not like us thing. But if you listen to his music prior to that, he's talking pro-black.
Okay, and also he do be killing people in his songs, but that's okay.
In what song?
You wanna address before we get
In what song?
That's okay. Hold on.
You talking about his old stuff?
No, I'm talking about his new stuff as well. Otis, who do you want to try that before? Go ahead. You better hurry up. You better say whatever you gotta say before it happens. So go ahead.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
It says, out of here, you rapist. God dang.
Don't try to soften it up.
You had to edit it.
So I have a question though. So I've been watching, and I came in on the part where Brownsville was basically comparing Bad Bunny's performance and Kendrick Lamar's. Well, basically saying Bad Bunny, he I guess liked his better, but he did mention something about a display of his culture. Reggaeton is not Puerto Rican culture. They latched onto it from the Panamanians, who the ones who actually created it. That's Panamanian culture that Puerto Rican people have just adopted. So that would be like saying, uh, that would be like saying, so the grime that the people in the UK do, that's rap music, right? Oh, that's their culture. No, it's not. It's our culture that they just took and latched onto and adapted it to them. The Puerto Ricans ain't even do that much. At least grime is a little bit different than hip hop. But yeah, so that's not their culture.
Okay. Also, we have a super chat diva. You wanna
Yeah, okay. Let's see if I can see. Shadow the Titan Wasp. $30. Hush, E. Also, give me a clip and 5 censors.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't a drop. It wasn't a drop. He said he going to say a couple of N's and F
No,
bombs.
that's my clip.
All right,
Yeah.
got you.
So I got one in the chamber, and I got, because I only had one left, I need to make sure I was clear.
No doubt, I got you. Also, let me welcome into the show Conversations with MJ. Good day.
I love these
Hey,
bounties.
hey, how you doing? How you doing, everyone? I just wanted to say in reference of the Kendrick Lamar, that was one of the best Super Bowl performances in history. It actually did do better than Michael Jackson when it comes down to viewership. You could check that out. And I understand where Brownsville is coming from. However, I just think that the betterment that he wants Black people to be is in the eyesight of what white people will want us to get to betterment. You know what I'm saying? For example, talking about the fact that they're not like us was in reference to a beef that he had with Drake. Mind you, that They Not Like Us was the whole beginning of talking about delineation and protecting the FBA lineage. That's really have that song really got people talking about that, and it was in reference of Drake not even being American, not even being a biracial, cosplaying the negative things in his music, and under the umbrella of being a Black American, right? So I just think that I understand we have a history where when it's Black people doing anything, we're under a microscope for negative and positive. And our negative imagery usually gets the forefront than our positive. But I think the approach behind it is through a white lens, not a Black lens, not our lens. You know what I'm saying? Just not talking about our negative part of our community is not going to stop anybody outside of our community speaking about the negative about our community. You know, in fact, they make money off of it. They exploit it. So it's always been a benefit. So whether we do it or not, they're going to do it anyway. They're going to put words in our mouth. So I think we just have to start looking at each other outside of other people's views and come up with a decision of how we want to move. But if we continue to try to move in the way that everybody wants us to do things, we're going to be stagnant.
I agree with you. Well, okay. I have a question for Sharon, because, you know, I made a statement and you kind of dismissed me, you know, like I'm trying to understand what's going on, you know, because, you know, but I'm not talking about the album that he had to put together so he could do the Super Bowl because of Not Like Us. We know that he was beefing with Drake, and then he hurry up and put together that GNX album. But prior to that album and for the last couple of albums before that, I thought he was just doing positive. You saying he was still beefing and killing people?
Yeah. And Mr. Morale, yeah, he still was talking about you know, he would still have songs about it. Actually, the song Rich, one of the songs he said, I'll slap a bitch nigga and I'll make it look sexy. So, you know, he still was talking about different things.
He was still talking about shooting him up, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Like I said something and you could have corrected me so I can know. I can't hear you. What?
Hey, on Mr. Morale, he was still whooping that. All I'm saying, he was still whooping that ass.
Okay, see, you could have gave me that answer.
At the same time, he was trying to have it in a I don't want to do it type of style as well. Like he was trying to say that we need to, you know, peel back, but he said, but also sometimes that's why the album's called Mr. Morale, because he fights with that aggression versus morality. Yeah. So, you know.
Okay. I don't have that album, so I can check
say it is in a positive and productive aggression way.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yeah.
That's how I look at it. And I believe that we do have to be careful on how we interpret our own people. To say that the imagery of what Kendrick did was is because he was unapologetic about everything that was going on within our community. Same and somebody else came and took his blueprint and did the exact same show, but he just did it in Latino.
Yeah.
That's what he really did.
In Latino.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, and it was okay. You know, it was fine. Like he did what he can do. Instead of light poles, they was at the electric poles. So they was showing how within the when the hurricanes hit, they have an issue with their power lines, and sometimes America kind of forgets them sometimes, right? The sugarcane culture, the bodega culture, the men dancing with men. Like that's a thing that they do. Like they don't really see that as, you know, strange. Our culture,
Yeah.
we look at that as, hey, I can't be doing no damn bachata with my homeboy. But they
So
don't look at
let me
that.
ask you this question, Cuzzo.
They
So
is like that.
so
Yeah, they are like
tell me what negative aspect of Puerto Rican culture did Bad Bunny highlight?
right. So the issue is that I didn't see no negative imagery of what Kendrick did. So and I think that's where the issue lies at. I
Okay,
don't
so
see
let
the
me
negative.
ask you another question, right?
So
So you don't believe that black men beefing with other black men on a world stage is negative?
no, because he was calling out some bad habits that that Drake has. Him cosplaying as that he care about black folks. Him engaging in degeneracy and sexuality. Drake engaging in and having other people around him that is possible into underage women. So all those things he was highlighting as those things were negative. So him beefing with somebody that is possibly doing negative things to American culture, which is black culture, is a highlight, not a negative.
I have a question.
Okay.
So I haven't seen the Bad Bunny performance. What was the proportion of Latinos he had in there?
He had a
Probably
good
about 90%.
he had a good color.
Okay, I was about
Yeah.
to say they better be 90% black, and I mean blight, not.
They was he had a mixture. I wouldn't say it was 90%, but it was a mixture. You did see some darker skinned people in it as well. You seen tan people, but I say
I'm
they
not talking
more.
about
I
tan
think
people. I'm talking about people who look like us.
no, you didn't see people that look like us. No.
Okay, and so then everything you just said, Brownsville,
No, they were there with
is
Sharon.
null and void, right? Because that whole story is the story of black people. When you hanging out at the sugar cane, those were black people.
Wish I could play. I wish I could play it, but clearly I'm gonna get
I'm gonna have to watch it later, but yeah. So please, he sat up there and told a story and erased the people who was actually in the story, the main characters of the story. He erased them out of it. And so now, if that's you know what, that actually is a very good demonstration of Puerto Rican culture, though, right? Because they do like
Right.
to, right, but it's still not right, right? Because he erased those people from their own, and that's a negative aspect of Puerto Rican culture, right? The colorism and racism.
And I'm saying, PH Diva, and maybe you disagree with me. I'm saying that I think it's important for us to erase the degenerate blacks from out of our culture.
Okay, but I'm not even dealing with that. What I'm dealing with is what you said about Bad Bunny and how he showed his culture in a positive light, but he in fact did not, right? He showed them to be the racist, colorist fucks that we all know him to be.
No, but that's what I was trying to say, Diva. Sharon, I disagree. When they did the scene where they was at the houses or the bodegas or whatever that was, there were melanated people there, like that looked like us.
Right, but it should have
They
been the
were present.
overwhelming majority is what I'm talking about. So
I
was
would
it the
not disagree
overwhelming
with that.
majority?
No, it was not overwhelming
No,
majority,
it
but
Well,
it
that's
was
what we
a
talking
mixture of
about.
views. Not get that, Diva, but it was
So
like they wasn't
that's what
represented
Diva
at all.
asked. So she wanted to know what was the percentage, and the percentage was more Cardi B's and Jessica Alba's than it was the Afro Latina. I don't know her name, so
With an
forgive me
afro.
for Right. It wasn't a bunch of dark skinned Latinos there. It was more, Jessica Alba's there. Then and Cardi B's and Pedro Pascal and Ricky Martin. Even, saying that's what we've more seen when we scan through it versus anybody that look like.
So let me
Hey,
ask
wasn't
Diva a
one of his
question.
songs?
So what's the percentage actually in Puerto Rico of melanated Puerto Ricans as opposed to the light bright Puerto Ricans?
Well, during the time when they were talking about being in sugarcane plantations, it was overwhelmingly black, right? And it's still very black, depending on where you are. But now Puerto Rico, again, as evidence of them being the racist, colorist fucks that they are, right? So people always talk about Puerto Rico being triracial. The Spaniards, the Africans that they imported, and then those handful of Tainos that might have still been there when they came about. But what they don't tell you is that because they so racist, Puerto Rico has had several, and by several I mean 8, 9, 10 different successive waves of immigration, specifically from Europe, right? Germans, Polish. They bust those people in order to whiten the population. Blanquearse is what they call it. And so at this point, it's probably still about 30-40% at least. At least. But during the time that he was depicting, it was overwhelmingly.
Okay. I like it. Um
And can I make a note? God Bless is about Chile and Argentina as well, which are not American culture as we talk about Puerto Rico, because again, we're talking about it. Chile and Argentina are not American culture at all. In fact, they're pan Latino, if we're going to be real about it. So, that.
yeah, he pulled out a lot of flags on the stage. Um
So, how many of those flags are American territories
It's
or
their
American
Well,
culture?
it
culture.
wasn't about it. I don't think he was saying that we are all, he's saying we work better together through love rather than hate. That's what he was talking about. He's more, I think, probably representing that immigration is okay as long as it's
Right,
legal.
world
That's what he
culture.
was more, yeah, that's what he was more representation of. And the NFL is also a representation of it too, right? They was also showing people that was watching NFL in Germany, in Brazil, and other nations of across the world that was participating in the NFL. So the NFL is attempting to prove that they are not just American sport. They want to expand, and that's just that's what's happening. You can't get scared now.
But
Uh,
Sean, they're
the
still
idea
playing
that Kid
American
Rock,
football.
like Eden Man was saying that he was watching Kid Rock and he enjoyed it. That's fine as well. But he had 5 million people watching that,
What?
and the
I
Super
know
Bowl
Eden Man
had.
would say that, Sharon.
Yes, he did. He said he enjoyed Kid Rock, and the 5 million people that watched the Tapussa halftime show, that he enjoyed it, and it's what it is.
Oh wait, Turning Point had their own halftime show.
Yeah, Tapussa had their own. Yes, they had their own show with Kid Rock, and he had a song talking about Jesus. Kid Rock was singing about Jesus. So
Everybody.
He was lip syncing, Sharon. He was karaoke to Pussa.
And it has Spanish subtitles. So, for people who didn't speak English. Just saying.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Because they do have Latinos for the Republican Party. That's fine. That's okay.
It would have been nice to have that for the Super Bowl.
But you could do it just yourself. So, but the thing is that regardless if they had it or not for the Super Bowl, it's still a part of American culture. Puerto Rico been a part of America before some of the states in America.
Where Puerto Rico?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Puerto Rico been a part of
Rico's
the United States in 1898.
Right, but Puerto Rico's a territory.
Right.
Right. And so what does that mean? Right. And so basically Puerto Rico is here for us to extract whatever it is we want from them. But when you're a territory, there is no reciprocal relationship, right? So they pay federal taxes but they don't get none of those benefits. Well, many of the benefits that people in states, right? That's why they were trying to get DC statehood. And so, yeah, it's part of America, but that's not American culture. It's a territory. It's literally some shit that America owns.
Yeah, but so the thing is, Bad Bunny is a citizen, and U2
Yeah.
is not a citizen. Rolling Stones is not a citizen. Coldplay is not a citizen.
Oh, no, I
Rihanna
don't have a
is.
problem with him performing, but if we're saying like, oh, well, yeah, he was doing no, that's Latin American culture, but that's
So
not
the reason why it is a part of our
American culture.
culture, because but Puerto Rico is a part of American culture
No, it's
because,
not.
well, maybe not for the South, but for the East
No,
Coast, it absolutely is.
it is not. What? Because they get to come over here? Yeah, they in Miami too. They, all in Florida, but that doesn't mean Puerto Rican culture or Latin American culture is American culture.
Well, it's a part of the East Coast culture then, since I don't know what's going on in the
In what
South,
way? So, what
but
elements
in
from
in
Puerto Rican
in, in
culture
all
is
types of ways
East
with
Coast
their
culture?
food, with
What
their
about it?
music,
What
the way
about
how
it?
they communicate, the way how
What
they
about it?
languages, all
What
those
about
things is
it?
a part. All those things is a part of it. So all of that, that's why we have their parades and all those things, because it is a part of a bodega. A lot of things happen in bodegas. A lot of things that happen in New York is a part of their culture as well. Hispanics is
Oh,
a
well,
100% a part of the East Coast culture.
no, I think New York is a special case. Like New York is an immigrant stronghold, right? So at this point, especially when we're talking about like Black American culture, it's the three of y'all together, huddled up. The last three there, and two of y'all only got one Black American parent, right? so that's immigrant culture up there, is what I'm saying. And so I like mofongo and all that other stuff too. And it's plentiful in Miami. You can go, and find it. But that's still not American culture. And I'd even say Miami culture.
And so
So, yeah.
also boxing, the Puerto Rican boxers, baseball,
What about them?
sports,
Baseball is American.
playing stickball in New
Okay.
York City, um,
Yeah, so you have
playing
to tell me something
dominoes,
outside of New York
playing
City.
playing dominoes. That's why I'm changing to the East Coast, because maybe I
No, no,
understand
no. But New
a
York
lot
City
of
is
the
not
rest
the East
a
Coast.
lot
If
of
I
the
go
rest
to
of
Philadelphia,
I
they're
get
not
it. A
doing
lot of
that.
the rest of I get it. A lot of the rest of the America is a little bit slow to New York. I get it. They're not
No, it's
if
not
they
has
catch
nothing to
up.
do with being slow, but y'all have been overrun, right?
No.
Yes. Yes.
But it's still even if we
Yes.
are being overrun, it's still the part of the culture, regardless
It's
if we've been
not.
ran over or
It's
not.
immigrant culture. And y'all
Okay, that's
just, it's
fine,
so
but it's
few of
still
y'all
no.
there
It's
that
not a.
y'all
It's not
can't, y'all had to, y'all absorbed it, right? Y'all assimilated to the newcomers. But that don't
okay.
make
So
it part of
therefore, it's
East Coast
now it's a
culture.
part of America.
It's
Exactly. So
not.
regardless,
It's still
regardless how
not.
new you want to call it, since 1898 is not new.
It
Well,
is.
so that culture being here for so many years,
It
decades and decades
hasn't.
and generations over
It literally
generations, that
hasn't.
makes it a at
So
least
then
on
why
the
was
East
West
Coast,
Side
that's a part of the
Story?
East Coast culture versus the world culture. Now, if you want to say down south in Florida that Spanish culture is not a part of
No,
Miami, then fine, you can say that. But it's just I don't look at that as a true statement.
it is a true statement. What I'm saying is it's not American culture. It's
I don't
not
know if it's
American
my
culture. And
side
so
or
even in Miami, they done brought Latin American culture to Miami, but that's still not American culture. That's them doing whatever, which is why they go in they little, little Havanas, little wherever. So you can do whatever you do where you do it, right? But you ain't doing that where we at.
Diva, can you hear me?
No. Wait, I just heard somebody talking, but I don't hear nobody else.
Okay, you can't hear me though. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So my question that I'm asking Diva, how many years do it have to be in America for it to become American culture, in your opinion?
If you brought it from somewhere else, it's always going to belong to those people.
So do you think that we brought black culture from somewhere else, in your opinion?
Nope. No.
You think we got it from America?
Hold on. I got what now?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand because I believe black people brought their culture over here. The ones that came
Oh,
over,
from
right?
where? Where? From where?
I believe that when we look at the beats, the shaking of the hips,
No, no, no. Okay, so stop. Beats. What beats?
the drums. I think the drums came from outside of America, in my opinion. But I could be
Oh, well,
wrong.
they actually the drum is credited. The first commercial drum is credited to China. And so, are we saying that we brought it from China?
No, I'm trying to
Oh,
understand because I believe that's why I'm trying to understand your theory because I believe if something's in a country for so long, then that is a part of that culture. Like we can't say like for example, like if somebody adopts something 1,000 years ago, that is a part of the culture of the people there now. I'm
but
just
it's
trying to
not.
understand you and
Right.
that's a
So, no, because again, if you bring it with you, it's a group of people. Y'all do this. It's part of your culture. You come move somewhere else. Just because you there somewhere else, if y'all the only ones doing it and it hasn't been altered by the experience of being here, right? If it's the same, if you was able to bring the exact same thing from your country to here and it's still what you brought over, then that's still the original culture, right? It's going to be changed by virtue of being here.
all right, yeah, I get it. So, but what I'm saying is
Okay, and none of that stuff
the
is changed.
kids. No, no, I mean like so the kids. So we agreed that the kids of the foreigners
I
are
didn't say nothing about no kids.
no. I know. I'm just trying to
Right,
understand.
but so you saying we agree, but how we go agreeing on that when I didn't say nothing about no
Well,
kids?
do you agree? I'm sorry, I misspoke. Do you agree that those kids are part of the culture of the foreigners, or you disagree with that? That's what I was going to ask.
Disagree.
All right. So once a foreigner, always a foreigner.
You're gonna have to be here for a good long minute. Again, you can't be doing what you were doing back where you from and think that you part of a new culture.
Well, let me give you
You're
an
still
example.
practicing your own old culture.
No, let me get you so you understand my point. So the point that I was making is I believe Spanish, the language Spanish, is a part of American culture. That's what I believe, right? I believe
Okay.
we've been speaking Spanish so long, not we, but it's enough Americans been speaking Spanish so long that we cannot say that Spanish is not a part of our culture. Do you disagree with that statement?
I disagree with that statement because language uh, is very culture specific, right? And so there are certain uh, thoughts or concepts that exist in one language that you can't, there's not a direct translation for in another language, right? And that happens as somebody who took Spanish for 6 years, that happens actually a good bit with Spanish and English. So now, if I ask you what meter la pata mean, are you gonna be able to tell me? Because if
No,
Spanish is
but
part of the culture, you should know what it means.
no, but if you say half the English words, I don't know what they mean either. I'm a horrible example of that
Yeah,
because,
but the
hold on, I'm just
vast
saying, like, I'm a
majority of Americans do not know what meter la pata means.
and majority of Americans don't know half of the English words. That's the point that I'm saying is I kind of
No,
get, yeah, I don't think I'm special, and I'm the only one that don't know the words. I'm just
right.
willing, I'm willing to
Again,
say it, but I'm just telling you, like, so let me give you an example. If I was to say hola, I think majority of Americans know that, so we can say that the simple Spanish words uno, dos, tres, those type of things will be considered American culture
no,
based
it's
on your
not. It's
theory.
still their culture because it's their language. We have some French words in here, right? In the American language or in the English language as well. So is French
Because
part of the American culture?
English language. Because
No,
we
no, no,
know
no,
the
no.
people.
Is French part of English culture?
I was just about to say that. To be honest with you, I would actually have to agree with either man on that, and I'll tell you exactly why.
I didn't
You
ask
have
you. I asked the question. Who is French part of American culture? Either man.
No, I don't know no French words, but it
The
might
answer is
be.
yes. There's a lot
Yes.
of
Okay.
English
Yes.
words. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so
I might.
everything
I
is
might
a
just
part
be
of
English.
American culture
she
now.
didn't ask. Yeah, she didn't ask you. She asked the question. Yeah, I get
Yeah.
it.
No. 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 I'm just trying to. I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, so
In
much for
French
the
might
English
be.
language.
No, I was telling you, Auntie. I didn't ask you.
No,
Okay.
no, 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 no. And I'm open that I might be wrong that French is a part of the culture. I just don't know. I feel like anywhere in America, I can show up and find some people speaking Spanish. I might be,
Okay.
it might be the exact same thing with French, but that's
Right.
just not having been my experience. I done been in
Okay.
Georgia, I done been in
That's
Oklahoma.
fine, but the American culture isn't defined by your experience, right? So we can agree on that, right?
But I think everybody will agree
No, no,
that
no, no, no. All right. Okay.
anywhere they go, they can find some people speaking Spanish.
Not necessarily. It's still a few places in the U.S. where you won't really find too many of them,
Where
but
they at? Where's
in
that?
many places,
This is the same places you want to find black people.
Okay, I was thinking of one. I was thinking like a very white place.
No, but
yeah.
hold on.
That's
The
really
point
what
that hold on, because it's based off her argument. English is not that is not a American thing.
No,
If
it's an
that's the case,
amalgamation of every language.
What?
It's an amalgamation of
Wait,
language.
how is English not an American thing?
Because it comes from Britain.
yeah, because
Okay, and when you came here and established the 13 colonies, you were speaking English, right? When you became America, you were speaking English. So yes, it is part, and especially the way you done transformed the language by now, right? Like that's kind of crazy.
Well, that's the thing. It kind of seems like, to either man's point, is that you're picking and choosing. French people have been here for centuries now. German people have been here for centuries now. So like the German in America is going to be different than the German, and the traditions and stuff that they do, the way that it's been changed while being in America is different than Germany.
It's almost like
they're German American. That's why they're German American. I'm not saying so. Right? They're
we get that. So, but the point is that even though some of their traditions still stem, like they can be traced back all the way to Germany, and some things haven't changed. Like some things part of their tradition and their language haven't changed. That's still American culture. Just like Puerto Rico
American
can be
culture. That's
it
still
is
their
American.
German culture.
Okay.
No, it's not.
You can't say a country that's built on immigration and built on a
not
melting
built
pot.
on immigration.
It is.
This country
It is.
is not built on immigration.
So how did the 13 counties? How did the 13 colonies get found? How did the 13? How did the 13 colonies get founded?
Dying until the Africans
how did the 13
Right.
colonies get founded?
The 13 they were all dying until the black people came.
Okay, so how did they get founded though?
Right, they sent them over from England.
By immigrants, right? By immigrants, right?
No, they weren't immigrants. They were colonizers.
Okay, so they were colonizers. Okay, so it was built on colonization and a mixture of cultures, correct? Were the Quakers not powerful?
No.
And so it wasn't. So Pennsylvania wasn't like a Quaker stronghold. Quakers were found everywhere else
And
in the
all
13
of
colonies.
that stuff. Yes,
were the
they
Quakers
were there.
found? All right, so all right, where else were the Quakers found?
Back in Europe.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about in the 13 colonies, because you said it's not a melting pot. It's not a whole bunch of different cultures. If that's the case, then the Quakers should be found everywhere, right? Protestants, Catholics, there weren't laws against certain peoples.
13 colonies, so how would they be found everywhere?
In the 13 colonies is obviously what I'm referring to.
Okay, well, people went and stayed where they were. And half the motherfuckers didn't even survive a year.
Yeah.
Virginia is named after baby Virginia in Roanoke. They came back not even a year. Don't cut me off, motherfucker. Now, if we gonna talk, let's fucking talk. But bitch, don't play that shit with me, nigga. I'm not the one. You have free bitch.
It's irrelevant. It's still irrelevant.
But okay, well, you fucking
it has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with the melting pot of America.
Okay, well, don't cut me off. Like I said, people ended up in various places in those 13 colonies. Many of them, most of them didn't survive, which is why they started bringing those black people over here to begin with.
Okay, so America, the culture of America is built on a bunch of different cultures mixing, correct?
It's built on black people.
Okay, so it's built on a bunch of okay, so what part of black culture? What part of black culture made the Constitution?
The part where we were enslaved, and so they had to skirt all around us to write that motherfucker.
So how did they skirt around you to write it? What part of the First Amendment, for example?
Hold on. If you're gonna ask me a question, let me answer it. Saying all men are created equal, and then coming back and saying, "Oh, but y'all not really people." That's how they skirted all around them.
No, all the men created equal is not in the Constitution. That's Declaration of Independence for one. For two,
that is the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, that's the Declaration of Independence. So the Constitution is just we the people. Is we the people.
13th Amendment.
So when you talk about, either man, please stop talking for a second. So for example, we the people. So we the people, for example,
because they skirted all around us.
Yeah.
No, the amendment. No, the amendments were a Bill of Rights thing that states had, that the federal Constitution didn't have people complain that the federal Constitution would be able to do certain, or the federal government would do certain things. So getting to your point about black, it did apply, but that's the thing, it did, because black people voted on the Constitutional Ratification Conventions. No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
if black people, they had
Did
to
black
write
people
those
vote?
because they
Okay,
weren't including black people.
everybody.
If black people were here when they
Hold
wrote
on.
it, then they skirted
Everybody,
all around
can
that
y'all
to
hear
write
me?
it.
Can y'all hear
Nope.
me?
Yeah,
We can hear you.
Hold,
We
all
can
right,
hear you.
hold on. We can't talk over each other. We gotta go one up. We gotta let everybody because I can't really. I didn't hear like the last 10 minutes. I didn't hear that one word, but we gotta allow each other to talk so we won't talk over each other. PAZ, will you finish with your thought?
No, I had been being spoken over.
You
So
got an echo. Is it just me?
Yeah, it's just you.
No, she had
Go
a little
ahead.
echo. She had a little.
oh, hold on. I do? Hold on, let me
I didn't hear it. Now I don't hear no echo.
I don't hear it
Um,
now.
okay.
I heard it slightly.
okay.
Oh no. So what I was saying is if
Yeah.
those
So
people
I'm gonna and I'm before you go. So Diva, is you and AR going at it right now?
No, it was me and him. AI
right,
just jumped in. Okay, I
right.
go
He
after
liked
him
to
there.
jump in.
Okay. All right. So it's Edelman, Diva, and AR having the conversation.
No,
Yes.
she wants to run from it. Let her and either man go.
Oh, okay. Because
Boy,
I
ain't
just didn't
nobody
hear.
running from
I
you.
didn't hear that.
It's
I
all
don't
right.
know
It's
who.
all right, Diva. You can run from it. It's all good.
The day
I
I
just want
ran from
to
a half breed.
Hold on,
no,
y'all.
no.
Hold on.
I
Hold
just
on.
want to understand. With listening to Diva, when I close my eyes, it's almost like that's the same thing white people told black people for years.
Oh, that
Hey,
don't
if
work on
y'all
me,
got-
sweetie pie. That don't
no,
work
no,
on
I'm
me.
not.
Oh, you
I'm
sound
not.
like a white person. Okay, well, even the broke clock is right twice a day. So
No, no. I'm just saying
put
because
that in
black.
your cap and smoke it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying when we say, hey, people who've been here for over 500-600 years, it's not a part of the culture. That was kind of the same thing white people was telling black people, hey, y'all are not a part of the culture, even
Okay,
though we've
and
been here
so
since the
what part of American culture is Quaker? Well, not Quaker. Let's go. Those German people. Let's go with the German people. What has seeped to the overall American culture?
I don't know,
A bagel.
bagels.
I thought bagels was from Jewish people.
Automobiles, advancement,
Literally hamburgers
flying, and
from Hallberg,
automobiles
Germany.
and shit like that. The planes and shit like that.
Automobiles. I'm pretty sure the automobiles were built here first
They
before they
wasn't
were
dealing
built.
with them Germans. Them German people was more
Yeah,
dangerous
you
than
talking about
American.
German engineering, but
The
that doesn't
engineering
mean
I'm
they were
talking
the
about.
first
Them
ones.
people was
Everybody
different.
was making cars by that point.
But you know they was different.
The staple American staple foods are basically German.
What?
French
Boy,
fries.
I'm telling you, before
that's
Small
not
had it
no
was
staple
cool.
food.
Well, I mean,
French
before
fries
Small
ain't no
had it.
staple food.
I said German.
I,
The staple foods are i.e.
I,
hamburgers.
I
Yeah.
just don't
No.
understand
You
why we
said
don't
most of
understand
our
that.
staple foods are German, and you
German.
said French fries. French fries ain't a
No,
staple.
I know that was another. I was naming another food that's foreign.
Hamburger
That's
isn't
part
a
of our.
staple. Do you know what a
Oh,
staple food
hamburger's not a
is?
staple. Okay, it's not a staple of American food. All right, my bad.
No.
Yeah,
Now it is one of the things that people. Do you know what a staple
Hamburger.
is?
no,
Hamburger.
the only thing I'm saying is I just thought, and
Look up
I'm
staple.
open. I'm open to being wrong. That American culture is a whole bunch of cultures
Yeah.
combined, and we put our little twist to it.
And you're
Who
not
put their
wrong.
little twist to it? Wait, who put their little twist to it?
Americans in general, like say for example, the English language, and we know that the English language that was spoken in England versus the slang that we do today, what makes it American culture is the twist that we put to it.
The term you're looking for is dialect.
Or
We have a
dialect we
certain
put to it.
American dialect put
That's
onto the English, language.
Well, even beer,
I can see
like
that.
Auntie said, like that beer in Germany and the beer in American tastes different. We took it and then we put an American twist to it.
Now, I agree with you.
Beers
Either
and
man,
other
you're
things. Now
right.
I was
America
beers
is
and
a
other
melting
things.
Wall right
pot of
now.
multiple
E,
cultures
you're countering your own
for
argument.
American
Yeah.
culture, and even the word America is named after an Italian dude, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
Hold
No.
on. But even what y'all
Amerigo
are saying,
Vespucci.
y'all are still agreeing with
America
Bob.
wasn't named after Amerigo Vespucci. Okay, no problem. What do I know?
Have you ever had an Americano coffee?
From
You're
Italian.
man. You're right, sir,
I
man.
think that's Italy, bro. I think that's Italian, bro. If I'm not mistaken.
Uh,
Americano's Italian.
So that's all I'm saying is I just think that we just got I believe, and I could be wrong. I'm open to being wrong today. Is that American culture is a lot of cultures together. So if we separate each of these things, they can be different cultures. But when all of these things come together in one place, aka taking a hot dog and French fries and making it into a meal, the meal is now American culture. But if I was to take those things individually, it can be individual cultures.
Yeah, I mean, you're arguing with someone that is not going to concede, so it's kind of purposeless. Like it's quite. Everybody knows that America is a bunch of different cultures put together. I mean, that's just a fact.
So, AR, question: since you and E are gonna die on this hill, so Texas has a very large Mexican culture, and what I mean by that is a culture of people who celebrate a lot of Mexican heritage, a lot of Mexican events. It's a very big Mexican stirring pot with the Americans, right?
Well, hold on. I know you celebrate Cinco de Mayo. And then you be over there drinking margaritas too.
Actually, I don't. One, I don't drink. Two, I don't do Cinco de Mayo because again, it's about Mexican independence. I'm very American, so that's not my holiday to celebrate.
No, hold on.
So continue what I'm saying.
You think Americans don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo?
Hold on. Again,
Americans celebrate all the drinking.
So let's
holidays.
go. No, so let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and have that conversation then, since y'all want to say that. So let me ask you a question: is Cinco de Mayo an American holiday?
Yes.
So Cinco de Mayo, Mexican independence, is the United States holiday? Make that make sense.
United States holiday. Yes.
How? Explain.
Because we celebrate it.
No. How?
Because Mexico is the major part of America.
That's the reason. Our banks don't close. Our schools.
He's not saying it's a
You will
national
not get
holiday.
paid
He's
time
saying
off.
it's
I didn't say it was a federal holiday.
He's not saying it's a national. He's saying it's celebrated in the U.S., so it's a U.S. holiday, just like St. Patrick's Day.
Like any other holidays.
And Valentine's Day, and but that's not a national holiday.
But you got to understand
They're not
that
saying
Mexico.
I understand what you're saying. We celebrate it, but it's just an excuse for us to
and also
drunk.
got clarified.
Okay, so if it's celebrated in mass in the U.S. by even people of not Mexican lineage, then yeah, that would kind of make it a holiday in the U.S. Yes.
No,
but when you got to think about this, right? When you think about America, right, and you think about the pastimes of America, even Mexico, you could do the history of Mexico. This is where that connection where you saying with Texas and all of that, Mexico was encompassed majority of all of that. Going damn near towards California. You got to slice all of that damn near in half and go down towards Mexico. That was Mexico. That was what that whole war was about. Montezuma, all of that. That's what that whole war was about. You know what I mean? So when we do the history of that, that's how what we see Mexico is today is what they left that with. That's what Mexico is. But Mexico is more than that.
And not just that, even with the exception of the 13 colonies that you're talking about, even places like Florida that was owned by Spain. So there's a lot of Spanish influence there. Same with Louisiana and other places in the United States. So because of that, you are going to have a mixture of a lot of different cultures all over the United States of America.
It was
and
ironic that
talking about the languages like Spanish and French. I would agree with either man. This is even something that was a prerequisite in our schools. You had to take some kind of foreign language, and it would usually be Spanish and or French, mainly because they speak it.
You had to take a what?
They speak it in countries that directly border the United States of America.
I know, but you said we have to take a what language?
A foreign language. I don't know if they still do it. I know when I was in school, you had to get the hell up.
No, they still do.
To get a high school diploma.
Yeah, it's required. But here's the thing:
it's called a foreign Mandarin ain't one of them. Mandarin ain't one of them. You know what I'm saying? It's usually you got choices of like Spanish and French.
Some schools have Chinese now. So
okay, some do now.
So, but the whole point is we got to start saying that American culture is not just our realities. That was my original point. Sometimes we say our reality is this. That means this is what American culture is, and we almost act like if you ever traveled around America, you realize that, for example, New York and Oklahoma, it feel like you in two different countries, and we can't say Oklahoma. We can't say Oklahoma culture is not American culture because it doesn't relate to quote unquote New York culture.
You're kind of missing the point of what I'm bringing up. The point is, like, if we could have a big St. Patrick's Day and they do this whole big Irish festival in Grapevine, I can't get out of here. So you do the big Irish festival in Grapevine, right? We're not celebrating American culture. We're celebrating Irish. It's literally called the Irish Festival, not the Irish American, the Irish Festival. When we do the Dias de Muertos, the Day of the Dead Festival, it's literally that's a Mexican holiday, bro. It's a Mexican celebration of the dead. Yes, there are specific things that are culturally unique to them, and that's okay. I'm not even complaining. That's not even what we're saying. What I'm saying is you're trying to conflate two different things. There's a difference when you come into a culture, right? And then you start assimilating to that culture while utilizing the things that are already part of you. You're then doing American culture and your native culture. You're trying to make the native culture the American culture, and it is not.
Okay, Shadow. What's American culture?
Well, hello,
you
Shadow.
have this definition of American culture. Define American culture for us.
Hey, Sharon, when they done, can I say something? Briefly. Thanks.
So it doesn't even have to be Shadow. Someone define American culture for us.
No, based on that, every holiday outside of Independence Day and President's Day is literally came from somewhere else. Christmas came from somewhere else. Like, if you really start breaking this stuff down, what he's saying, every holiday came from somewhere else outside of those two holidays.
Yeah, that's the point. I want them to break down what American culture is and start from the beginning, please, so we can understand what you guys are referring to.
Okay, so let me get because I'm back now, so I don't know what I missed. I missed a lot. I'm starting with Uda. Do you believe Puerto Rican culture is a part of American culture?
Yes.
Okay, Either Man said yes. Bomb Cherry, do you think Puerto Rican culture is a part of American culture? Bomb.
Yeah.
Okay. And T, do you think Puerto Rican culture is a part of American culture?
Yes, and I'm just gonna say one thing real quick. Look, I'm from New York, and I grew up around Puerto Ricans and they didn't even speak Spanish. They didn't speak in their damn house, so they didn't even speak Spanish. I know who to know what I'm talking about, bro.
Yes.
So go ahead, bro. You got it.
My best friend growing up, he didn't speak not one lick of Spanish.
You know what I'm saying?
I knew more Spanish words than him.
Hello, y'all guys know that Puerto Rico
I
is
knew more
U.S.
Spanish than
territory.
Puerto Ricans I grew up
No,
around.
but T, Puerto Rico is U.S. territory.
Correct.
That's why the competition is up now, because it's the territory and it's not. Shadow, do you believe Puerto Rico is a part of American history?
Puerto Rico is part of American history, but
American
Puerto Rican
culture,
culture is Latino. It's
do you
Latin.
think it's a part of American culture? Yes or no?
I just answered the question.
Yes or no, so I can understand.
No, I believe it's Latin culture,
Okay.
specific Latin
America. Okay. AR, do you believe Puerto Rican culture is a part of American culture?
Yes.
Okay. And Smitty, do you believe Puerto Rican culture is a part of American culture?
Your question by itself nullifies and gives me the answer. Absolutely not. No.
Okay. And PSD, I think I know her answer. PSD, do you believe Puerto Rican culture is a part of American culture?
No, and the fact that they can be over here without speaking their language lets us know that.
Okay.
Smitty, can you elaborate a little bit? If someone asked you if Black culture is part of American culture, would you say yes or no?
Well, first and foremost, we have to remember not to lump everything into what it is as Black. Right? So, like, even down to the crime rates, you got a bunch of people who could just
It was actually a yes or no question.
Yeah, I'm not playing that game. All right, go ahead.
I think he answered yes or no, but he just elaborated.
Yeah, I'm just elaborating.
He didn't answer though.
He did. Go ahead.
What did he say? What did he say? Maybe I misheard when I said, "Would you say that Black culture is American culture? Yes or no?" He said yes or no to that.
That's all. You too quick to put it off, bro. That's
said
done.
no.
That's done.
Okay.
Anyway,
so he said no.
Okay, so AR, why do you think Puerto Rican culture is a part of American culture?
It's a U.S. territory, U.S. citizens.
That's the reason why it's a part of American culture.
That's all that's got to be.
Okay. Go ahead, Uda. Why you think Puerto Rican culture is a part of American culture?
because I just think that it's about the influence that the cultures have. You know what I mean? Like even black culture, you know what I mean? And I think that the cultures just mix. So I think that based on a lot of that, just the influence, I think that it's all just mixed into one now. And it's become our culture as well. Parts of it, some parts of it.
Okay. Edie, man, why you think it's a part of American culture?
I think when I traveled down to Puerto Rico and I seen all them president statues of the U.S. and I realized that a lot of things that quote unquote they do in their culture, and a lot of people haven't been to Puerto Rico, so they don't know. But a lot of things they do, I see it in the cities, right? I think what we got to do is when the first generation comes, that's a part of wherever they came from. But when you get deep enough down into generations and now these become American people, and it's accepted kind of like throughout the whole through like in a lot of places inside of America, we have to acknowledge that their culture is a part of our culture because American culture is not one single culture.
Auntie,
yes.
Why would you consider Puerto Rico's culture a part of American culture?
Real quick, Smitty, let me answer that. Okay, so even if you go back to the Bad Bunny performance, and I've seen this maybe because of where I am in South Florida, I've seen it like closely. A lot of Puerto Ricans aren't accepted like that amongst a lot of other Hispanic and Latino nationalities and like when you're talking about Cubans, Colombians, Mexicans, even the dialect, the Spanish that they speak, it's not the same. They actually consider them like American, kind of like bastardized Latinos. That's the way they consider Puerto Ricans. So yeah, they would consider Puerto Ricans just as American as black folks, as white folks, as anything else, amongst other Hispanics. So I would say it for that reason right there. And most Puerto Ricans would tell you they're like, look, I'm closer to Americans than I am with any Hispanics from South America, Central America. Like they really don't really get along with them very well. You know what I'm saying? And they're not assimilated to that culture. They're more so assimilated to American culture or society. Really, we say culture. I think we really kind of mean like society. But go ahead.
Okay.
So we might be wrong word.
So Smitty, do you believe Puerto Rican culture is a part of American culture, and why? Or why not? Because you said no. So why you don't?
Because I do believe that we are confusing intelligence with culture and history background. We are confusing these things. Just because, see, America's a melting pot because of our intelligence. See, we have intelligence from all over the world. Now, you have countries that utilize our intelligence and weaponry and everything too. But whatever they do over there is their and we are the only place, I believe America has the largest identity crisis I've ever seen on planet Earth. Because look at the conversation we're having right now. Everybody trying to figure out who are we? Well, me personally, I know exactly who I am, my lineage, and where I came from, at least a certain degree about amount back. I've done my research.
No, I think you're confused about the conversation, my brother.
Nah, you said, is that a part of it? No, because we're confusing the intelligence for actual history. Just because something has integrated into us does not mean that's a part of our history. No, we just integrated, but it's still their history. Just like how most black people would not claim raisins and potato salad, we would not claim tuna casserole. Why? Because we say that's who. Who do we say that is? And we say it for a reason, and that's just black and white. Bruh, I think it's a lot of conflation going on. That's all I'm basically saying.
But the problem is, I want you to point out the conflation that you're talking about so we could discuss it. Because that's the part I guess I'm confused about.
Basically saying it's like all these other, because everybody's trying to make it seem like because we've integrated with intelligence and resource wise. See, the thing is, they're not a part of our history and culture just because we get avocados from them and pineapples and stuff. That doesn't make them a part of our history and culture. It doesn't. They are separate. That is a separate entity that has integrated through resources and intelligence. We got FEMA all over the world. I promise you, them places still do not claim America, although they be so happy when they see that red, white, and blue flying down.
Yeah, when they see that dollar, bro. They see that dollar.
That's what I'm saying. So just, I want.
I don't. I see what you're saying, Smitty. I see what you. He digresses, Mike Smitty. But look, salute to Smitty because I ain't knocking him. But like, look, I seen things like even language though is deep, right? Because I lived in England, right? And being in England, I got white people, black people, different kinds of people, right? Even Asian people. But everybody's kind of speaking the same way. They speaking like English, but the English there is mixed with like African dialects, West Indian, because the Jamaican influence there was big. Wagwan with the ting, wagwan. Like everybody speaking like this. The white man, the white gal, everybody speaking the same way. You know what I mean? It's all kind of mixed up. Even the way a white chick from Birmingham, up north, you know what I'm saying, in the part of England where they speak with a different kind of lingo, dialect, like Cockney slangs or different things maybe up there, but even up there, it's even mixed in. So you could see, even over there, you might not see as much black people, you might not think, but even that has reached there. So you could still see the culture even throughout different people that's speaking like that. You know what I mean?
And real quick, Uda, I've seen Puerto Ricans argue with each other over who's like a realer Puerto Rican, because there are some that grew up, lived in Puerto Rico. Some of them that Puerto Rican influence was like deep prevalent in their household because their parents or family might have, and others that nah, bro, you've been over here all your life. Your parents been over here all of your life, and I done seen them argue with each other over like who's considered a real Puerto Rican and who's not considered a quote unquote real Puerto Rican. Like I've seen it. You know what I'm saying? And they can tell just by the way they speak to each other in Spanish. It's like, bro, your Espanol slow. Like it's just too slow. Like you ain't no real Puerto Rican. I've seen Puerto Ricans go at it like that. You know? So
And that's northern natural colorism.
Yeah. But there's a lot of stuff that we're not going to understand about their culture.
And I guess the reason for me, before I bring in young Riaz, the reason for me why I look at Puerto Rican culture a part of American culture, because so much of it is embedded in New York. So I am based in New York, so maybe that's why I have that general bias, right? And then I could have it completely wrong. But in New York, Puerto Rican is a part of the New York culture. It's not like Trinidad or Guyana type of situation or any of the Caribbeans. It's different. Like that Puerto Rican culture is a part. You go to a bodega and you call it that. You go get certain kind of sandwiches because of they, you know what I'm saying? They make certain food, they do it a certain way. When you go inside they store, certain music is playing. We know the records, we dance with the damn cat that's sitting on the damn bread. You go in there as the first time, you're like, Poppy, why is the goddamn cat on the bread? And Poppy gonna say, I don't know, he live here.
Wait, Sean, can I address you real quick?
It's kind of ironic coming from someone that lives in Florida, which has been ran through by Puerto Ricans, Cubans, and Venezuelans, as if it's not embedded in the Floridian culture, the Miami culture, and that's not American culture. It's ironic because there's probably more Hispanic influence in Florida, Spanish and Hispanic influence in Florida than there is Black. So it's just ironic that someone would say that.
Which is untrue. Which is untrue.
Wait, and you just called it Spanish influence.
But
you literally said it yourself.
Let me explain. When he mentioned South Florida, I'm gonna tell you, bro, that's the difference. Like he mentioned, what did you mention? Puerto Ricans,
I said Florida,
Cubans, and what? Okay, so do you know how many different like Hispanic cultures are here? You're talking about, of course, Cubans, Colombians, you said Venezuelans. That's probably one of the smaller demographics, you know what I'm saying, here. Central Americans, so you're talking about, people from Nicaragua, you know what I'm saying, Guatemalans, like, and they all move differently. Differently. Puerto Ricans as well, and they separate. Just like we may call it like colorism or culturalism, whatever the case may be, they separate. They have their little subsectors or whatever. They don't just get together just because we're all Hispanic and we all speak Spanish. Nah, that's rare. You even going to see it like that.
Sorry, is it okay if I have a go, please?
Sure, young.
Okay, so basically, though, as well, though, for me, for example, since I'm UK born Pakistani, though, basically, I'm different from the born ones as well. And basically, sometimes, we'll basically be together, but sometimes we actually put boundaries against each other. I don't trust the born Pakistani all the time. I know how they move, and I know I'm culturally different than them. Just because they look like me and they share their bloodline with me and we share the same faith, they think I should trust them. I don't trust them like that for a good reason. And also, though, they separate from me. You know what my harsh reality is, bro? I'm not, both sides will never truly accept me as one of them. I'm always in the middle and I'm going to be dragged left to right, bro.
I guess Rasbo
I
is
had a
from
question.
Elizabeth, New Jersey.
Sure.
And it better not be towards you better not be.
Sure. Sure. I'm
Go
listening.
ahead,
Go
Diva.
ahead.
Hold
I
on,
wanted to
young. Go
ask
ahead.
either man.
Okay,
So
thank
you
God.
said when you were in, yes, I'm back. When you were in Puerto Rico, you saw a lot of different aspects of their culture that are in American culture. Can
Oh, damn.
you tell us which
Either
ones?
either man just dropped. He probably got bad connection, Diva.
Okay.
I wanted to know what those things was because I was out there. I was in Puerto Rico running around, so I would like to know what he thought that was like American type of cultures that was there. I've seen a lot of Spanish stuff, like date things, but I didn't see no I don't know if I can remember anything that was like some type of thing.
What
Thank
the
you.
Sugar King? The Sugar King is very American.
Huh?
What?
What, nigga?
I don't know. Maybe
I got five left.
maybe he saw something there that he was because he was speaking like he actually saw something there. Maybe figures, statues. I never seen no American statues and nothing like that there. I never seen that there.
He probably walked
Right,
past
me
the
either.
embassy.
Never saw. I went to
Yeah,
Old
and
San
they do
Juan.
have some
All
in
that.
San Juan. Yeah, they got some in
I
Old
went to
San Juan.
I was in the city. I was in the village. I went to the hood. I seen fiends. I was in the hood because I had to get me some trees. Jelba, who got the
It's
Jelbas?
such
They
a
like you
pretty
got to go
hood.
to the hood. I had to go to the hood. You had to go up and down to the. I went down to the. And it was hood down there. I said, God. I went down there for some trees. Like 50 people ran
Nah,
up to
but
me.
so one of the things that is I think that is very American there that you can get a bacon egg and cheese, and that's one word when you go to Puerto Rico.
Bacon, egg, and cheese.
Oh, cut it
Yeah.
out. Oh, cut it out.
Sure. The point I was
Mama.
making earlier is the fact that just because we've integrated something and we celebrate because we have a large group of people from that area. Like in Texas, we have major Cinco de Mayo festivals right now. Like there's one coming up soon. But that doesn't make it an American culture. It's us celebrating their culture. And I think y'all are conflating the two. Because
So all right, so now I
hell,
got a question. Would you consider Fat Joe a part of American culture?
They all celebrated our shit.
I don't know. I don't know much about that.
Puerto Ricans love us.
So I couldn't speak on that.
Would you consider Fat Joe a part of American culture?
I don't know who the fuck that Joe is.
No.
Okay, what about PhD? You said no?
I said no.
Yeah,
He's a
man, every
culture
Puerto Rican
vulture.
girl got a black boyfriend, bro.
It doesn't matter if he
Everyone's
vultured off of it, he's still a part of the culture. Vulturing is a part of
he's
American
not.
culture.
No,
Vulturing is a part of
vulturing does not
American
make you a
culture.
part of the culture.
That is fair.
No, that's white
I
people.
mean,
They do that everywhere.
you talked about colonization. Diva. That's really like culture vulturing for the most part.
Absolutely.
Colonization. I mean, that's
Let me.
kind of
Is
part of
not
it.
culture vulturing because when they
Hold on.
colonized people, they were usually forcing them to take the culture that they brought with them. Right? That's why
All
they
right.
was forcing Christianity on everybody.
So they made they ass American like they made everybody else ass American.
So Diva, so
But
you
these
agree?
weren't the Americans doing it all the time. Go
So
ahead.
before I pass it to Brownsville, Diva, so you agree that Drake is not a part of the culture?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
And he got lust and all of that at the top of his value system. And so happily that somebody got at him and tried to bring that up and say, brother, take away that lust from the top of your value system, Drake. Take away that degeneracy, Drake. Take away all of that and put some of them things of that moral there. That's what Kendrick came to tell him, Brownsville. And he need to hear that. I'm telling you.
Go ahead, Brownsville.
Yeah, that was a great segue, Uda. And yeah, I gotta concede that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're right. But in this conversation, or this at least this part of the conversation, I agree with PH Diva, right? I believe that Puerto Rican culture is not part of American culture. And here's why. They have their own flag, which signifies a delineation from American culture, right? I think they have their own language. They have their own things that they do outside of the American culture. But I think what Cuzzo and a lot of New Yorkers confuse is New Yorkers, right? So y'all know in New York City, when we grew up, those wasn't Puerto Ricans. They were New Yorkers, right? That's different. That's why they didn't speak the language. That's why I went to a high school for a couple of years called Van Arsdale, right? It was prior it was called Eli Whitney.
Yeah, I know.
In that
My boy went to that
particular high school, there was a large contingent of Puerto Rican culture there, right? I went to school with all the Marcy boys, but it was us versus them. But the New Yorkers who was from Brownsville, who was from Marcy, they was with us, right? So when we was fighting against the Puerto Ricans, we had some New Yorkers with us fighting them. So I think Diva is correct and y'all are missing it. Is they, the New Yorkers are a part of our culture, but the Puerto Ricans, they are not. They have their own culture, which is why I give Bad Bunny a lot of props for highlighting their culture and prioritizing, celebrating their culture. Peace and love.
Sharon,
Even in the same breath, though, on Brownsville, like I think Auntie said it though. You know what I'm saying? Because the same way how my friend and them was Puerto Rico, whatever, the people that really from the old country, like, bro, you ain't Puerto Rican, get out of here, bro. You American.
Real.
They be telling them, like, bro, you not no Puerto Rican, bro.
Real,
You
dude.
not from the land, bro. And some of my Puerto Rican friends never even been there. I swear to God. They ain't even been there ever.
And they can tell just by how they speak, even if they do
bro, they
speak
be like,
Spanish,
you not
bro. They
Puerto
can tell
Rican,
by
bro.
the
They
dialect,
be like,
all
nah,
of that.
you not.
Right.
Hey, Brownsville,
But I
From the
feel like,
land, bro.
wait,
Brownsville, I
I
had,
was
I had
gonna
a
say
question
though,
for
bro,
you.
isn't some of them are like very hypocritical? They say they're better, but actually deep down inside they're jealous though, bro. They want to actually be in America, but what are they doing back in their home? Nothing.
But let me ask Sharon.
Brownsville,
Let me ask you this question though, Sharon, just briefly. So Busta Rhymes not too long ago came out and said that hip hop is not
He's gay?
American culture.
Busta Rhymes gay?
Busta Rhymes came out and said that hip
When
hop
did he
is.
come on and say that he's a booty pirate? I didn't know that.
Who said that?
Said
Who
that,
said that?
You ain't shit.
He said Busta Rhymes that came out.
he said Busta Rhymes said that hip hop is not American culture. He said that Jamaicans develop hip hop. Okay, so would you agree with that? Okay, so I mean, and I'm not saying that into the contrast of what it is we are speaking about. It is still on topic.
Yeah.
So him
No.
saying that hip hop is not American culture, that's Jamaican, that's from the islands. We started that, and Luke even hopped on the same train. Let's not forget this, people.
Yeah, so I think they just want a higher stake in American culture, so they can try to prove that they are something that they are not. Same thing with a lot of the Puerto Rican break dancers. They try to make it seem like they started something. Like hip hop is American culture, regardless that these people possibly came from other places. It's still American culture. The rapping, the DJ, all these things is American. Granted that some people came from other places, other world, but they didn't bring in their culture into hip hop. Hip hop bleeded into their culture. That's how come we have the way how reggae sounds now. Reggae sounds like what? Hip hop. Even with the reggae tones and the different Puerto Rican music or Mexican, whatever, what kind of Latino music, they have their version of a rap situation, right? That's why we had Tony Mataran, right? He was their version of gangster rap music. So they is our culture. It ain't theirs.
Hold up.
Damn, I be cooking up, Smitty.
Not, bro. And that's why you said that. You had to reassure yourself of the lie. That's all.
I just say this. This is what I would say. I would say this is why it's American culture. Even if the people from other places was doing it or whatever the case, I would say it's still like American culture, because when we really look at hip hop and rap, right, the thread and what they was rapping about, they were talking about plights and things that was happening here, civil things that was happening here. That's what it was all about. So I don't care where you was from. You wasn't talking about no real big plight out there, even though some of the people trying to mix it in. But the real big thing that we was talking about was going on, what was happening with people here in America, the plights and all of that. And that's what made it kind of hot, when you could kind of put that together, you know what I'm saying? Because it was mixed in with everything. So I just think that it's based on still American culture still.
Hell yeah, because like even when we rapping, we throw in our we throw Spanglish in there, right? We're like, oh, I hit you in your head, and then you be like, ay, yo, smio. Like that's that would be a New York type of bar.
But that's still Latino. It's literally in Spanish, bro.
Look,
just because it's common in a place doesn't.
Hey, listen, I'll go inside my shirt and hit you with that fuego, hit you in your tio, in your cabaza, make you say adios mio. Ooh, I got bars right there.
You just named 4 specifically Spanish phrases that are prevalent in Mexico. Stop it.
No.
But 2 of them wasn't even words.
Theo,
one of them wasn't, for a fact. One of them.
No, one of them wasn't.
The pasta wasn't it. The pasta wasn't it. Cabeza, it could be cabeza, but the cabeza wasn't the cabeza.
La cabeza? Yeah.
Yeah,
Just because I speak Spanish doesn't mean that I'm part of Mexican culture or it's part of American culture.
Zapatos.
My nigga. Hey, Sharon, you gonna make me use it. I'm gonna have to put more money down because you're gonna get me in trouble. I got 2 left.
I'll be having a good time. Y'all gotta excuse me sometimes. I'll be having a good time.
Sean, my whole point is I understand where y'all are coming from, but I believe Puerto Rico has both a Latin culture and an American culture. And it's tried to create its own culture, despite the fact that Puerto Rico is in fact an American territory. They still treat and move as a Latino culture, a Latino community. Puerto Ricans consider themselves Latino, not necessarily American most of the time.
So do you consider bodegas a part of American culture?
I believe bodegas are a part of Latin culture, specifically Puerto Rican.
Right, then that's where you got it effed up at. They don't got bodegas in Puerto Rico. They got coffee shops. We got bodegas.
Wait, so bodegas only exist in America?
Yeah.
Okay, if that's true, then bodegas are in fact American. Then I'll take that. But hold on, I need to research that. One second.
Davey said no. Davey said no. But look, look. Well, listen to what I'm saying though. This is the big difference, right? Because we could talk about Puerto Ricans, right? But I think that what if we're talking about a person from Hawaii now? I think like a person from Hawaii may seem a little different to some people because maybe we never grew up around some people from Hawaii, but they're American too, if that's the case, right? But if you got a person from Hawaii, you might say, nah, bro, you from Hawaii. You might look at them like that, right? How do you look at a person from Hawaii? That's my question to us. How do you see that person?
Ooh, good question. Let me see if Diva is there. I'm not sure she's able to. You there, Diva? She might not be able to. Tia. Glox 1.
Thiago, ACS. Thiago. That's Thiago, homie. He's speaking up for his peoples, homie. Yo, Thiago, what up?
Thiago, my bad. Thiago. ACS
from
the ball. My bad. God damn. I don't know how to read. I can't read Nicaraguan. I'm sorry. Or how you say a New Yorkerican. A New Yorican. My bad, Tiago. My apologies, sir. Sheesh. I could barely speak English, Tiago, so don't mind me. Americans calling the U.S. America, is it imperialism or just the classic bad at geography trope? You guys should find a better word for yourselves than Americans. A big hello from Brazil. Salute, Tiago.
Salute, Tiago.
It's only funny because as he said that, he didn't realize he's literally called the United States of America.
Also, we got Phil James. Bad Bunny concert was about Americans. Was there any representation of white people? Yes, Jessica Alba was there. So
Jessica Alba was there?
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was performing too. She was dancing.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh,
Yeah,
shit, I gotta go back and watch that again.
Cardi B was a part of the dancers. The dude from
I gotta go back and watch. I gotta go back and see that again.
Come on, I'll be paying attention too hard, Uda. I'll be really be watching, Uda. Shout out to the sexy bum with the 199. She says Sharon is a New Yorker. Y'all know them people. Diva, you back? Let me see if Diva is okay.
Hey, quick, Sharon, I just wanted to say to Uda real quick. I got 3 cousins who are in Hawaii. They from here, you know, us, right? From what I know, there are a lot of ex-military folks because all 3 of them were in the military, and they said that they have some of the best like retirement. I don't know. They said for some reason it's a little bit slight different in Hawaii, although it is American territory. But there is a lot of us over there. They said they in a whole community that looks just like DC, Chicago, and everything as far as like it being like us Black Americans. It's not a lot of people that's looking like them Disney movies and the Moans and stuff. No, it's us over there, like heavy. Yeah, it's a lot of communities. But I digress. My mic is muted.
Okay.
About to be a situation.
Shout out to Tiago. Thank you for the correction, Uda. Okay, I think PS Diva is back. I think I'm like
Tiago. $5 in some currency I don't recognize. Here in Brazil.
Whatever Brazil money is. Rubies or
Ruby or something like that.
I think rupee is Indian. Anyway, here in Brazil, those of us on the left call you guys United Stadians, while the right-wing bootlickers only know how to say, I love you, daddy. Why y'all got our name in y'all mouth anyway?
That was actually pretty funny though. What's that song? I like the song Lambada. That's one of my favorite songs, Diva. You know that Lambada song, Diva?
Mm-mm. You know what? That's the song that was in my head. I just didn't know it was called Lambada. Okay.
that's actually in Portuguese. My whole life I thought it was like a Spanish song, but it's actually in Portuguese.
Yeah, that one do go hard though.
Hey, Sean, isn't it the Brazilian real or something like that? Real or something? Real. Shit.
It's called Real.
Is it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know the currency is in R.
It's Saudi, and I think dirhams though is Emirates though.
Okay, so I did want to because I was moving around, but so there were several reasons given for, I guess, people outside of America being part of American culture, or when they come here or whatever.
Yeah.
And so specifically with regard to Puerto Ricans, somebody was saying like, oh, well, the other Latinos don't look at them the same, and they speak different. All of them speak different dialects, right? And so a person from Spain is gonna look at all of them like they crazy. And so that's whatever. None of them like each other, right? So people seem to think that Latinos have a lot of group cohesion, but that's actually not the case when you're around quite a few of them, right? In a place where there's a lot of different types of them. They'll tell you we don't like each other. But that still doesn't mean that you are a part of a different culture just because the people from your culture don't accept you, right? So your culture is your way of living. And just because people in your culture don't accept you and you come over here, if we're not adopting your way of living, then you aren't a part of this culture, right? And so for them to be part of American culture, what I'm saying is some aspects of their way of living would have to generalize to American culture.
I think the bacon, egg, and cheese, the way how they be trying to dance, and they dance with bongos and stuff like that. What? Diva. Bongos, Diva.
Nigga.
Most people are not using bongos in the United States. Cut it out.
I'm just saying, sometimes when you see a nice, thing walking down with a stingray, you like, oh,
You know what?
some bongos.
I got this urge to play the drums, huh? Okay. See, I'll go ACS 1.5 Brazilian dollars. You guys need to check out Raciones MCs. They're insane.
I'll check it out.
Oh, and then also with the hip hop started somewhere else, or is part of some other culture. What? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense, right? Because Cool Heart, what was he credited with? The break beat. What record was he using to create the break beat? It was funk music. That ain't got shit to do with Jamaica.
Nothing
the
at all.
reason he was even able to do that was because he had his ass over here by us.
Absolutely. So and that goes to what she was saying, how you adopted our culture. So even though you was from somewhere else, you tried to be like us and be a part of what we was doing, being in the park after dark, dancing the way how you dance, the music, the break beat, everything was us. So that's our culture, regardless if people from other places wound up doing well at it.
Mm-hmm. Real quick, I think folks
nobody never talk about that part though.
It's really like most of these other demographics, they really do simplify it, and they're like, look, they believe that they're assimilated to American culture because they simplify it to just this much: the worship of the American dollar. They're like, I worship the American dollar just like every other damn American, and that's really the only thing that binds us in America. Okay, is the damn dollar as our god.
I disagree with that inherently.
Hey, you may disagree with it personally.
What about Diva? Diva, do you eat yuca?
Yes, but only when I'm in Latin America.
There we go. Puerto Rican.
When I'm in Latin America.
You ate one African yuca. Don't do that. You ate one African yuca. You ate an African yuca. Don't do that.
It's very good.
I know that is.
That's right. So, the way how dominoes, Diva, you play dominoes?
Nope. Only spades. Only spades.
Okay. Wait, I was gonna ask Uda this though. If I didn't tell you which ethnicity I was, Uda, what do you think I am though? If I didn't tell you, what do you think I look like to you?
I would think that you were out there. They would think I would decline you as Asian. So I would probably think you were like Pakistan, or because I have friends that was like from Pakistan. I have friends from Bangladesh.
I am a Pakistani.
I would think you probably from like
Damn, Young, he called you out. He knew exactly what you was.
No, I just asked him a question though. I already knew the answer though. I was just asking him if I didn't tell him though.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. If you didn't tell him, he would have thought you was Pakistani.
Yeah, because when I was growing up, I had a friend that was like Indian. I had a friend that had like Pakistani friends.
Pretty much he said he assumed that you drive taxi cabs.
Nah, I'm a British born Pakistani. I ain't no born Pakistani though. I'm more westernized though than them though. I don't drive no taxi, bro.
That's right. Let them know.
I'm more Americanized than the born Pakistani though. Look at the way I dress though. I'm inspired by American culture, and I'll give them props all the time though, bro. You know what? The deep down inside the chief is though. Some of them born Pakistanis are deeply jealous of me though. They want my opportunity. They want to be where I'm at. Some of them are bad jealous. They just want to come over to where I'm at and take over from there. But they don't actually know what life is really like where I'm at though, actually. And they claim to be better, but what have they done though, bro? I've got family back there who've actually made stuff going for them though. And that's just how it is. And some of them are hypocrites. They claim to be better, but actually want the same thing as me. And some of them don't actually extort, you know? Some of them do extortion as well, you know? Literally, I heard though, like some of them literally like to extort their
That's part of
family
American culture too. pillage,
Hey,
plunder,
look,
extortion.
and listen, every time
Yeah.
anytime when Young come up here, I just want to just start busting out songs. Shut up, how do I really care what people say?
Right.
I don't know what's the name
Yeah,
I know.
Hey, hey.
Shut up,
I
and
look
pick
like
up that
everything
Bible.
basically. I'm a
But,
definition of
nah,
multiculturalism. I look like anything.
he said, F what Sharon's saying.
No, I know
I
what Sharon
definitely
was
think you
saying.
might be.
I'm just saying.
You ain't talking about nothing.
He said, Sharon ain't
Have you
talking
ever
about
worked in a
that.
7-Eleven?
Nah, he's
No,
young. He's only,
no, I've never worked in a
I don't even
7-Eleven.
know if
I'm
he
like
knows the
UK born Pakistani. I'm different though, you know.
He young, Shadow.
Huh? I get him.
Yeah, he young.
Look,
He young.
I almost pulled that trigger and you stopped me.
Yes,
Look,
because
sir.
Yeah, but the only thing is though that I only take offense to is I ain't no Indian though. Even though me and them share history, but I ain't them and they ain't me. I'm like a new set of people. Like, yeah, basically I'm like a blend of them, but I'm like a new set of people. I ain't no Indian though. I'm like half of it, but I'm no Indian though. I'm more Indo-Persian though. So I claim my Persian side, not the Indian though. I ain't no Indian.
Look,
okay.
But
are you
hey,
English?
I've seen people from the Middle East, you know, Arabs, you know, Saudi Arabians, whatever, fight with people that are actually from India about the
Yeah.
term Indian.
Right, and we're
Like
not
like dude said
gonna
straight
dive
up,
deep into
he said,
that.
"I'm a real Indian
Hold
from
on, I don't
India."
want to dive too deep into
Yeah.
that. I want to get back to to the conversation.
Okay.
Hold on, Young. Let me also welcome to the show somebody that I know 100% believes that Puerto Rico is a part of American culture. Welcome to the show, Pan Mulattoism. He's on mute. I don't know what happened to him.
Nigga.
All right.
Peace, family. How y'all doing?
Tiago ACS won $5 Brazilian. Sorry to interrupt, but my only point is deal with Trump and his crew, please. Peace out from Brazil.
We are Tiago. We are doing our best over here to deal with him and his shenanigans. It's not an easy thing to do when you have legally the leader of the free world. So we're doing the best of our ability to all the nonsense that he does. We try to correct as much as I can, but he also did some things that we kind of agree with as well. So it's not an easy thing. Go ahead.
You need to focus on Brazil. I think Brazil has like 5 of the top 10 most dangerous cities in the world. So I think that's what he needs to focus on.
Yeah, but at the same time, you deal with Trump the same way you dealt with Bush and every other president that was borderline on the other side. You let it run its course. That's it.
Good
Like,
point.
come on. You got you got another 2 years. Just deal with it. Y'all will live. You know what I'm saying? We survived Bush. I don't see how the hell we can't survive. You know what I'm saying? Donald Trump. We survived the first day in 4 years.
Right. I agree. Pan, he ran away after Auntie talked about him.
My bad.
Okay.
He'll be back. Trust me.
Hey, Dave, I think it's pronounced a how. How. I tried to look up the pronunciation of the real, of that Brazilian dollar.
Real.
It's pronounced like
It's pronounced
like
real.
Oh,
It's pronounced real, the Brazilian real. And and y'all should know that because you're talking about currency in the world. Y'all should already know how to pronounce money.
Why the fuck do we need to know how to pronounce that?
Because it's money. That's
okay,
why.
So what?
To be fair,
It's
it doesn't
money.
trade. It doesn't trade for much, so it's not really useful.
But it still trades.
You can trade it periodically.
It still has value.
No, that's
it
fine.
doesn't. It doesn't have a lot of junk.
It has Sharon in it.
Hold on, it has some kind of
you talking
value.
about?
Hey, listen, it just gave me some value today. So, hey, it is what it is. Real, we respect the Real. Thank you so much for Tiago. Also, let me see if Pan Mulattoism. Let's see if
yes, sir.
Okay, it's working. Yeah, now tell me how you believe Puerto Rico is a very important part of American culture. Go ahead.
Well, actually, I came to say the opposite. I came to actually agree with PH Diva, and I can see why this is a debatable topic. But being an American living in Puerto Rico, I know for a fact if I ask the average Puerto Rican, are Americans a part of the Puerto Rican culture, even though Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory, they will undoubtedly say, "Hell, motherfucking no." So I gotta give
hold on, Pan. So yeah, okay, if you do it the opposite way, then yeah, we could say that. But what about the other way? Do you think that Puerto Rico culture is a part of American culture?
I'm gonna say no, because for the same exact reason. Because just like you have majority Puerto Rican areas in the U.S., you have majority American or gringo areas in Puerto Rico, such as Ocean Park and Isla Verde and what is that? Dorado. You have areas that are
Real
majority
quick, Mulatto,
gringo.
ain't you in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, that's my point. I'm down here
Okay,
right now, and I can tell you,
go ahead. I
even
just
though
wanted to
Puerto
confirm that
Rico,
for everybody.
even though Puerto Rico been a U.S. territory since I think 1898, they are still able to ethnically and culturally distinguish themselves from us. Even though we are down here, it's thousands of gringos down here, but they will never say that we are part of the Puerto Rican culture. So I got to give them that same energy. No, even though Puerto Ricans are U.S. citizens and Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory, no, they are not a part of the American culture. We love them, I love them, but no, we're not ethnically the same. We're definitely not culturally the same.
Yeah, but I
Then why
mean,
are you booty clapping for Puerto Ricans?
but at the same time, that would go to I think what Shadow said earlier. Ethnically, you got some states that aren't the same as other states. Like, or as either man that mentioned, I think he compared like Oklahoma to Connecticut or some shit like that. Like ethnically, a lot of that's not going to be the same.
And
So
let me respond to the other brother. No, actually, my Puerto Rican wives booty clap on me with all due respect. Now, yes, there are different states that have different cultures. We would never deny that. But when we talk about ethnicity, no, Puerto Ricans are not ethnically American. That's undeniable. So no, there's nothing wrong with drawing a line between us and them because they will always draw that line between them and us.
What's an ethnic American?
A person who was, and I'm glad my mulatto son asked me that. Hey, how you doing, son? An ethnic American is a person that can trace their ancestry to 1776 when the U.S. was founded.
you just let him call
Okay,
you his
U.S. was
son.
founded in the
You want to let him
Constitution.
talk to you like that?
All you niggas
Yeah,
is
that's
my
my son.
son.
He know I love him. He know I love him. But peace, family. I just wanted to come in and drop them Jews on y'all. I
So
love y'all, man. Keep up the great work.
Anybody that
Go
I'm
works
ahead.
still
for
stuck on him saying his
My
wife
son
is
want more
booty clapping
attention.
on him.
anybody that
My son
immigrated
want more
after
attention. Go ahead. My son want
anybody that
attention. Go ahead,
immigrated
y'all.
after 1776 is not American.
Say it again.
Anybody that immigrated after 1776 is not American.
Ethnically, no. They may be U.S.
Okay,
citizens,
that's
but
interesting.
ethnically, no, they're not. No, they're not ethnically American at
Do you
all.
have to be ethnically American for your culture to be part of American culture?
Yes.
I would say, yeah, exactly. Yes.
Okay,
Other
so
than that, you just
anything that
go
came
ahead.
after 1776, any culture that came in and influenced America or whatever, not American culture.
Exactly. I'll give you an
And
example.
250 years.
Just
Okay,
as,
so
So let him
250
give us
years.
an example. Let him give us
Gotcha.
an
All right,
example.
gotcha.
yeah, clearly. But you got any more questions, son? My son don't want me to go. He grabbing my leg.
Stay, daddy, stay.
Yeah. But peace be upon you all. Much love.
Goodbye, mulatto.
how does your wife booty clap you? I'm still fucked up about that sentence.
He got two wives.
He
I
literally
got one
just
left.
stunned you. You let him do it.
What
Yeah.
the fuck? That's zero. I'll send you some more money in a minute, Sean.
It's all right. Think about it. Hey Diva, did you see me getting beat up over the weekend?
No, what happened? I saw you up there, but when I stopped on it, you weren't talking, so I just kept on moving.
Yeah. They try to beat me up. Big J try to beat me up. Gabe A try to beat me up. Some dude that I spoke to for the first time, DJ Naff, tried to beat me up.
Okay, I've seen him before.
Bronzeberg tried to beat me up. And our favorite hood conservative, he was crying.
As usual.
Uh-huh. It was so crazy. It was wild.
What y'all was talking about?
Originally we was just talking about trolls, and then somehow they brought it into Sharon. But Sharon, when Sharon has the human mute button up there, I can never talk. I was like, what?
I love it.
I was like, what? I was like, so what that got to do with me? Because you that woman. Like, goddamn, Big Day, they wasn't me though.
Who that was? Who conservative saying that?
Big J was saying it. Joshua Sandwich Rap, he was talking a lot as well. And Gabe A, he came up there being all upset at me. And Sharon, you not anything for the because Sharon, you always with the it's like it was crazy how upset they are about me, even though they don't have no proof of what they're saying. It was weird. In real time, he got up there and said, "See, Sharon, you do X, Y, and Z. Today you said this, that, and the third, right?" And then everybody in the panel was like, "No, Sharon didn't say that at all today. So what are you talking about?" He's like, "Well, that's what he represents." Nope.
That's what I wanted him to say.
Mm-hmm. It's so wild and crazy. Then I went to the Angry Man channel as well, and they was out there wilding out, talking about comparing what Corey Holcomb did to the way Donald Trump did the Obamas. That was really disturbing to me. What I never got your thought on it. I don't believe the whole situation with Donald Trump pushing out that thing with Obama and Michelle. Did I ever get your thought on that, Diva?
Hey, Sharon, we can't talk about Corey Holcomb here anymore. And that's what Uda put out there. Nuh-uh. Uda broke down. Uda broke down Corey Holcomb. We can't talk about him no more. He's on a whole different zone now.
I missed it because that's probably when I was having some connections. And you need a napkin, by the way. But
I do. All right, thank you.
Yeah. What Uda say? Uda, what you say?
Uda.
Oh, he eating. He said, give him a second. He eating.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Uda tell you because it was his breakdown. But when you see it and you understand what he said, Corey Holcomb being a dirtbag ain't new. The way,
absolutely, that's
of course he was talking under that little girl's clothes. It's kind of his habit.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna leave it right there.
Okay, he hang out with Drake. You saying?
Hey, him and Drake be running in the closet together. So, hey, him and Pusha T's playing games.
God damn. And we kind of understood that about somebody like him in the first place.
That nigga's bugged out. Corey's bugged out.
Oh, I didn't want to give up your story. So.
Now with some footage that resurfaced now about him talking about a thing, something on a couple of platforms, not only in his platform, but maybe on another platform. I don't know if it's meant to be a joke, or how he's telling it, but it's about 13-year-old girls in Iceland. Like that's the age of consent. And then he goes on from there and starts to make like what he deems, I guess, to make a joke about this. You know what I'm saying? Which is just kind of like wit.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Gad, Diva, you want to say something about that?
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
we can only hope he just keep getting canceled.
Yeah, absolutely. That's hey, there's some weird people out there, and it's weird to see. It's weird to see a lot of men defend what they defend sometimes. It confuses the hell out of me. I don't get it at all. Let me see. Let's see what happened here on this.
We can review it.
I'm gonna review the Angry Man one. This one is a little bit easier because they talk a lot. I barely even talk because these are, they get this dude Ease Chill. I got him out of his fifi early in the show. I should have recorded that, but that's on. I don't know if it's still there. I have to find it. But I got him out of his body, Diva. Like them titties started moving. It was crazy. I was like, damn, I got you that upset, bro. It was crazy. But this is a little bit after me and him got into it. And then I started double streaming. But when we started double streaming, we was talking about the Obama and Corey Holcomb. I don't know what they consider it. I don't know how they consider it. It's weird. What is going on with my computer? Okay, there we go. Computer acting up.
As a primate, and his wife has been depicted as a primate. But y'all was all over the airwaves like, yeah, Corey, get Anton. And what did Corey say? Man, you don't know how many gigs I done lost money because of this Anton situation. That ain't the only thing you're gonna lose. Now you're losing people. Now people don't even want to participate in your debauchery. But it was 22,000 people there when it first popped off. Everybody was cheering it on. Everybody was loving it. All the content creators was all up in their feelings about, yeah, he shut down Fighter. He shut down Fight Club. He left us hanging. He called us his kids.
Yeah, so I think that is just a crazy talking point right there. You know, we ain't the ones that said that he shut down Fighter. No, that was Anton saying those things about other content creators.
And Corey Holcomb is losing that stuff because he tried to hit that woman. Anton ain't that big in the world that like that. It's because he tried to put hands on that woman, and that footage surface is the reason why Corey Holcomb is losing those dates in those comedy clubs, not because of Anton.
Right. And it is weird that they are conflate. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they are Antonites. We know Angry Rim. He got flown out by Anton, PhD, but he got flown out, and he was also Anton took him to a Detroit Piston games on the floor, the same way how he did Mika in LA. He took Mika, he flew Mika out and took her to the basketball game. He did the same thing with the Angry Man. So
not flew out.
He flew him out.
All right.
That's the thing I said. I said, all right now. There's something about those light skins that Anton liked to fly them out and take them to basketball games. I don't know.
He love a bad yellow bone.
Yo, y'all love throwing shots, man. Y'all crazy.
Oh, that's not a Kels. Did Anton fly him out? Yes or no?
Yo, man, I don't know. I don't be paying attention. I'm
Answer
outside.
Answer the question. See, this is the problem.
I don't know.
This is the problem. Like, I don't understand why
outside, brother.
Why we cannot just be out? Did he fly him out? Yes or no?
I'm outside.
All right, so
I don't know.
Did he take him to the basketball game and sat him down on the floor seats? We know what.
How do you see the brother? How do you see somebody down on the? You choose to sit down.
Hey, look, even what they say, money on the wood is all good.
Oh, here you go with the old pimp talks. The old pimp talk.
I'm watching this Bad Bunny performance, and I'm just in the beginning, but so far I'm not seeing what the hype is about. But I'm in the beginning, so
he walking through the grass.
Yes, and I'm just
those
like,
are human grass too. That's humans dressed as grass.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know why they did that, but for some reason,
why they did that? I just showed you something. I'm telling you, we ain't gonna get into that. You don't know what they talking about. What?
That's true.
Human grass.
Yeah, I understand that part. Neither. It was a lot of it that I didn't catch. I had to, but Shiesty, my bad, Shiesty. Shiesty trying to get flown out. My bad, Shiesty. Shiesty trying to get flown out.
Shiesty on the panel. Shiesty, you on the panel.
You wish, don't you? Look at you, thirsty. Here's some water. Let me get you some water.
I guess y'all forgot. Content creators do what? Create content. But I guess it's a different standard because it's Trump, right? Or is it because he's white?
Absolutely, it's a different standard because it's Trump.
Okay, well, by that measure and by that means, then it was perfectly then black people should not have been upset when they found out who Harvey Weinstein was and how it is that the Obama set up here and awarded the man and gave him praise on the national TV. And we all know who Harvey Weinstein is.
That is a crazy, ridiculous way to try to flip it. That was insane. And I guess this type of stuff flips with people that's just not understanding what be happening in the world. But that whole situation with Harvey Weinstein, that was before everybody knew, or at least to the world knew, what Harvey was doing to get those girls, how he got them. Like, you cannot, like, that's just wild to say. And then I don't understand why they keep referring way back to Obama to even prove a point. That's another problem. That shows how much more important or much more powerful somebody like Obama is, in my opinion. It's crazy. I don't understand the correlation between Harvey Weinstein.
Why is Harvey Weinstein in jail?
For doing some nefarious acts sexually.
Okay, and what did the Obamas do? They sat up there and they praised him and gave him all this love, and they gave him awards and exception, all because they love Harvey Weinstein. But they mad about
was that after the allegations or before?
Oh, that was before the allegations. But yet still people.
That's why you gotta ask the proper questions. God damn it! So why are you trying to make it seem as if they was a part of the goddamn effery? What is so important that they try to make people a part of something that they are not a part of to try to prove a point? That is some nasty work, AR. What you think about that, AR? He playing goddamn Xbox. Ain't that a bitch? Sucker.
People have not come out to publicly shame the Obamas because of Harvey Weinstein. Now that we know. But now that the Epstein files is out, not everybody want to draw correlations, say anybody attached to the Epstein files is diabolical. The point of me bringing that up is that it's all selective outrage. You can be upset because Trump is the president, and that AI video, which the creator of that AI video came out and made a statement about it. He said he just did it as a joke, plus he don't like Obama. But people want to attach that to him. But in the black community, we want to give smoke.
So no, hold on. That's crazy. That's another crazy statement. No, it's attached to Donald Trump because he posted it recently. Something that was over a year old. He recently posted it. So that's why it is attached to Donald Trump today. Why are we acting like we don't understand that? That's crazy, nasty work, Chicago-rilla. Why do these conservatives do this? I don't understand it. It's disgusting. It's nasty.
To Anton, and we okay with Corey putting out content about this black woman and his daughter being depicted as apes, but we upset because an AI video which depicted a black woman and a black man as an ape. It doesn't make sense. The outrage is selective and fake. That's what's wrong with this whole entire thing. If the community was really
to act as if Corey Holcomb's audience is the same as Donald Trump audience is diabolical. You're on mute, Uda.
Yeah, I think it's two different things. Yeah. It's a reach. I mean, anything on earth could be correlated. I get it. But I think it's a reach.
And I don't know why he acted like we cannot have different outrage levels for different people. Different people that's doing certain things, yes, you should have a different outrage for that person. Absolutely. And now for my big question. Crazy. It's nasty work, Uda.
Yeah, that's right.
Display.
If the community was really standing 10 toes and they was really cared about how it is that our women and our children get depicted, they wouldn't be okay with it when Corey did it. But guess what everybody did? They gave Corey a pass, all because it was Anton. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So first of all, yeah, go ahead, Uda. Go ahead. What's your thoughts on that?
Because everybody I seen that was talking never stood for what Corey did. Even the street dudes, we had preppy dudes, we had mad people, even if they was riding for Anton or not. Nobody that we ever asked a question, whoever I saw on a panel, and you asked them, then nobody stood on that, really. People said, all right, cool, this how I be in war and all this other stuff. I get that. But for the most part, from people, that's men, I heard them say, nah, man, I don't stand for what Corey did, even if they was on Anton's side or on either way. They said the same thing.
Absolutely. Everybody was in disagreement of Corey going at the child and the woman. People was disagreeing about how he went about it, and people was definitely 100% disagreeing with the shirt. So I don't know what they're conflating. I think people are okay with Anton getting his ass attacked because they don't like him, but they definitely wasn't okay with how he got attacked. So it's crazy. The conflation is wild.
And
so I just don't believe that the same people that is into Corey Holcomb, the person that preaches that not to vote and not he doesn't talk about politics, he's talking about relationship and black women, are the same people that are into politics and care about Donald Trump accidentally putting Obamas as gorillas and apes. I think those are two different audiences. and one is should be held at a higher rank because he's a president. Also, the person that you are delegating that power to do these re-uploads of your thoughts, they should have did their due diligence to make sure that they didn't put something as ridiculous as painting our first Black president and our first Black first lady as monkeys in February, Black History Month. That is not excusable. And then double down by not apologizing about it. No, you should absolutely apologize for a mistake that you and your team has made.
So how come Corey is not being hold on? How come Corey is not being held to that same standard that he should?
That is nasty work right there. He's not gonna address nothing I said, Uda. That's wild. You're on mute again, by the way, if you was trying to speak. That is just wild. Hey. But
when we want to make a point, that's what it's about. You know what I mean? And that's what we see on the panels. You know what I mean? If we got a point that we making, that's what we gonna see. You know what I mean? And that's what he's doing. He's just landing his points on everything that's angled to his point. You know what I mean? But that's how come I think sometimes that's how we miss each other in conversation.
But the thing that bothers me about is that I'm able to address what he said and also move it to another point. And that's the issue that I have with it. Like, I don't understand like how you can't just acknowledge the truth. That's just wild. Welcome back to the show, Brownsville, New York. I'm not sure if you want to speak now.
Yeah, so I think what you missed in this conversation is Will Cellulite Podcast already conceded the argument to you, right? Because your argument is Trump should be held to a higher standard than that of a degenerate, but his argument is no. We should have the same outrage for Trump as we have for Corey Holcomb. So essentially he's saying that they should be held to the same standard. So it was really no need to even further the conversation at that point.
Apologize.
No, I believe some people like everybody that's on this channel. It looks like we are all in agreement that what he did was absolutely horrendous and wrong. Nobody believes that what he did about the children, the wife was okay. Him putting those kids him putting those two ladies as monkeys, that is definitely not okay. That was highly disrespectful. But we also understand that Corey Holcomb, he's somebody that goes after women. Even after the situation with him and Anton, it comes to find out that he walks up a woman and mushes them.
So that's acceptable just because we know that's who he is?
No, what we're saying is that is a different level than what Donald Trump is. So we cannot act as if those two things are equal.
Got you. But
hold on. You're drawing straws here, sir. You're drawing straws.
This is this fool here. Like, what straw did I draw? Oh man, some people just want to go against me just to go against me. It is weird to see. I don't know what be wrong with me, to be honest.
Do you understand what I mean when I say you're drawing straws?
Elaborate, please. Just go ahead and elaborate.
I'm speaking more to Sharon when it comes to that. You're trying to say that this one is a little bit heavier than the other when they all have a nice amount of weight to them, right? Just you.
So just because one is 200 pounds and one is 300 pounds, they both have a nice weight to it. We cannot say one is heavier than the other. Oh my God. What? We definitely have a mental health issue in the Black community. This is insane.
You can't say that just because, like how you're basically saying to him, Will, does that make it right? No, but he's the president, so that means he's held to a higher standard. So now you're basically saying that means it's okay for Black people to be outraged in their selective outrage, rather than pointing it out for the hypocrisy that it truly is.
Normally, let me say this to Sharon. Normally, I would agree with you on this position. And the reason why is because you're right. He's a president. He needs to make sure that what's being put out is approved before it gets put out, right? Normally, I would agree that has more weight than the Corey situation. The only problem with this situation is Corey just got into it with another black man under the premise of checking that black man about his blackness. That's what makes it so bad, because you just got through saying to a man that he kisses Caucasian ass, like, and that white people is his boss, like he's checking him about his blackness, and then you turn around and do something that a white man would do, which is depict black people as monkeys.
What's his?
I don't know. I think people like to give degenerate behavior passes, in my opinion, because as long as people like Corey Holcomb doesn't get chastised, excommunicated out, or we hold him accountable, it gives them to do things that is less than what Corey Holcomb did. And they always give an excuse, but look what Corey Holcomb did, or look what this person that's worse than me did. I think that's why so many men are willing to give them a pass, let them into the circle, let people that are worse than them around them, because as long as those people that are worse than them are around them, they don't actually have to do better. Well, we have a standard of people doing better, that everybody will have to continuously to get better. So you keep degenerates around you, you don't really have to be better. You just have to be better than a degenerate. And that's why they like to have degenerates around them. That's my thought on that shit. Because that's just nasty work what he just said.
Exactly what a white man has done.
I wanted to ask
that's what, in my opinion.
Yeah, Diva.
So he basically, they're saying that Trump depicting the Obamas as monkeys is okay because people didn't have a problem with Corey saying Anton's wife and daughter look like a monkey or whatever. But they thought it was wrong, right?
So that's what I thought.
Right. So by their own values, it was wrong when Corey did it. And so it should also be wrong when Trump does it. So it just seems like a weird mental contortion that they're doing in order to try to justify it. Oh, because you think like this, you said that was okay, so now this has to be okay, when that would be violating your own standards or whatever, sensibilities.
And speaking of it, let's see if we can find somebody that is willing to defend the position. Welcome to the show, Omni, etc.
What's going on? Hold on, I'm trying to set up my avatar real quick, but so I could do the cam thing. But yeah, I think at the beginning of this clip, I said that the standard should be that both are egregious all the way around. So whether it was Trump or Corey, my argument was, in particular, that I find Corey to be more egregious than Trump, based off of the conversation that he was having with Anton at the time of them falling out, because he was taking the position in that particular argument as, you're not black enough. You ass kiss the white man, and then you turn around and do you turn around and do this thing that is, historically racist. I even said that on Iz's panel the other day. The thing that I don't like about the thing that I find even more egregious in the case of Trump is afterwards he admits that he did something. Well, no. He admitted that he did something wrong. Well, he admitted that there was wrongdoing, but he said that he did nothing wrong. You don't get to be the leader in that scenario and do both of those things. So yeah, I find both to be egregious, but I find specifically Corey to be worse because he positioned himself in the conversation with Anton as knowing better, as knowing what racism was, as calling out racist tropes, as calling out white people. and then he turned around and made that man's family into some monkeys.
So now, do you agree that Donald Trump put himself in a position that he knows better for the country than anybody else?
Oh yeah, because for the exact same reason. Not the exact same reason, but for that, I say yeah, because of that, the video, which I didn't see at the time when we were having this discussion. So I didn't see the video of him. I saw it on Iz's panel the day after of him saying, of course I find it appalling, or of course I condemn it. So he condemned it, but he's not taking responsibility for it. And that's where you lose me.
Okay, so now that you got that new information, do you still hold the stance that Corey's position of putting the women as apes is worse than Donald Trump putting a president before him as an ape?
Yes.
And there go, that's the issue that we have, right? So Donald Trump should definitely be held at a higher standard, especially since he's not willing to be accountable for it. And
it's more impactful from an optics perspective, but I find Corey, in his own words, having access to women in poverty far more the immediate threat. I'll put it that way. He's more of an immediate threat to the black community, in my opinion.
Wait, what happened with women in poverty?
Cam Newton's podcast.
Oh wait, so we hopping over to there?
I mean, that's the only way, because
I'm looking at the full scope of every. Sharon, also there.
This came out from the White House. Listen, this came out from the White House account, bro. I
understand.
Listen to this though, right? But imagine, listen, regardless of both of them did it or not. But imagine he really did do this now. Imagine that we black, and this is what he think about black people. But he's in charge of us and everybody that's here. So imagine how scary that could be. Whatever happened with Corey, sometimes I can understand how it could be, but that's more personal to them. Even though we could see how it affects us on a bigger scale systematically, or maybe that we could go into that psychologically, break that down. But we're talking about the actual president of America, bro. You know what I'm saying? Imagine that he's really this person. That's very scary. That affects us for real.
I understand from an optics perspective. Listen, I get it. I understand from an optics perspective. It's a terrible thing. I'm saying physical harm. Potential for physical harm.
Donald Trump is more dangerous than Corey Holcomb and our physical harm.
Okay. I may be looking at this because of certain things that I think about Corey based off, because I did do digging into his content, because the number one thing that was kept being said about Corey was, oh, but he's a comedian. I've never found him funny. And so I had to go back and do my due diligence on his content.
Was this recently?
What?
Like that you went and did like study his content?
Yes.
Like with this whole Anton situation.
Not just the Anton. I went back and I started looking at his past shows on the 5150, and then I came across content with Q Butter and them were reviewing a compilation of some very egregious things that he was saying about little girls. And it's like a 15-minute compilation on TikTok with PDF file statements.
I did a video today based on some statements like that. We were talking about some Iceland girls or something like that, bro.
So now how is what Corey's saying? Good day, Gail. Saying those egregious things that is going to affect people is more dangerous than Donald Trump saying those things to have a whole majority of the nation to believe that we are less than humans.
Well, listen, my thing is if I see two houses on fire, my house and the White House, I'm throwing the water on my house first.
That's fine. But what I'm saying, you said that Donald Trump situation is less physically impactful to us as black folks than Corey Holcomb's. What I'm trying to understand that Donald Trump's rhetoric, right?
Mm-hmm.
Back in the days, it produced us being enslaved. It produced us being our asses whipped. It produced us from forcing men to have relations with possibly their family. They don't even know who they busting nuts in. Like, it produced a lot of situations where it put us as Black folks in danger, literally physical danger. That rhetoric, that's what happened. So how is what Donald Trump pushing out less physical harmful than what Corey is saying is what I'm trying to understand.
How is less physically harmful?
Yes.
Okay. So behind that picture alone, that one picture, what is to come violently, do you think, or physically, do you think? Versus everything.
I just gave you all the things that happened before when this rhetoric.
Before, I know, I understand the history. I'm saying historically. I said historically, it has been a racial thing. But what I'm saying is, going forward, who I find to be the more immediate threat is definitely Corey Holcomb. That's just my take.
So what's the threat that he poses, like, to the larger group? Okay, so
we can pack him up, and we can pack him up and get him out of here. He's just one person, bro. We can pack him up like anybody else.
But we haven't yet. Is kind of my problem.
He can get packed up.
But what's the threat that he poses, right? Because somebody, who was it, Southern Charm, pointed out Corey has 233,000 followers. Donald Trump has over 43 million.
The fact that people have their various reasons for compartmentalizing why they follow Trump, right? They whether it be business reasons, whether it be celebrity reasons, whether it be political reasons. I'm saying all the way around, I see nothing redeeming about Corey Holcomb. There's nothing to compartmentalize with Corey.
It on the basis of him being a threat to the larger group, and so that's what we're asking. What is the threat that's coming from him and Anton's situation that's being posed to the larger group?
I'm not just saying. I'm not just thinking about. I'm not just leaving it at that one instance. I'm leaving it at everything that I listen. I gotta show y'all this. I'm gonna put this up, and maybe you're going to figure it out. Hold on, let me find this.
But we're trying to get to. We just trying to get to.
What's the threat with Donald Trump thinking that, right? So he could, the same way he done activated ICE, the hop on these folks' ass, he could activate some other law enforcement agency to hop on our ass, right? I
find that to be. I don't think that. I think that would be highly unlikely.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Daniel Penny verdict was last year, right? It could be, and so when you start dehumanizing people, then when things like that happen to them, did something really happen? Oh, because they are wild and animalistic, or you know what I'm saying? All this invoking all the stereotypes, and so again, that could have real consequences for Black people. You said Corey poses a more immediate threat, right? And so we're just asking, what is that threat to us?
Okay, so for one, like I said, Trump did say that he condemns the video, but at the same time, my problem.
What is the threat that Corey poses to us? And see, you doing all this
violence to let me answer your question. Answer your question.
Thank you.
Specifically, violence to women and underage girls.
Okay, in what way?
I gotta show you these clips. Because it's a whole mythology, like it's not mythology, but mentality, right? Because I find Corey Holcomb to be very predatory.
We get it.
Very predatory. And then the people that follow him also, that have allowed him to say these things over the years, they also must think like him as well. That's the only thing that I can think of.
And I understand when you say you find Corey Holcomb to be predatory, right? I agree with that. But how can you not find Donald Trump to be predatory is what I'm struggling to understand that logic, right? Because we got the Epstein files.
You didn't read those.
What did he say in the Epstein files out of his own mouth?
What?
That's what I'm saying. You want to make this comparison.
Okay, so we
what
can make the
statement
comparison.
is of his in the Epstein files?
He said
because I'm going off of what Corey has said himself.
Okay, we could go with what Donald Trump said himself. He said he liked his own daughter when she was underage. He done touched.
I'll give you that one was weird. Yes, absolutely.
Grab them by the, you know what?
Also, it got videos of him grabbing on younger ladies at the party, standing next to Epstein. It's literally in a video that is released from the Epstein files. We have him saying a whole bunch of different rhetoric that is detrimental to women specifically. So, with those things being said, do you consider Donald Trump a predator in the same nature as Corey Holcomb?
No, I'm thinking.
Don't.
No. Because are we talking about all women or are we talking about black women?
We're talking about women. I mean,
women,
okay.
bro. There's women on Earth. Bro.
No, because also I read something in the Epstein
Young
files
women
where
at
Epstein.
that,
Listen, I read something in the Epstein files where Epstein had an email that said that Donald Trump doesn't like you know what. So
right, that's
right.
correct.
So
but
yes,
then I read one thing in the files where there's a whole thing where there's a victim thing in there, and he's talking about how Jay and Mr. Orange was arguing about her virginity, and it was a whole thing. So it was a big thing that's in there, bro.
Right. If I'm going off of what's in the files strictly, then yes. All right. If I'm going strictly, I'm sorry.
So you saying Donald Trump is the predator?
If I'm going strictly off of what's in the files
and what he said out his own mouth, things that he said about his own daughter,
grab him by the uss and all the stuff that he was running around doing,
and him sexualizing his own underage daughter. So if he's doing that about his own underage daughter, what is
he said he would? He said he would date his daughter, and that's weird enough for me.
That was weird.
Okay, so now
that was weird enough for me.
Right, so now that we have that, he actually said things himself. Do you consider Donald Trump a female predator and a young adult predator?
A young adult predator?
Yes.
I'm not putting age on it either. I'm not really putting age on either. You're a predator
allegedly.
Or you're not.
Everything
so yes.
is allegedly. Everything is allegedly. Even the opinions is allegedly.
Hold on, but I just want to.
But I'm saying specifically to black. Okay, go ahead.
So all right, so we got Corey Holcomb is a predator to females.
Specifically,
young women as well, right? So now,
hold on, let me find this clip.
So now, do you have that same predator thought about Donald Trump? Is he a danger to women?
Yeah, he's a potential threat to women.
See, you got to put potential.
But to say,
you see that?
That's play the clip. Don't worry about the clip. He'll play the clip, Omni. We know who he is, bro. You ain't got to sell us on Corey Holcomb. We know who he is, bro. I did a video on him today. This morning, when I opened my eyes, sunshine, I did a video on that. And Taz did a video on that.
That's what I'm saying. So this is how I came across this. This is how I came across this information that I said, like that I'm talking about, is because I was on the cast with Q Butter, and I think Taz was there as well. Yeah. And it was like the shit that I had to leave.
Crazy,
dog.
But
I find it to be a more immediate listen, Sharon, because I don't want you to miss this. Yeah. I find the fact that he's so heavily embedded. Trump's not embedded in the black. There's a sector of black people that don't fuck with Trump at all, right?
Now,
under any circumstance.
Now, black people used to love Trump.
Well, yeah,
it's
today,
a large,
but I'm saying
part of the black population who don't even know who Corey Holcomb is. Never seen this nigga, never heard his name.
Know that man. He's not funny.
I've heard. So y'all never heard Corey Holcomb?
All the being with each other.
Y'all have never heard Corey Holcomb.
I'm gonna keep it 100. Until I started doing live streams, I didn't really know who Corey Holcomb was at all until he said that thing about his daughter, and that's my first introduction to Corey Holcomb. When I see him on Wildin' Out, I didn't like, oh, that's Corey Holcomb. If I was to see him on the street, I wouldn't recognize him at all when he was on Wildin' Out. But when he did that with his daughter, and I'm doing live streams, and then that's when he started to be on my radar. And then he did the thing with Cam Newton. Then that's when he was on my radar. Then I did a stream about that. So again, he was never on my radar. I ain't never see him at no New York Comedy Club, and I was like, "Oh, I'm going to see Corey Holcomb." I never.
And I see mad comedians. Bro.
Yeah, I would never pay money to see
TK Kirkland is funny as hell. It got mad people, son. That's regular. That's funny comics, bro. He's really not that funny, bro. He's all right. I'm not gonna take
Yeah,
him because I can watch him. But
I've seen
you know what I'm saying?
him. I saw him in like the mid, like in my mid-20s, and he definitely wasn't for me. You're You're now on that we mute. got that understood, he wasn't never really a big staple like that into the black community. That's why a lot of his stuff is coming out now from his past. Because just like Anton, people digging on him because nobody cared about him back then, and now it's starting to come out now because it's like, hey, who is this person? Now people are studying him and say, hey, what did he say? And then now people are seeing how degenerate he really is. And also with Donald Trump, we did our due diligence about him as well for a long time. But what I'm saying is that, so if we can say that Donald Trump is a predator and Corey is a predator, why is it so difficult for people that claim that they are independent to just say, hey, Donald Trump is a predator from the evidence that we have at the moment? It's not a problem. I just said he was.
There you go.
I just said
No,
you
gave him an asterisk.
So
you gave him an asterisk.
what was the asterisk?
You said he's probably a threat to women.
You say he's a potential predator.
Yeah, potential.
I mean, he's not out here he's not out here making content on a daily basis saying the things that Corey is saying, like he's living this life day in and day out.
He's the president, bro.
He is the president, so everything should be under scrutiny. I agree with that. I 100% agree with that.
When he was trying to get his fame on, that's the things he was exactly like Corey Holcomb when he was out here just trying to be a celebrity. He was doing the same exact thing. Grab him by the vagina. Hey, I have these pageants so I could get exposure to women. How you think I go back there because I'm the owner of this pageant, so I get to walk behind there and see all these beautiful ladies naked, maybe touch them. And he said all of these things. Those are all predator behavior. Before he was talking about running for elections. So when he was just like Corey, a normal citizen, he was talking just like Corey and even worse because he set up beauty pageants so he could take advantage. And it's okay. We cannot say he's a potential predator. It's either he's a predator or he's not.
And that's
just like Corey Holcomb.
And that's a real line when we got to start to understand that. When we could just make that distinction like that. And I think that's a lot of things that blurred our communities. People got the weird uncle. Why is he still come back to grandma's house? When, you know what I mean? All of that from our communities, bro.
Well, Uda, that goes back to what my point is that because Corey Holcomb is like, what's the primary demographic of Corey Holcomb?
Black men.
I would think black.
I think that is a more immediate threat.
Probably some white people, because that's probably who had his shows.
I
Probably
think
white people
that aspect of it is more because Trump has multiple people that follow him, so the follower count doesn't really do it for
black
me.
people is not at his
because
shows.
the
His shows is
primary
getting canceled. Them's white people that's at them shows, man.
They should be
at them
getting
shows, and this is who's not going to them shows. So I think that his demographic now is maybe more white people that's into some of that, listening to that stuff, and think he's probably more funny. I think it probably is more white people.
So my next question is this: so people
is Corey Holcomb not problematic? I want to establish this baseline.
He's certainly problematic, but like,
is he not a threat based off of the comments that he said out of his own mouth?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But he's not more than
a
Donald
more
Trump.
immediate threat.
More immediate, more imminent.
Because Donald Trump, no, not more than Donald Trump. No.
Because the primary let me break down my reasoning because the primary demographic that everybody just agreed to was black men, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the black men that are co-signing, that are okay with his rhetoric, that are amongst you and your family members and your daughters and your sisters and your cousins, your nieces on an everyday basis. You don't know that they're a fan of Corey Holcomb. You don't know that they think like he does.
Okay, perfect. So now what about all the black men that are fans and supporters of Donald Trump? Should we look at them as predators too?
No, because most people compartmentalize. No, this is what I'm saying. Most people compartmentalize when it comes to the president.
This is crazy. All right,
most people say that they follow him because of his politics, because of his business.
For people that they like. People that they like. Anybody.
Right. Corey Holcomb does one thing.
Oh, okay, so now Donald
has
Trump
been one thing consistently.
Okay, so Donald Trump and Corey Holcomb got this one thing in common: being predators to women. We are both in agreement to that, right?
Mm.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a yes. So now, if
if any man that is entertaining Corey, following Corey Holcomb, we would deem that man as a potential predator behavior as well, correct? Because we can't call him an exact predator, but we could say at least he's potentially to have some issues.
Yes, because all he does is create content and jokes.
Okay, so now when
not
it comes
even
to,
jokes, he just says stuff. Yeah.
Right. So now when it comes to Donald Trump, somebody that actually affects your day-to-day life, he is getting laws passed that is affecting women in general. Are we going to say that the people that are following Donald Trump, that is detrimental to us as well?
Depends on what they follow him for.
That's crazy.
Humans are messy, bro.
That's not logical.
No.
Humans are
why
messy.
would it matter what they follow him for? Just because, right? So we're talking about social media. Regardless of if I'm following him for his politics or because I'm still a fan of whatever the name of that show is he used to do, or I think he's a great businessman, or regardless of the reason, when he posts something, if I'm following him, it pops up in my feed and I see it.
Diva, the apprentice. But that's the point. You know what I'm saying? So Corey holding up this shirt, right? Because let's say they both did the thing because he said he ain't do it, whatever. But let's just say they both did the monkey thing, right? So Corey holds up this shirt.
Uda, I'm not giving him that. I'm not giving him that. It's not his fault. You're the leader in the scenario.
Yeah, it's his
it
fault.
Is your fault. Yeah.
Let's think about impact now. Let's think about impact though. You know what I'm saying? So I seen somebody on YouTube talking about they bought the shirt. So let's say some people's buying the shirts, or some people may think to do the same thing, like call people the same thing. But for him to do that, imagine how many people could have followed his lead and did the same kind of thing, attack people on that same type of thing with the monkey, with that same type of vibe. Imagine if that could have trickled into a thing real quick based on him doing that. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I think that's kind of scary. You know?
I think it's wild that we would look at Corey. All right, so now men that follow Corey Holcomb and believe in his ideology, right? Not the people that want him on his show and they going against Corey, but the people that will allow Corey on his show and they will allow him, like kind of like what Craig Fax is doing, and just allow him to say the things and laugh with him and joke with them. Those men that's willing to engage in that kind of foolery with Corey Holcomb, you could say what about those men
that engage with Corey Holcomb on that level? Yeah,
like a key, like how. If Corey Holcomb was to join this panel, we'd be against the things and try to hold them accountable for the things they say and say why we disagree with them, right? That's the difference between people that will have him on the show and they will agree with him and laugh and joke with the nonsense that he's saying about underage and women and poverty-stricken women, right? Those are two different type of men. So the men that are allowing his foolery to go unchecked, what do you say about those men?
That allowed to go on, they're fucking weird. Okay. It's extremely weird. It's deplorable. It's egregious.
Okay. So now when we bring that into our small community of YouTube, the men that are dealing with men that do those type of things that Corey Holcomb has done, because we all agree that we do have people in our small space that do the same thing as Corey Holcomb, correct?
I don't have anybody around me that moves like Corey Holcomb, bro.
But
anybody in my circle checks that shit quickly.
These panels have men that say the same kind of jokes as Corey Holcomb. That actually.
Oh yeah, I said for weeks that Corey Holcomb reminds me of JP.
And who else? Just him?
I don't know of another individual that has openly said that
they would take advantage of an underage child and grape another man's young daughter. We don't have no proof of somebody saying stuff like that. Talking about children, calling people's children's the R word.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, he was over. Yeah, he was over on this panel. Daryl Long.
Okay, so now people that hang around people that does that, what do we say about those men?
People that hang around them?
Yeah.
That hang around them. that have proximity to him. I'm asking like you to have.
They be struggling,
No, I'm asking, what do you mean by hang around? Like agree with him? That are entertained by him? Like Corey's audience is entertained by him?
All of that.
That watch his show.
You could flip flop it however you like.
No, I'm asking.
I already made my statement clear. And yes, I said all of those things. Yeah, you want to add those things to the things I already previously said, you can add those things into it as well. Yes. What do you say about those men that allow somebody that we know is danger to women, danger to kids, saying what he is willing to do to underage children, saying that he would take it from an underage child, said that he would take it from a man as well. He said he would do that as well.
He did say, I heard the man part. Yeah, no, that's not cool.
So what do we say about the men that is engaging with him and allowing him to try to rebrand himself?
That's allowing him to try to rebrand himself?
Yeah.
I mean, that's different than Corey Holcomb's case, if I'm being honest. Because Corey Holcomb has been consistently this. That's all I ever hear. This is what Corey has been. This is who he is. And so we're supposed to accept it.
Okay, so now
if someone's actually trying to repent and change from those ways.
Right. And so we understand that how Corey act like he's rebranding himself, right? He said it's because somebody else did something to him. That's why he's willing to go to that level, correct? That's how Corey he rebrands himself. It's not me.
He's not. No,
it's not
he's
me
not
that do it. It's because they act like they did something to me.
That's not a rebrand.
I'm willing to go to different levels. All right, so maybe the person's not rebranded. So as long as you play nice with him, he won't go to these extreme levels. That's what Corey Holcomb says, right?
No, Corey has always been this.
No, but I'm saying Corey Holcomb says he doesn't attack people first. He allows them to attack him first, and then he's willing to go further than anybody else. Isn't that?
That's not true.
Because the thing with the lady, he said the lady came to him and she was attacking him first.
No, she was across the street.
Him around. He got a restraining order on her because she was following him around from stage to stage to stage, and then finally he had enough.
They had restraining orders on each other.
But that's not how he represented.
Right, he's
I'm going by what
lying. Like that's what I'm saying. Like
okay, he's a liar. We also understand that as well with a certain character as well, right? We know he's a liar as well. All I'm saying is that the same characteristic that this man is displaying, that man also displays, but people act as if it's okay to bring him back around. Is that not true?
That's true to a certain extent.
All right, so
it's not quite the same because, as you said,
all right. So what do we say about men that is willing to allow predators back in?
That's what it's egregious. But this is the thing.
That's all.
This is the thing.
We could just be honest about it.
This is the thing. You yourself said that a certain that certain individual has a rebrand and is trying to repent and all of these things. So I don't hold that to the same standard as a person who has done egregious things unchecked for an extended period of time.
Yeah, the problem is his rebranding is the same exact rebranding as him.
He's not rebranding.
Rebranding is that I don't do nothing to nobody unless they do it to me. Same exact thing. He blames everybody else for his debauchery.
That's not the same.
Hey, I won't do nothing. They don't say nothing about me.
Nah, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Sure.
Normally, I would agree with you if he was still on BS, if he was still doing the same thing, but he's not. For what I see, but I'll tell you this: I don't trust that particular individual. I don't trust. That's why I don't like saying his name. I don't trust it. I don't want to give him any airtime.
It's all good. All I'm saying is that It's the history behind these things, and we just got to be able to maintain our own standards. Is all I'm saying. We got to stand on our own principles and our own standards, whatever it is that is, right? So you have a standard for male predators, that's especially the ones that talk about predatory towards females and predatory towards young females or young women, because Diva don't like when I say females. Same thing with Donald Trump. He is predatory towards women and young women, the same exact way. So if we're going to hold Corey, we got to hold Trump the same standard. If we're going by from the information that we have at hand. If Corey Holcomb is a racist for putting 2 black women as monkeys, then guess who else got to be a racist as well for not apologizing and allowing it to happen? Donald Trump got to be in that same racist boat from the information that we got. It's just the
information. Yeah, I'm going through everything. I'm still not buying it. And the reason why is because this is what I don't like. This is what I don't like that Trump did. He said that we took it down, which actions speak louder than words to me. So he said that he took it down. So if you took it down, that means you saw something wrong with it. And if you saw something wrong with it, why don't you just own it completely? That's my problem with Trump. But then he also says he condemns the video. So if you condemn it, that's 2 things that we have on record of you saying that it's wrong. But you still won't take full responsibility for it. So that's my problem with that.
Okay, I wonder if
with Corey,
did Corey say that he? What have you seen a content creator that we was just talking about go after our brother Freezy's wife and kid? Would you consider that a change of heart, or he's going back to his old ways?
Say what? I don't have any knowledge of this.
Wife and children. Oh, okay. You don't have knowledge of it. Okay, that's fine.
I don't have knowledge of this.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't have knowledge of this.
Now that you might possibly, because this is just an allegation, right? Me and you don't know.
Yeah, it is an allegation. If that is, that's egregious. That's absolutely egregious.
And that will also show that he's not rebranding.
That would show that he's not rebranding, that he's lying, that he's being deceptive.
And so now, if that has come out to be true, the people that still rock with him, what would you say about those people? Are we going to say, hey, do you know such and such is doing X, Y, and Z? Or are we going to say, hey, it ain't none of our business. We're going to just allow that to go. That's the crazy part.
They do it, if they,
you know what I'm saying? That's the crazy part, and that's what's going to happen. You know,
can I tell you? Can I answer?
Yeah, absolutely, because I'm not putting it on you, by the way.
Yeah, well, you are, but at the same time, it is egregious. It's egregious all the way around. Because I wouldn't be caught with a person that is continuously doing that. That's my whole point with Corey. Mm-hmm. Corey is saying it's not a rebranding on Corey to say, oh, people do stuff to me, because that's not a rebranding. That's just you saying it's not my fault.
Yeah. And without a doubt, these people like Corey Holcomb, they are banking on the fact that we don't know. And that's why, all his past shit is about to come out. Like how you said, like you starting to, you did your due. You like, damn, he said this in 5 years ago, this 2 years ago, this 1 year, whatever the case is, right? And then now you get all the information. Now you pretty much have your synopsis of him now, right? Because before you was like, hey, I didn't like that. It was like, but now that you have a history of how he's moving, 5, 10, whatever, how many years, it's like, oh my God, this guy got to get up out of here now, right? So when you get the information, you do react differently. And so I think that's the main issue with the internet is always somebody new that don't know, or time goes past long enough where you kind of like don't know that they still doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy like that. Diva, you there?
Detroit Coalition, $5. Look at Sharon on that panel. I'm a good student. How did I end up in the remedial class? Face. Clout House ENT, 5114, $5. Corey's impact is limited to his small echo chamber. Trump's impact is global. Right. LL5261, $5. These guys are insane. Corey is a C-level comedian. They act like he is a comic book villain trying to destroy the world.
See, y'all reducing it. It's terrible because it's like this is how he's gonna get away with it. Y'all keep reducing it. It's like, all right, cool. So Corey's done nothing wrong and he should not be. Is essentially what the argument is.
No,
you meddling
it
kids. Phil James won $2. Shadow, who you kidnapping?
It's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's crazy. So
yes, I don't think to be honest, nobody's giving Corey a pass on it at all. This is the much attention Corey has really gotten, and now that he's under the microscope, he's getting cooked how he's supposed to. That's why he's losing shows. Because before he was always under the mask and the veil that he's doing all these shows and he's getting money and all that. But in reality, we see that he's not.
Well, is he losing shows because of the? Is he losing shows because of the shirt, or is he losing
the
shows
video,
because of the video? That's what I.
But let me ask you this, Ami. Of him
That's what I'm
pushing old
saying.
girl. But Ami, let me ask you this.
Oh.
So what is it? Because when I hear the argument that Corey is not getting enough wrath or reprimand, I think what I'm seeing in the space is the content creators commenting on it. And I've heard multiple people say multiple times that, it's egregious, it's reprehensible, I don't support it. Now, granted, they're still covering it, but from that perspective, what do you think should be the remedy that these people should do? Like, I've never heard I don't know. I ain't gonna say I've never heard somebody. There's a couple of people I heard say went to a Corey Holcomb show. I've never went to a Corey Holcomb show. I don't watch 5150. It's not my brand of comedy. I don't find them particularly funny or anything like that. Right. But when I hear these two scenarios, like I thought Izzy had a very good premise around juxtaposing what Trump did versus what Corey did. And it still seems that we outweigh Corey, who's in a small bubble, versus the leader of the free world, who has global impact. So what should people be doing about Corey that hasn't already been done?
Well, what's being done to Corey deserves to happen because he put his hands on that woman. But that's the reason why it's being done. A lot of people were justifying what Corey did. The moment that shirt came up, a lot of people were saying, yes, it's wrong, but he's a comedian. This is what he does. Anton should have known better, da-da-da-da-da. You know what I'm saying? And y'all don't do that with Trump at all.
So, what was Sel perspective on it? Didn't he say that Corey Holcomb is a comedian and this is what he do?
I think so, and I disagree with him on that.
Right. So the people that are excusing it is the same people.
I disagree with it. Yeah.
Right. The people that's excusing Corey Holcomb is the same people that's trying to excuse Donald Trump. That's the thing. The people that is trying to push racism is the same one that's giving Corey Holcomb the excuse. The people that do not like this situation, like me, for example, right? When we first reviewed it and I seen what he did, I was disgusted by it. I didn't give that man no excuse whatsoever. When he first mentioned the girl and he tried to call her out her name, I didn't give Corey an excuse whatsoever. And my standard,
that's you.
It holds that with whoever it is, whether I like the person or not. And so when we dissected to who the people are giving excuses for Corey Holcomb is usually a black man that is willing to allow racism, like Tommy Sotomayor, so we could take it off of known, Tommy Sotomayor is somebody that's willing to do it, and all those other black conservatives that is willing to allow negativity about black folks to be out there in the world. Those are the same people that is okay with Donald Trump doing this. They give excuses to Trump and they gave an excuse to Corey.
Nah.
God damn, Sharon.
That's not the same person.
Boy, I promise you, man.
Nah. That's not the same. It's not the same. Because the reasoning is and we can leave that aside for a moment. The thing with Cell is that it was supposed to be happening all around. Like people were calling for Trump's impeachment and whatnot. And fine, you can have that. But off of the back of that same energy, Corey shouldn't have been able to have another 5150 show and have a bunch of people in the chat and what have you. You know what I'm saying? He shouldn't have been able to have another ticket sell. He still had shows lined up. This is out of his own mouth that he said this. He still had shows lined up. People were still going to shows. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and so
he was still going to show. I just took a yawn. Hold on. He still had people going to shows and showing up to shows until the video came out. Had nothing to do with Anton in the shirt. So my thing is that it should be more egregious when someone who positions themselves in an argument against another black man that you are anti-black, and then you do one of the most anti-black things of all time.
And before I pass it to Chicago, Donald Trump said, "What do black people have to lose?" So he put himself in a position as well to be some savior of the black culture, and then he go ahead and do something or co-sign or not condemn it with a. He's doing the same exact thing. He said he is the leader of black culture as well by saying, "What do we have to lose?" Go ahead, Chicago. I know you wanted to.
That's a bit of a stretch, but you can have
it. Shoot, didn't he also say something about being able to connect with black people as a felon?
Absolutely.
I'm curious though.
I
so if I'm
definitely
following
didn't
that,
hear that. Did he? He really
oh
did
yeah,
say
the
that?
campaign trail.
I heard that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, yeah.
I don't follow. Listen, I don't follow Trump closely. I just read the policies.
Omni,
I don't follow
let me ask
Trump
you this:
super
just
closely.
support him and then say.
No. I'm saying like I don't follow his social media accounts. Like Diva was saying earlier, it pops up on her social media.
No, I don't follow him
That's
either.
not
But
what I
I
was saying at all. I was saying anybody who follows him, regardless of the reason they follow him, is gonna see whatever he posts.
Gotcha. Okay, that was what you're saying. All right.
my question was
I don't
around
follow him on
Balenciaga
social
though.
media like
My
that.
question, if I'm following the logic, right?
Go ahead.
So
go ahead.
yeah, my question is around Balenciaga, right?
Balenciaga.
Yeah, do you remember the scandal and what's the Kardashian lady that went back to him? You remember the scandal with them and the kid? What was the month? Was that or was that Forever 21, Sharon?
I think it was H&M. Are you talking about the kid with the monkey shirt?
Yeah, but there was something with Balenciaga too, right? And so let's. I'm just curious to know your thoughts around that because you find those instances, and I think some of this stuff is nuanced, but I certainly don't see why I should hold the same framework for a Corey Holcomb, which he's doing exactly what I expect him to do, right? And I could condemn it. I don't associate with it. And again, most of the spaces that I've been in, I haven't heard anybody really giving him a pass, right? I've heard people, I've seen people cover it for content, obviously. But to me, there's the impact that Corey Holcomb has on my life for what he did on that one show that I think only in this space we still talking about what he did with the shirt. I'm just saying in this space specifically, because most people, if you go into the real world, don't even know who he is. Somebody said he was a C-list comedian, right? Versus again, looking at the commander-in-chief who has all type of influence. And I even heard, man, what was the old boy name? Ben Shapiro. I heard him say, hey, if you taking everything that Donald Trump says literally, then you need to see a therapist. His words, right? You have a former president, Barack Obama, that says everything that the leader of the free world says should be taken seriously. Right. So how do you reconcile that? I'm kind of lost how we comparing Corey Holcomb to Donald Trump, and that's not like clear as day.
And that's why
I don't listen to anything Ben Shapiro says at all. But
hold on 1 second, Omni.
Go ahead, Browns.
Because I think it's important because what Rilla said is very valid. So I think in order to provide clarity and understanding that we should remove all bias, right? So let's remove Trump and remove Corey Holcomb from the situation, right? And Omni, you were in the military, correct?
I was not in the military.
But you understand military practices, right?
I do.
So if a company commander commits a DUI, right? And a private E1 commits a DUI, who should be held to greater scrutiny?
Definitely the leader.
And why?
Definitely the commander. Because it affects everybody under his command.
Okay. And so let's take it off of the military, right? Let's go into the realm of education, right? We're still talking about adults, but let's say in, I don't know, Jackson State University, for instance, right? There's a policy against doing drugs on campus, right? And then you got a faculty member that got caught doing drugs, and then you got a student that got caught doing drugs. Who should be held to greater scrutiny and consequences, and why?
Faculty member.
Why is that?
Because it trickles down to affect the children, the people under their charge.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
So if you understand the breakdown of that logic, right? I don't understand why you believe that we should look at what Trump does and what Corey Holcomb does under the same scrutiny eyes.
It's not the same. It's not the same. And I said it's not the same. I said that the leader of the free world doing it, you know what I'm saying, having that imagery up there, that's egregious. That's egregious. My thing is that Corey, just like everybody said, is essentially the best kept secret of individuals who are around you daily, but they think like him, but they just don't reveal themselves to you. I find that to be a more of an immediate threat. And we could disagree on this, but to me, that's more of an immediate threat. The fact that there's so many individuals, I think someone said he has about 250,000 people. That's what, 225,000, 250,000 that follow him. I find that to be egregious, the amount of people that he has, how long he's had this track record of success, or whatever you want to call it. He's had this career saying these things. And even Shaq had a comedy jump off or whatever, and he was laughing at the joke. So now I'm looking at Shaq different, and he's a billionaire. You know what I'm saying, with business interests, and he's at the top. So it's like a bunch of people think like Corey and think that this stuff is okay, and they're around you every single day. So listen, I think that that's a problem.
And I agree with you. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that, but when you say that Donald Trump is not a bigger threat or a bigger problem, that's where the logic falls, right? And fails, because he is in such a greater position to influence other potentially more dangerous people, right? So if he has an ideology of being a predator towards women or young children, right, then he, through his position, he has a greater chance to influence somebody to commit atrocities than a Corey Holcomb would, right? And if you take the imagery of what he did with the Obamas in comparison to what Corey Holcomb did, Trump has the greater potential to influence others to, commit those same atrocities with the imagery than a Corey Holcomb would. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, actually, that the logic is sound on that.
Right. So that's my only. That's where it's kind of like confusing when people are listening. They're like, "Man, why they can't see it this way?" Because yes, what Corey Holcomb is doing and has done in his ideology, and I agree with everything you say. He's a predator. He's a danger. He's a threat, etc., etc. But the history, when we look at Trump in comparison, we have to say those exact same things and apply those exact same things to him. Because we got the Epstein files, we got his own words when it comes to his daughter, when it comes to what he was saying when he thought he was in private, right? To the other gentleman about what he do when he get around a woman that he likes. So yeah, I think we got to look at both of them the same And I think the reason why some people don't is because of bias, right? If you remove the bias, then you'll be able to see it more clearly.
On the Epstein files note, I'm still going through the files, bro. Like it's a lot of them. Okay, let me ask, outside of this situation, let me ask what you think of Bill Clinton being mentioned in the Epstein files and his positioning in the Epstein files.
Yeah, I think it's egregious. His
knowing what
association,
he's done too in the
right?
past with Monica Lewinsky and everything.
Right. So it's
Okay.
it's egregious. I don't look at him any different. You know
Okay.
what I'm saying? It's egregious, right?
Yeah.
And I think so. Regardless of party, regardless of political affiliation, we just got to be able to call a spade a spade. And it seems like, based on different loyalties, we want to call some spades hearts and some spades clubs, and that's where we're confusing everybody.
Absolutely. We got to have it across the board, 100%. And with that being said, hey, yeah, we got to start holding our principles down. PH Diva.
Yes, sir.
You got any final thoughts?
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me